Chapter 2159. Monarch Body, Monarch Dao Law. Spirit-devouring Dharma King roared. His cultivation was a one-star Void Emperor, so he naturally could not block Autumn Moon's attack and was sent flying. Amazing! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were invigorated when they saw Autumn Moon send the spirit-devouring Dharma King flying. So it's a monarch body. Looks like you're a prodigy from the ancient moon's sacred ground. Just nice to kill you, hee. The other Dharma King sneered, and a black light erupted from his body. It was as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Swoosh! He rushed toward Autumn Moon, and the black light enveloped Autumn Moon. There seemed to be endless evil spirits in the black light. Two-star Void Emperor. Autumn Moon's gaze was slightly serious. Then she waved her small hand, and two curved blades flew out, turning into the yin-yang wheel. The yin-yang wheel spun rapidly, erupting with destructive power as it attacked the other party. Boom! The two attacks collided, and the evil spirits in the black light were constantly annihilated. However, Autumn Moon's attack was also blocked. The Thousand Ghost Dharma King has also been blocked. The expressions of the evil spirit sect members changed. The Thousand Ghost Dharma King was an extremely powerful Dharma King. He was much stronger than the spirit-devouring Dharma King, but he was still blocked by Autumn Moon. Don't. Following that, Autumn Moon and the Thousand Ghost Dharma King continued to exchange blows. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Lu Ming was relieved. The other party was only a two-star Void Emperor. With Autumn Moon's battle strength, she was enough to block the other party. If the other party was too strong, Lu Ming would directly take action and suppress the other party. This way, it would be a good opportunity for Autumn Moon to train. Little girl, your strength is not bad, but you'll at most be on par with me. However, those people will all die. The Thousand Ghost Dharma King sneered. Autumn Moon's expression was calm. She knew Lu Ming's strength. These people wanted to kill Lu Ming. They were just courting death. Autumn Moon and the Thousand Ghost Dharma King exchanged another blow, and both of them retreated a distance. The devouring law moved and appeared on the other side of Autumn Moon. Its cold aura enveloped Autumn Moon. Together with the Thousand Ghost Shakyamuni, they blocked off Autumn Moon's escape route. Little girl, a mere martial emperor like you dares to come here? Don't even think about leaving today. However, before that, I'll show you how those people are killed. Spirit-devouring Shakyamuni sneered and gave the order, "Everyone, kill these invaders. Leave no one alive." Kill. Many people from the D clan roared, as powerful experts stepped out one after another. There were people from the D family, Evil Spirit Sect, Heavenly God Sect, and Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. For instance, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, and the House Master of the Blood Demon House had their eyes on Lu Ming. Prepare to meet the enemy. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared. Master, all of you stay outside. Wait for a while and kill those who escape. Lu Ming's words stunned the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. Then, they saw Lu Ming step forward alone, facing the Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect and the others. Leave this brat to me. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect shouted coldly. His eyes were cold, and the murderous intent on his body was incomparably dense. At the same time, the aura he exuded was extremely shocking. He had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. Old dog, looks like you've been working hard for the Evil Spirit Sect all these years. You've actually advanced to the Boundary Emperor realm. Lu Ming mocked. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect had definitely received a lot of resources from the Evil Spirit Sect. Otherwise, his cultivation couldn't have advanced so quickly. However, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect had already exhausted his potential. It was impossible for him to break through to the Martial Emperor realm in his lifetime. Lu Ming die. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect shouted coldly. His murderous intent was dense as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and a puppet appeared. This was a humanoid puppet with a saber on its back. At this moment, the saber was unsheathed. It also had a boundary emperor cultivation as it charged towards the sect master of the heavenly divinity sect. The sect master of the heavenly divinity sect was immediately blocked. This is a boundary emperor puppet. You actually have a boundary emperor puppet. The sect master of the heavenly divinity sect roared. He was extremely shocked, but at the same time, he revealed a look of greed. This was a boundary emperor puppet. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be a great battle force. The sect master of the heavenly divinity sect fought a great battle with the boundary emperor puppet. However, the puppet did not fear death and attacked crazily. For a time, the sect master of the heavenly divinity sect was suppressed. Lu Ming, I'll kill you. Another figure charged towards Lu Ming. It was the house master of the Blood Demon Tower. In the past few years, the house master's cultivation had also skyrocketed, reaching the boundary emperor realm. Lu Ming did not even look. With a wave of his hand, a puppet appeared and charged towards the house master of the Blood Demon Tower. It also suppressed the house master of the Blood Demon Tower. Another quasi-emperor realm puppet. Many people were flabbergasted, their eyes turning red with envy. These were quasi-emperor level puppets. With just one of them, one could do whatever they wanted in the 3 prefectures. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also stunned. This was because they had not seen Lu Ming use a boundary emperor puppet before. Lu Ming, I don't believe that you have so many quasi-emperor realm puppets. Go to hell. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master charged towards Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming did not take out a puppet. Back then, the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master had deliberately taken in Xian Yanqing as a disciple but secretly wanted to let the evil spirit Sex Dharmaraja possess him. He had long been on Lu Ming's must-kill list. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master quickly approached Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming still did not take out a puppet, he rejoiced, thinking that Lu Ming had already used up all his puppets. Die! The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master's eyes turned cold. Old demonic woman, no one can save you today. Lu Ming said indifferently. He suddenly took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master. He pointed a finger. A finger energy shot towards the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master's Dantian. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master was now a boundary emperor, but under Lu Ming's attack, it was useless. Bam! Lu Ming's finger energy directly pierced through the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master's Dantian and shattered her saint heart. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master screamed and retreated frantically. An elder of the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect caught him. You little bastard. You crippled my cultivation. You crippled my cultivation. My cultivation. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master screamed in despair. Her saint heart was destroyed, and her life's cultivation was wasted. From now on, she would become a cripple. She almost went crazy. The Heavenly God Sect Master and the Blood Demon House Master felt their hair stand on end and cold sweat trickle down their backs. They knew the strength of the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master. He was definitely not weaker than them. But now, he couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Ming and his cultivation was destroyed. The two of them couldn't help but retreat. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming said coldly. He pointed 2 more fingers and 2 finger energies shot out at an astonishing speed. The Heavenly God Sect Master and the Blood Demon House Master didn't even have time to react. Their dantians were pierced and their saint hearts were shattered. They followed in the footsteps of the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master and had their cultivation destroyed. The two of them screamed in despair. They knew that they were finished. Their life's cultivation was gone. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Kill this bastard. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master screamed crazily. Chapter 2160. Kill. The people of the D clan and Evil Spirit sect attacked. All kinds of attacks shot toward Lu Ming like rays of divine light, wanting to drown Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and these attacks were destroyed. Lu Ming passed through them and walked toward the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Just now, Lu Ming could have killed the Sky Universe Demon Sect Master and the others in one move, but he didn't do so. He wanted to let them know what despair was. With a wave of his hand, a total of 18 puppets appeared. They were all at the boundary the Arch Realm. The 18 puppets held battle sabers and charged forward. Immediately, a large number of Evil Spirit Sect and D-Clan members were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground. The Evil Spirit Sect and the D-Clan were horrified. 18 Sub-Thearch-level puppets. This was too terrifying. The 18 boundary the Arch puppets were not afraid of death and continued to charge forward. Even if the other party was also at the boundary the Arch Realm, they couldn't stop them, and people below the boundary the Arch Realm were constantly killed. Great. Behind, Long Yuanshan and the others were overjoyed. They knew that they couldn't interfere in this battle, so they didn't attack. They also knew that if they attacked, they might distract Lu Ming. Block these puppets. Work together to block them. The people of the D family and the Evil Spirit Sect shouted loudly. All of their sub-emperors had moved out, and with the help of some saints, they finally managed to block the 18 puppets. Lu Ming ignored them and walked step by step toward the Sky Universe Demon Sect Master and the others. Attack! Kill this bastard! Kill him! The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master and the Heavenly God Sect Master roared. Otherwise, they couldn't even fly in the air. Immediately, someone charged toward Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand, and a burst of energy burst out, piercing through the forehead of those people. Corpses fell to the ground one by one. The Sky Universe Demon Sect's Patriarch and the others were horrified, and they hurriedly retreated while others supported them. Lu Ming followed step by step. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was locked onto the Sky Universe Demon Sect's Patriarch and the others. He wanted to make them despair. The closer he got to the other party, the uglier the other party's expression became. Today, all of you will die, Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. Right at this moment, from the depths of the D-Clan, a terrifying aura burst forth. A black beam of light shot up into the sky, and a vast aura spread out in all directions. Emperor's might. Another martial emperor appeared. A tyrannical voice rang out. In the next instant, this figure had already appeared above Lu Ming and the others. A terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming. Three-eyed god race. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The martial emperor that appeared was not the D-Clan's patriarch, Di Shirtian, but a three-eyed god race member. This three-eyed god race member was 5 meters tall, and his entire body was shrouded in a pitch-black light. Ordinary people would not be able to see his full appearance, but Lu Ming's eyesight was so good that he could see through the light and see the other party's body. Lu Ming was taken aback to see a martial emperor three-eyed member of the divine clan here. It seems that the Evil Spirit Sect was indeed created by a foreign race. It seems that this three-eyed god race member is a remnant of those who came through the passage. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. Almost all of the three-eyed god race members who came through the passage were killed. Especially those true emperors and void emperors with high cultivation levels, they were all slaughtered. This was because even the great emperors had targeted these foreign races, but there was no guarantee that none of them had escaped. Obviously, this three-eyed god race member was one of those who had escaped to this place. This place was too remote, so naturally, no one chased after him. I wonder if there are any stronger three-eyed god race members. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Logically speaking, since the great emperors had targeted high-level void emperors and true emperors and killed almost all of them, there should not be such a high-level three-eyed god race member who had escaped here. Not good, it's a martial emperor. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Long Yuanshan, Yang Tianzong, and the others were shocked. Although Lu Ming was strong, could he face a martial emperor? The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master, Celestial God Sect Master, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming, go to hell, huh? The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master laughed maniacally. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he be stronger than a martial emperor? So what if he had some boundary emperor puppets? Facing a martial emperor he would still die. Kill! The three-eyed god race member roared, and a giant axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he had no intention of dodging. He had long seen that the three-eyed god race member was only equivalent to a one-star void emperor. When the giant axe was about to hit him, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Clang! Lu Ming's palm struck the three-eyed god race member's battle axe. The battle axe vibrated and was sent flying back. Lu Ming did not move at all. What? Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming could send a martial emperor's battle axe flying with his palm, and he did it with his bare hands. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master, Celestial God Sect Master, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also dumbfounded. Initially, they had all kinds of guesses. Some guessed that Lu Ming might have a backup plan and might have invited other experts or had some secret treasures. However, no one guessed that Lu Ming could rely on his own combat strength to fight a martial emperor. Lu Ming was too young. How could he fight a martial emperor at such a young age? It was unrealistic. However, what happened next made them feel like they were dreaming. The fish that escaped from the evil god race will be eliminated today. Lu Ming shouted as he soared into the sky and charged toward the three-eyed god race member. The three-eyed god race member shouted as he unleashed his full strength. A destructive light shot out from his third eye and shot toward Lu Ming. However, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's palm. Bang! Lu Ming's palm broke through the three-eyed god race member's defense and landed on his body. The other party let out a blood-curdling scream as his burly body directly exploded into pieces, leaving behind no traces of his body. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard at the scene. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe it and thought that they were dreaming. A martial emperor was blasted into pieces by Lu Ming with his bare hands. This was too unreal, like a myth. Impossible, this is impossible. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master screamed hysterically, unable to accept this. How could Lu Ming be so strong? He could kill a martial emperor with one move. This was unimaginable for him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also stunned. However, when they came to their senses, they were all overjoyed. Could it be that Ming has already become a martial emperor? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said excitedly. Many people were shocked. Such a young martial emperor was too terrifying. They finally understood why Autumn Moon would follow Lu Ming. Great, great. This time, we can annihilate the evil spirit sect and the D family. Some people were overjoyed and excited. Chapter 2161. Lu Ming looked into the depths of the D clan, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. When he killed that evil god tribe member just now, he felt a few fluctuations. Seems like there are more. Get out here. Lu Ming shouted coldly and pointed a finger in the air. Then, everyone was shocked to see that in the depths of the D clan, in the sky, an incomparably huge finger formed and pressed down on a palace. That finger was like the finger of a god, and its aura was so powerful that it gave people the urge to worship it. Boom! With a point of the finger, that palace exploded. At the same time, a few roars sounded, shaking heaven and earth. A tall figure rushed out and punched out, destroying the huge finger. 3 figures appeared in the sky. They were all members of the three-eyed divine tribe. They were tall and sturdy, and their auras were terrifying. In particular, one of the three-eyed divine tribe members had an extremely terrifying aura, many times stronger than the other martial emperors. A 3-star illusionary martial emperor and 2 1-star illusionary martial emperors. I didn't expect so many three-eyed divine tribe members to escape here. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. You are the son of chaos, but unfortunately, you are only a subthearch. How dare you attack me? You are courting death. The 3-star illusionary martial emperor from the evil god tribe spoke with a cold voice. He took a step forward and quickly approached Lu Ming. Many people from the evil spirit sect and the D clan were overjoyed. It turned out that there were so many martial emperors here. This was unimaginable. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master and the others were also overjoyed. This martial emperor was obviously many times stronger than the one that had appeared before. Lu Ming was dead meat. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also shocked. Many people were shocked. So many martial emperors? How could there be so many martial emperors? In the past, there were only 2 martial emperors in the 3 states. One was Emperor Yun, and the other was the martial emperor of the D clan. Later on, when the evil spirit sect's Dharma king appeared, there were more martial emperors. But now, martial emperors appeared one after another, and the last one was simply terrifying to the extreme. Could Lu Ming fight against them? Many people started to worry. Back then, I have killed countless members of the evil god tribe. However, there aren't many martial emperors in the evil god tribe. Let's start with the few of you. Facing a 3-star void emperor, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Boasting shamelessly, "You are merely a quasi-emperor, and you want to kill me?" The 3-star void emperor spoke coldly. The aura on his body became increasingly violent. He threw a punch toward Lu Ming. This punch directly shattered the space. It was terrifying to the extreme as it charged towards Lu Ming. The others were all shocked. This kind of attack power was too shocking. They felt that as long as it touched them, their souls would scatter. Boom! Lu Ming also moved. He also punched out. Fist against fist. In this punch, Lu Ming erupted with 5 types of laws and fused them together. The 2 fists collided heavily against each other. Lu Ming's fist was very small. Compared to his opponent's fist, which was the size of a water tank, the difference was too great. But when they collided, his opponent's fist, which was the size of a water tank, directly shattered, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The other party screamed and retreated continuously. "How is this possible? Your laws?" The other party roared in disbelief. Lu Ming did not give the other party a chance at all. He charged over. With a wave of his hand, a battle sword condensed. This battle sword was Lu Ming's self-created sword of death. It was Lu Ming's strongest killing move now. With a slash of the sword, the other party did not have the slightest strength to resist and was directly split into 2 halves. Lu Ming killed him in the air. 3-star Void Emperor, killed in an instant. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, not to mention a 3-star Void Emperor, even an ordinary 4-star Void Emperor would be killed in an instant when he used the Sword of Death. Of course, if it was an Void Emperor who had comprehended many types of laws and successfully fused them together, it would still be impossible. This time, everyone was stunned once again. An extremely terrifying Void Emperor was also killed. He was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. This scene was too shocking. Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were completely stunned. As for Spirit Devouring King and Ghostly King, they were still calm. Although they were shocked when Lu Ming killed a 1-star Void Emperor, they were still very calm. This was because they knew that there was a 3-star Void Emperor in the depths of the D clan who could easily kill Lu Ming. But now, a 3-star Void Emperor was also killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. They were really frightened. "Kill!" With a shout, Chiu Yu made her move. Her yin-yang wheel attacked Spirit-Devouring Dharma King. Autumn Moon already knew about Lu Ming's combat strength, so she was not surprised at all. As for Spirit-Devouring King, he was completely stunned when he saw Lu Ming kill the 3-eyed divine race. He was only a 1-star Void Emperor and was not a match for Autumn Moon. Now that he was stunned, he was directly hit by Autumn Moon. His body exploded and he died on the spot. Then the yin-yang wheel moved and attacked Ghostly King. Ghostly King was shocked and furious. He fought with Autumn Moon. At the same time, he felt cold all over and was ready to escape. Lu Ming was too terrifying. He killed a 3-star Void Emperor with a single slash. If he came to kill him, he would also die. But how could Autumn Moon not know what he was thinking? She attacked with all her strength and stopped him, making it difficult for him to escape. After Lu Ming killed the 3-star Void Emperor, he did not stop. His figure flickered and attacked the other 2 1-star Void Emperors. The 2 3-eyed divine race were terrified and instinctively wanted to escape. But sword light flashed and their heads were separated from their bodies. Their souls were also annihilated. After killing the 2 3-eyed divine race, Lu Ming stepped into the air and attacked Ghostly King. No! Ghostly King was almost scared to death. He attacked Autumn Moon crazily, trying to escape. But Autumn Moon was not weaker than him. He could not escape at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had arrived. "No, I surrender," Dharmaraja Myriad Ghost roared hysterically. However, when the death sword fell, Ghostly King was cut in half. Under the remaining power of the death sword, Ghostly King's body was annihilated inch by inch. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. All the martial emperors were dead. From the moment Lu Ming attacked, he killed 5 martial emperors in an instant. Everyone thought that they were dreaming, especially the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the sect master of the Celestial God sect. They were almost scared to death. Go quickly," they screamed and asked someone to take them away. But in a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of them. "I said, no one can save you today. You must die," Lu Ming said coldly. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the sect master of the Celestial God sect were in despair. At this moment, they could not summon the slightest thought of resisting. It was true despair. Previously, when they saw the martial emperors appear, they were overjoyed. They thought that a martial emperor could easily kill Lu Ming. But Lu Ming's combat strength was far beyond their expectations. Even martial emperors were like chickens and dogs in front of Lu Ming. They could not withstand a single blow. In just a short while, their mood fell from heaven to hell. "Lu Ming, my cultivation has been destroyed. Why do you have to kill me? Spare my life." Chapter 2162. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the Sky Space Demon Sect's sect master began to beg. Beg for mercy? What a joke! Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Sky Space Demon Sect's sect master had almost allowed Xian Yanqing's body to be possessed for his own selfish reasons. Later on, he had led the evil spirit sect's people to force Lu Ming to flee Tsang State. Was it possible to beg him for mercy now? The sword of death swung out and killed the Sky Space Demon Sect's sect master and the Heavenly God sect's sect master in front of their despairing eyes. "Kill!" Lu Ming roared. His saint power surged and condensed into spears around his body. These spears pierced through the air, piercing through the evil spirit sects and D family's cultivators, killing them in the air. Autumn Moon also made her move. Now, all the other party's martial emperors had been killed. How could anyone below the martial emperor compete with Autumn Moon? They could only be killed. Lu Ming didn't show any mercy. This was the evil spirit sect, created by a foreign race. They specialized in killing the primordial realm's cultivators and geniuses. There was no such thing as mercy, only killing. The D family, Heavenly God sect, and other forces had already submitted to the evil spirit sect. They were no different from the evil spirit sect. Screams rose and fell. This was a massacre. Lu Ming specifically chose subthearchs, supreme sages, and great sages to kill. No one could withstand a single move. As long as they were targeted by Lu Ming, only death awaited them. Soon, all the subthearchs were killed by Lu Ming. Run! Soon, the evil spirit sects and D family's cultivators collapsed. They no longer had the heart to resist and frantically fled in all directions. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and attacked crazily. With a wave of his hand, the spear light pierced through a radius of hundreds of miles. Several Supreme Sage experts exploded in the air. At the same time, the 18 subthearch puppets were also crazily hunting. The scene was like hell on earth. The evil spirit sects and D family's cultivators fell to the ground like raindrops. Attack! Don't let the evil spirit sect remnants escape. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared as he led the powerful cultivators of the Tsang State to hunt down the fleeing evil spirit sect and D family members. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had killed almost all of their top fighters. The rest could be left to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. A brief moment later, Lu Ming did not make any further moves. Instead, he ordered the 18 puppets to assist the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley and the others, while he headed deeper into the D clan. Although these puppets had not fully developed intelligence, they already had a trace of consciousness. As long as they were given an order, they would follow it. The puppets of the Divine Golem cult were naturally incomparable to Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others in the Primal Chaos Palace. 2E, Gold E, and the others had already gained sentience. Their intelligence was no different from ordinary people. Even Tu Qian, who was at the back, had sentience. This was not decided by the strength of one's battle prowess, but by the strength of one's puppet technique. Lu Ming arrived deep inside the D clan and spread out his spiritual sense, encapsulating the entire territory of the D clan. He did not discover anything. Lu Ming frowned. Strange, the D clan's patriarch, Di Shitian, was not here. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He dove down and punched out. The ground cracked open, revealing an underground passage. Lu Ming flew in. The underground passageway was quiet and serene. Lu Ming went all the way down and finally discovered that there was another universe in the depths of the underground. It was like an underground world. Inside, there were piles of treasures of the D clan. Lu Ming took them without hesitation. This should be the place where the D clan hid their treasures and where Di Shitian was in seclusion. Because there was a faint emperor's aura here. However, Di Shitian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming circled around the place and took away everything he could. Then he left the place. When he came out, he found two groups of people confronting each other. Lu Ming frowned. One of the groups was naturally the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. The other group was the group that did not come with Lu Ming. The leader was the old man with the aquiline nose. Wang, you are too despicable. Previously, when I asked you to come to the D clan, you were afraid of death and did not dare to come. Now that the D clan and the evil spirit sect have been destroyed, you came to fish in troubled waters and fight for resources and treasures. Don't you have any shame? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted. Yun Ruoxu, your appetite is too big. Do you want to take it all for yourself? Also, how many resources have the evil spirit sect and the D clan exploited in Song State all these years? We should take back some of them. The aquiline-nosed old man sneered and quibbled. Also, where are the storage rings of the evil spirit sect's experts? Hand them over. Don't think you can take it all for yourself. You want it with me? At this moment, Lu Ming said coldly and walked over. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was overjoyed. Lu Ming walked over in the air, his eyes flashing coldly. He knew what was going on as soon as he heard that. The aquiline-nosed old man and the others were afraid of death and did not dare to fight, but they secretly followed. When they saw that the evil spirit sect and the D clan had been destroyed, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and fight for resources. How could there be such a good thing in this world? The aquiline-nosed old man and the others looked solemn when they saw Lu Ming. Their speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. In fact, they had just arrived. They did not see the previous battle at all, nor did they see Lu Ming's great feat of killing martial emperors. However, when they were in the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Lu Ming's strength still made them very wary. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a few storage rings appeared in the air. These are the storage rings of the strongest members of the D clan and the evil spirit sect. If you want them, come and take them. Lu Ming said lightly. The aquiline-nosed old man and the others looked a little serious. For a moment, they did not dare to go forward, but the greed in their eyes was very strong. Lu Ming, are you really going to share them with us? The aquiline-nosed old man asked tentatively. What do you think? Lu Ming looked at the aquiline-nosed old man with a half-smile. The aquiline-nosed old man knew that Lu Ming was playing with him, and his face darkened. Lu Ming, the D clan and the evil spirit sect have so many treasures. You want to take them all for yourselves? We are also people of the Tsang state, so we should have a share. What right do you have to take these treasures? Lu Ming said lightly. Also, I gave you a chance to participate in the battle, but you were afraid of death and refused to come. You even said that you wanted to leave the 3 states and go to other states. Now, get lost. Lu Ming, you still want to chase us away? Don't go too far. The 3 states are not yours. The aquiline-nosed old man said angrily. Now that the D clan and evil spirit sect had been annihilated, the Emperor, Cloud, and Song continents had become ownerless. Only a few factions in Song continent were left. Next, it would be their turn to divide the spoils. How could they bear to leave? Lu Ming, don't go too far. We are also people of the Tsang state. You have no right to ask us to leave. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. Unless you can kill us all. The aquiline-nosed old man shouted. That's right, I won't leave even if I die. Another group of people followed suit and shouted. Bam! A ray of light flashed and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The aquiline-nosed old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 2163. The old man's eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so ruthless, killing him without hesitation. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lu Ming said calmly. Thump. The old man's body fell limply to the ground, and he was no longer breathing. Lu Ming, the others were shocked. They had not expected Lu Ming to attack all of a sudden. Bang. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he took a step forward, causing a terrifying pressure to descend. Bang, bang, bang. A few of the people who had teased the old man previously did not even have the chance to cry out before their bodies exploded, killing them on the spot. If you want to die, I'll kill all of you, Lu Ming said coldly. The remaining people's countenances changed drastically, revealing a horrified expression. Do you want to die here, or do you want to fulfill your promise and leave the 3 continents? Lu Ming's gaze was sharp as a knife as he glanced at the remaining people. These people were extremely regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would have followed Lu Ming to attack the D clan. However, they had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Those who had followed Lu Ming here were idiots, but they were not that stupid. Now, it was proven that they were the idiots. Those who had followed Lu Ming here were the wisest ones. From now on, they would be able to divide the 3 continents. How awesome would that be? However, they would not have a share. If they stayed, they would die. Lu Ming was clearly not a merciful person. Let's go, let's leave. We'll leave the 3 continents and never set foot in the 3 continents again. The people were left speechless. They then rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Cloud Sea Mountain range. Well done. These people are afraid of death, yet they still want to take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were extremely pleased. Next, they cleaned up the battlefield. They did not show any mercy to the people of the evil spirit sect. They killed all of them, leaving no one alive. However, they didn't kill some of the weaker members of the D clan. For example, those who were below the Huang Qi layer weren't a threat to them. Lu Ming asked some D clan members about Di Shirtion's whereabouts. But these people all shook their heads. How would they have the qualifications to know where a character like Sakura was going? Lu Ming felt some regret. If he had known, he would have left behind a few experts to ask. After that, Lu Ming left the D family and traveled across the 3 prefectures. He was afraid that the evil spirit sect and the D family still had powerful cultivators. He had to get rid of them all. There were indeed some powerful beings from the D family and the evil spirit sect in the Cloud State. However, there were no martial emperors, only a few sub-thearchs and some absolute saints. All of them had been killed by Lu Ming. Later on, Lu Ming simply sent out his puppets to roam the 3 states and hunt down the evil spirit sect and D family members. Several days later, almost all of the evil spirit sect and D family's elites had been killed. The 3 states were now truly under their control. Half a month later, everyone held a grand event in the Dragon God Valley to celebrate their freedom. At the same time, they discussed how to divide the 3 states. Now, the Cloud Emperor Mountain and the D family were all destroyed. There were originally 13 sects in the Tsang state, but the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Poison Desire Sect, Blood Demon House, Intentionless Saber Sect, and Heavenly God Sect had all been destroyed because they had sided with the Evil Spirit Sect. Previously, the 9 Heaven Sword Sect, Heavenly King Palace, and a few other remnant forces did not dare to fight because they were afraid of death. Their higher-ups were killed by Lu Ming, and the rest had all retreated from the 3 states. Therefore, the only major forces left were the Dragon God Valley, Demon Castle, Linglong Palace, Life and Death Sword Sect, and the Piyuan family. The 3 states were divided between the 5 major forces. But this time, they were able to destroy the Evil Spirit Sect and the D family mainly because of Lu Ming. And Lu Ming was from the Dragon God Valley, so he naturally had to take the biggest share. In the end, the Dragon God Valley took the entire Tsang state. The Demon Castle and Linglong Palace equally divided the Cloud State, while the Life and Death Sword sect and the Piyuan family equally divided the Emperor State. The next day, everyone went on the road and began to rebuild. The Dragon God Valley also began to gather disciples to rebuild the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming also joined in, and he set up a large array around the Dragon God Valley. At the same time, Lu Ming took out 2 puppets and handed them to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. These 2 puppets were equivalent to the 1-star illusionary the Arch Realm puppets. Their intelligence was not high, but they already had spirituality. As long as they were ordered to protect the Dragon God Valley, they would fight to the end. Back in the Divine Golem sect, Lu Ming had bought a total of 3 1-star illusionary the Arch Realm puppets and 18 sub-Thearch Realm puppets. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was very shocked. After not seeing him for so many years, he knew that Lu Ming had reached an astonishing level. Now, he could even take out Martial Emperor Realm puppets. The reason why Lu Ming took out 2 Martial Emperor Realm puppets for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was mainly because he was afraid that Sakura would appear. He could not stay in the Tsang state for long. Soon he would have to return to the Divine Wilderness. At the same time, Lu Ming also told the Cloud Dragon Valley Master about Ice Dragon Ancestor and Ice Dragon Valley Master. After hearing the news, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sighed. Ice Dragon Valley Master had passed away, and Ice Dragon Ancestor was nowhere to be found. Now, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was the only one left in the upper echelon of the Dragon God Valley. After that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master temporarily took over the position of Dragon God Valley Master and began to rebuild the Dragon God Valley. He collected the resources of the entire Tsang state and nurtured talented geniuses. Lu Ming also left behind a large amount of resources. Now, Lu Ming had too many resources in his hands. In the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, he had destroyed the Feng clan and Wan clan and killed a shocking number of martial emperors. With his current cultivation, he could open the storage rings of true emperors and illusionary thearchs. How many resources were there? For example, he could open Emperor Tsang's storage ring now. He also asked Uncle Kong to help him open the storage ring of the Mu clan's martial emperor that he killed. He now had a shocking amount of resources. He left a portion for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. With these resources and the entire Tsang state, he believed that the Dragon God Valley would quickly become stronger and become the true overlord of the Tsang state. Next, Lu Ming stayed in Tsang state for 3 months. In these 3 months, the entire Tsang state was completely under the control of the Dragon God Valley. The headquarters of the 13 sects had all become branches of the Dragon God Valley. Some small forces had also joined the Dragon God Valley. During this period, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon took turns to preach. The entire Dragon God Valley came to listen and benefited a lot. For example, the number 1 genius of the Dragon God Valley, Zifeng, had broken through the shackles and reached the Bright Sage realm. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, with the help of Lu Ming's resources, he had also broken through a bottleneck and reached another level in his cultivation. In these years, because the resources were exploited by the Evil Spirit sect and the D clan, the cultivation of the Dragon God Valley did not increase much. Now that they had the help of various top resources, many people's cultivation had broken through and increased. It was a scene of prosperity. At this time, Lu Ming said goodbye to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He was going to return to the Divine Wilderness continent. Chapter 2164. 8 ancient altars floated in the air in the center of the ancient city of the ruins of God. At that moment, one of the altars suddenly lit up, and 2 figures appeared on the altar. They were Autumn Moon and Lu Ming. "We're finally back." Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon also looked around curiously. There was no one around the altars, and it was quiet. "Autumn Moon, let's go back to the Divine Wilderness." Lu Ming smiled and held Autumn Moon's little hand as they flew down the altar and towards the south. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped with a bewildered look on his face. "Young master, what's wrong?" Autumn Moon asked in surprise. "Autumn Moon, have you noticed that something is wrong here? The origin chi is too rich." Lu Ming said with a trace of shock on his face. The origin chi is indeed rich. It's not inferior to Tsang Prefecture, Cloud Prefecture, and Emperor Prefecture. Autumn Moon said after sensing it. Although the origin chi in the continent of God is richer than in the divine wilderness, it's completely incomparable to Yuanlu. But now, the origin chi here is actually comparable to Tsang Prefecture. The more Lu Ming said, the more incredulous he felt. The continent of God was a barren land among the 10 lands of the primordial realm. The origin chi was scarce, and the space was extremely unstable. It was too different from Yuanlu and could not be compared at all. But now, the origin chi here was really comparable to Tsang Prefecture. Lu Ming could not have sensed wrongly. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his palm in the air, and the space rippled like water. The space is also countless times more stable. How is that possible? Lu Ming was even more shocked. The continent of God was at the edge of the primordial realm, and the space was extremely unstable. Here, domain enlightened spirit God realm cultivators could tear open space. As for the martial monarch realm, a casual move would be able to shatter space. When Lu Ming was here, he could cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill enemies. But just now, although Lu Ming hadn't used much power, if it had been in the past, the space around him would have been pierced through by Lu Ming. But now, there were only ripples. The space was much more stable than before. It was already very close to the Yuanlu. Following that, Lu Ming sensed the heaven and earth and discovered that the laws had become countless times clearer. If one were to cultivate in such an environment, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Like the Tsang Prefecture, the Cloud Prefecture, and the Emperor Prefecture, there were groups of martial emperors. There were even bright saints, great saints, absolute saints, and quasi-emperors. How was this possible? What had happened in the godly ruins continent all these years? How could there be such a shocking change? It was a complete upheaval. A remote and desolate place had suddenly become a holy land for cultivation. At this moment, Autumn Moon had also figured out the difference between the two. He was also stunned. Something big must have happened in the Divine Ruins continent group. Let's return to the Divine Wilderness continent first. Lu Ming said. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The two of them soared into the sky and flew towards the south of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. If it had been in the past, they would have been able to travel through the void at will. With their current cultivation, they would have been able to reach the Divine Wilderness continent from the Divine Ruins continent in a few minutes. But now, the space was much more stable. Just like in the Yuanlu, they could no longer travel through the void. Kill! Kill! After flying for a while, they heard deafening shouts in front of them. There seemed to be thousands of soldiers and horses in front of them. Lu Ming's expression changed. The two of them continued to fly. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. They saw countless figures standing on the city wall. Some people were fighting in the air. 7th level Martial Emperor, 8th level Martial Emperor. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that the people fighting in the air were all 7th level and 8th level Martial Emperors. Also, there were a large number of Martial Emperor realm experts among those who hadn't made a move yet. It would have been unimaginable in the past. Before Lu Ming had left the Divine Ruins continent, the strongest expert in the Divine Ruins continent was the 4th layer Martial Emperor realm. Besides, before Lu Ming had left, he had almost killed all the cultivators above the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm. But now, he could easily identify cultivators above the 5th layer Martial Emperor realm. As expected, the heavens and earth were different now. The chi of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins was rich and the rules were clear. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu did not stop there. They continued to fly forward. He finally understood what was happening. Outside the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, there were countless figures wearing armor with strong battle intent. It was obvious that two groups of people were fighting. However, Lu Ming was not interested in it. He and Qiu Yu headed out of the city wall. Hey you two, which clan are you from? Don't go anywhere. There are enemies outside the city. You will die if you go out. Someone glanced at Lu Ming and Qiu Yu and reminded them. However, Lu Ming continued to walk out as if he did not hear it. I've never seen them before. I wonder which clan they are from. They are courting death. Many people glanced at Lu Ming and Qiu Yu and uttered hollow laughs, but no one dared to stop them. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu left the ancient city of the divine ruins and flew toward the south. They are from the city. Take them down. How bold of them! Are they trying to provoke us? Someone among the army outside the city said furiously. The people outside the city assumed Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were from the city. They were infuriated when they saw the two of them walking out of the city as if they were not taking them seriously. Immediately, two people flew toward Lu Ming and Qiu Yu and reached out their hands to grab Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. They were two third-layer martial emperors. They would have been considered dominators in the past. Piss off! Lu Ming shouted coldly. With Lu Ming's cultivation, his casual shout contained great power. The two third-layer martial emperors' bodies shook violently and they were sent flying back while vomiting blood. So they are two experts. Kill them. How arrogant! Do you think you can provoke us with just the two of you? Many people in the army outside the city were furious and more experts flew out. There were at least a dozen seventh-layer martial emperors and eighth-layer martial emperors. Their eyes were cold and their killing intent was as sharp as knives. Some of them even glanced at Qiu Yu with greed and desire. You are courting death. Kill them. Lu Ming shouted coldly and stepped forward. The sky rumbled and a terrifying energy swept out. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the dozen people who rushed over exploded and they died on the spot. Lu Ming did not have a good impression of the people of the Godly Ruins continent. Back then, all the forces of the Godly Ruins continent had joined forces to kill Lu Ming in order to take his Chaos Origin token. If it were not for Lu Ming's high cultivation, he would have been killed. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. He killed more than a dozen experts with one move, which shocked everyone. How can this be? Is he a Saint Realm expert? That's impossible. The Godly Ruins continent has not produced a Saint Realm expert. The strongest one is only a half-saint. Is he a half-saint? Chapter 2165. Lu Ming killed more than a dozen experts with one move, shocking the crowd and making the people outside the city turn pale. Even the battle in the sky stopped. The experts from both sides flew back to their respective camps. Fellow cultivator, you've crossed the line. A middle-aged man stepped down from the sky and stared at Lu Ming, emitting a powerful aura. The second stage of half-saint. Lu Ming could clearly sense the other party's cultivation. It seems that the upheaval has been going on for a long time. Even a second stage half-saint has appeared. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Come here, I have some questions for you. Lu Ming looked at the second stage half-saint expert and said indifferently. In Lu Ming's eyes, a second stage half-saint was nothing. Naturally, his tone was not respectful. It even sounded like a command. When those words entered the other party's ears, his face darkened to the point of death. You and I have an agreement. A half-saint cannot interfere. You've crossed the line. The middle-aged man said again. I asked you to come here. I have something to ask you. Lu Ming added. His face turned cold. He was indeed full of questions and wanted to find someone to ask. You're so arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of. The middle-aged man was furious. He unleashed all his strength and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming. A second stage half-saint had already mastered the laws. In the eyes of others, their power was shocking and terrifying. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, they were no different from ants. Lu Ming simply stretched out a hand and a big hand condensed. It clashed with the middle-aged burly man and pinched him. He then exerted force and the middle-aged burly man screamed miserably. There were cracking sounds all over his body and many of his bones were broken. Both inside and outside the city were silent. A half-saint was like a baby in Lu Ming's hands. He could not withstand a single blow. Then, the people in the city were overjoyed. Their morale was greatly boosted. Take the opportunity to kill him. Yes, kill him. How could the city's upper echelons miss this opportunity? Lu Ming had walked out of the city. He had used his powerful means to kill the enemy's powerhouses one after another. Even a half-step saint couldn't withstand a single blow from him. As a result, the enemy's morale must be extremely low. This was the best opportunity to attack. Inside the city, A large group of experts charged out of the city. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He wasn't here to help the city. He only attacked because the other party attacked him first, and he wanted to ask some questions. However, the people in the city wanted to borrow his power and use him as a hired thug. All of you scram. Lu Ming turned around and roared. Waves of terrifying energy erupted from his mouth and surged towards the experts in the city. Bang! Bang! Inside the city, the experts who were charging at the forefront exploded one after another in the air. Dozens of them died in an instant. Back off. Retreat. The remaining people were almost scared to death. They frantically retreated, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Now, everyone understood that Lu Ming did not belong to either side. Following that, Lu Ming stretched out a large hand into the city and grabbed an old man. Everyone gasped. This old man was also a half-step saint, the top expert in the current Divine Ruins continent. You're Lu Ming? The old man stared at Lu Ming and suddenly shouted. What? Many people were shocked. In the depths of their memories, a demonic name emerged. Lu Ming. More than 10 years ago, he had shaken the entire Divine Ruins continent. Who didn't know him? At that time, the top experts in the Divine Ruins continent were almost all killed. It's really Lu Ming. I recognize him. Someone shouted again. Previously, when Lu Ming first appeared, many people did not recognize him. After all, more than 10 years had passed. Lu Ming's temperament had undergone a great change. Many people did not react in time. However, now that they were reminded, many people reacted, and their faces turned pale. He was a fiend. Moreover, didn't he go to Yuanlu? Why did he come back? Could it be that he had just returned from Yuanlu? Many people figured it out. That must be the case. That was why he appeared in the city. I'll ask you some questions. If you answer me honestly, I won't kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Alliance leader Lu, please ask. We will tell you everything we know. The old man in the city hurriedly said. Me do. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming's current strength was unfathomable. They did not dare to have the slightest disloyalty. Let me ask you, what's going on with this world? Why is the origin chi so dense? It's countless times denser than before. Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. As expected, he had just returned from Yunlu. Alliance leader Lu, it's like this, the old man in the city hurriedly answered and told him everything that had happened over the years. The middle-aged man added from time to time. After hearing that, Lu Ming was shocked. It turned out that all of this was because of the Divine Wilderness continent. To be precise, it was because of the Divine Wilderness continent's 9-Dragon City. About 8 or 9 years ago, there was a sudden change in 9-Dragon City. A passageway suddenly appeared in the middle of 9-Dragon City. The 9 dragon veins and 9 dragon cauldrons that suppressed 9 dragons city flew away one by one into the passageway. Endless origin chi spread out from the passageway, causing the origin chi of the Divine Wilderness continent to become extremely dense. It even spread to the surrounding continents, such as the Divine Ruins continent. With the density of the origin chi, the laws of the world became very clear and easy to comprehend. At the same time, the world and space became extremely stable. Every time a dragon vein and 9 dragon cauldron flew away, more origin chi would surge out from the passageway. In addition, the Divine Wilderness continent and the other continents seemed to have countless spiritual roots or seeds of sacred herbs buried deep underground. Now that the origin chi was dense, these spiritual roots and seeds of sacred herbs had all awakened and bloomed. Countless spiritual herbs and sacred herbs had appeared all over the world. During this period of time, the martial Dao world had also increased explosively. Everyone's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, advancing at a tremendous pace. Especially in the Divine Wilderness continent, there were as many experts as there were clouds. Not only martial emperors, but even saints had appeared one after another. This made Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon dumbfounded. They did not expect the changes of the world to be related to the 9-dragon cauldron. The whole world had awakened and was full of vitality. Could it be that the legend of the 9-dragon cauldron was wrong? Lu Ming thought. Legend had it that the nine-dragon cauldron was forged by human experts in ancient times to suppress the nine-dragon veins. But now, Lu Ming speculated that the nine-dragon cauldron and the nine-dragon veins were one and were used to suppress the passageway. Where does that passageway lead to? Chapter 2166. Lu Ming guessed that the passageway in Nine Dragon City must lead to a place with extremely dense origin qi. Only when the passageway led to such a place would the origin qi converge, and the laws of heaven and earth would it create such a scene. Was it Yunlu or the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. However, what the old man and the middle-aged man said next caused Lu Ming's expression to change. Because they said that a few years ago, some supreme experts had come from Yunlu. They were called martial emperors and they had occupied Divine Wilderness Continent. Now, Divine Wilderness Continent was under the control of these experts from Yunlu. As for Divine Ruins Continent, because it was far from Divine Wilderness Continent, the origin qi was not as dense and there were not many sacred herbs and spiritual fruits that had recovered. Therefore, the experts from Yunlu did not extend their hands here. Expert from Yunlu, martial emperors? Could it be Sakura? Lu Ming's expression changed and he immediately thought of Sakura. Sakura was not in Yunlu. It was very likely that he had heard some news and came to Divine Wilderness Continent. If that was the case, wouldn't Dragon Alliance be controlled by Sakura? Then, wouldn't his parents, Xiel Wan and the others fall into Sakura's hands? At that moment, Lu Ming could not remain calm. He wanted to immediately return to Divine Wilderness Continent. Following that, Lu Ming asked a few more questions before leaving with Qiu Yu and flying in the direction of Divine Wilderness Continent. The two of them were extremely fast. Soon, they flew out of Divine Ruins Continent and into the boundless sea. Along the way, Lu Ming discovered that the world was different. The origin qi was incomparably dense and there were spiritual mountains and spiritual herbs everywhere. If Divine Ruins Continent was like this, then what would Divine Wilderness Continent be like? It must be even more shocking. But in the sea beasts surged and emitted a shocking aura. Ninth layer Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming discovered a shark that was extremely ferocious and had a cultivation of the ninth layer Martial Royal Realm. The origin qi in the sea was also incomparably dense, causing the cultivation of the sea beasts in the sea to skyrocket. The two of them were extremely fast and they were constantly approaching Divine Wilderness Continent. The closer they were to Divine Wilderness Continent, the denser the origin qi became and the space became more stable. This gave Lu Ming the illusion that he had returned to Yunlu. Not long after, the two returned to the Divine Wilderness and disembarked from northern plains. What a rich yuan qi! Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were shocked. The origin qi in the northern plains was extremely dense. The two of them felt that they were close to the ancient Moon Holy Land. One had to know that the ancient Moon Holy Land was one of the 9 great holy lands of the Yuan Mountain Land. It was known as a holy land, so one could imagine the cultivation environment. However, the Divine Wilderness Continent was very close to the ancient Moon Holy Land. The two of them used the Divine Breath technique to alter their appearances and auras. It was possible that Sakura was in the Divine Wilderness Continent and there were other members of the Emperor family. Lu Ming did not want to alert them. Acting in secret was the best plan. Lu Ming turned into a dark-skinned young man, and Autumn Moon turned into an ordinary-looking woman. The two of them slowed down and walked through the air, observing the changes in various places. On the ground, ancient trees towered into the sky. On many mountain peaks, spiritual medicines were everywhere. There were even sacred medicines growing. Many demonic beasts roamed the mountains and forests, and their cultivations were very powerful. With a casual glance, they discovered that there were many spiritual sea realm, spiritual embryo realm, and spiritual god realm demonic beasts. They were in groups. There were also many martial emperor realm demonic beasts. These demonic beasts fed on spiritual medicines, and their cultivations skyrocketed. Even Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then, the two of them flew and looked for big cities to gather information. Soon, they came to a big city and found out more detailed information. This land began to change 8 or 9 years ago. As the ruler of the Divine Wilderness Continent, the Dragon League seized the opportunity to obtain a large amount of resources. The number of experts in the Dragon League skyrocketed, and the experts became stronger. However, a few years ago, experts from the Yuanlu came. Facing the experts from the Yuanlu, the Dragon League could not resist at all. They were suppressed and occupied. There was more than one group of experts from the Yuanlu. There were several groups that occupied various territories in the Divine Wilderness continent. Currently, the Divine Wilderness continent was the ruler of the Yuanlu experts. The experts from the Dragon League were completely controlled by the experts from the Yuanlu experts. Lu Ming's heart was heavy. At the same time, he also heard some other news. Over the years, many people in the Divine Wilderness continent had speculated about the changes in the land. Some people said that the Divine Wilderness continent must have been a prosperous land in the distant past. This could be deduced from the countless spiritual medicines and sacred medicines that emerged from the depths of the earth. In the distant past, the Divine Wilderness continent must have been filled with spiritual medicines and sacred medicines. However, later on, for some unknown reason, this land was sealed by the 9-dragon cauldron and the 9-dragon veins. Therefore, the Divine Wilderness continent had withered. Now that the passage had been reopened, the entire continent had recovered. Lu Ming's heart was heavy as he rushed to the central continent with Chiu Moon. Along the way, they saw many people roaming the vast mountains in search of various spiritual medicines and sacred medicines. Young master, many people are heading towards that mountain range, Chiu Moon said. Lu Ming nodded. Along the way, they noticed that many people were flying in the same direction. Their eyes were burning with passion. I'm afraid that an incredible treasure has appeared in that place. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. Then he flew in that direction with Chiu Moon. Soon, they arrived in front of a vast mountain range. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the mountains. Demonic beasts as large as mountains roamed freely, fighting with human martial artists. This mountain range is really impressive. There are sacred medicines everywhere. Lu Ming's eyes were like stars. He could see a large territory and the entire mountain range. Standing high in the sky, the large mountain range was reflected in his eyes. He discovered that the mountain range was rich in origin qi. Spiritual medicines and sacred medicines were everywhere. There were even more sacred medicines and spiritual medicines than the ancient moon sacred ground. Lu Ming could not help but think that the Divine Wilderness continent might have been prosperous in the distant past. Deep underground, there were seeds of sacred medicines that had not decayed for thousands of years. Now that the origin qi was rich, they had taken root and sprouted. Otherwise, no matter how rich the origin qi was, it was impossible for so many spiritual medicines and sacred medicines to grow in less than 10 years. Similarly, there were countless powerful demonic beasts living in this vast mountain range. Young master, shall we collect some sacred medicines too? Chiu Moon asked. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Although Lu Ming had a lot of resources in his hands, no one would complain about having more panacea. Although they would not be able to use these panacea, his parents and others would definitely be able to use them in the future. The two rushed into the forest and saw a ginseng that was as thick as an arm. It was golden and fragrant. This was a sacred medicine. It was useful even for martial sages. However, this ginseng was guarded by a demonic beast. A giant wolf with the strength of a second-layer martial royal realm lunged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and a strong force shot out, killing the giant wolf. Then he put away the golden ginseng. After that, Chiu Moon and Lu Ming traveled through the forest to collect sacred medicines. They were too lazy to collect ordinary sacred medicines. In a valley, Lu Ming casually killed a giant snake with the strength of a first-layer martial royal realm and collected a sacred medicine. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It would be strange if the cultivation of the people of the Divine Wilderness continent did not soar during this period of time. There were too many sacred medicines. Chapter 2167. There were so many sacred herbs here that even those from the ancient moon sacred land would be envious of them. Of course, it was impossible to improve one's cultivation just by consuming the herbs. One still needed to comprehend them. However, it was still much faster than before. Bush, bush. At that moment, a few figures appeared above the valley. There were 4 of them, an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and a middle-aged woman. The 4 of them glanced at the corpse of the giant snake in the valley and were surprised. "The 2 of you, were you the ones who killed this giant snake?" the old man asked. He was obviously the leader of the 4. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "You 2 are quite young, but you managed to kill a first-layer martial royal realm giant snake. Are you here for the Holy Spirit fruit too?" the old man asked. Holy Spirit fruit? Lu Ming was confused, but he did not show it on his face. He asked, "Are you here too?" "That's right. We've received news that there's a Holy Spirit fruit tree on Wuyuan Mountain that's about to mature. A single Holy Spirit fruit is enough to give birth to a martial saint expert. Many treasure hunting groups have come here to compete for the Holy Spirit fruit," the old man said. "A single Holy Spirit fruit can give birth to a martial saint?" Lu Ming was shocked. He had read many books in the Great Elixir Evolution Palace, but he had never heard of a fruit like the Holy Spirit fruit, not to mention the fact that it could give birth to a martial saint. It seemed like the divine wilderness continent had indeed given birth to some amazing things. Lu Ming's interest grew. "Are you 2 willing to join us? The more people we have, the better. We can take care of each other on the way," the old man asked again. "Sure." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Qiu Yu was completely at Lu Ming's beck and call. She would follow whatever Lu Ming did. The old man and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were able to move around in the mountains and kill a first-layer martial royal realm giant snake, which meant that they were quite strong. If they joined them, their strength would increase too. Lu Ming wanted to join them mainly because he wanted to take a look at the Holy Spirit fruit. It would be nice if he could pick a few and give them to his parents. Then, the 2 sides introduced themselves to each other. Lu Ming knew that the old man's name was Han Zhong. The 4 of them were a treasure-seeking group. Ever since the anomaly of the divine wilderness continent, all sorts of spirit herbs and sacred herbs began to recover. Many treasure-seeking groups had appeared. As the name implied, these people roamed the various famous mountains and great rivers in search of various spirit medicines and saint medicines to exchange for various cultivation resources. This time, many treasure hunting groups came to Mount Wuyun. After the introductions, the group continued on their journey. The old man headed deeper into the mountain range. As he walked, he searched for spirit herbs and saint herbs. What a strong medicinal fragrance! Suddenly, Han Zhong's expression changed. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu also smelled the rich medicinal fragrance coming from the front. Everyone hurriedly moved forward and immediately saw a small patch of sparkling purple grass. Redbud orchid. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he recognized this grass. The redbud orchid was a low-level sacred medicine. To bright Saint Realm martial artists, it was quite useful. There were a total of 7 of them. Han Zhong's eyes lit up. 7 sacred medicines appeared at once, and they were very valuable. However, it was not that easy to obtain them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss could be heard from the ground as purple threads slithered around. They were small snakes the size of chopsticks, and their bodies were sparkling. Lu Ming glanced at them and saw 11 of them. Bush, bush. The 11 small snakes shot towards the group. Attack! Han Zhong roared and attacked together with the others, attacking the 11 little snakes. The 11 small snakes had high cultivation levels. They were all martial emperors. The strongest one was a LV3 martial emperor, the same as Han Zhong. Was this still the divine wilderness continent? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He had an illusion that he was in the Yuanlu continent. Back in the day, a LV1 martial emperor was an overlord in the divine wilderness continent. They could establish an overlord force and dominate a region. The LV2 martial emperor was almost invincible in the world. The LV3 martial emperor was legendary. Xie Luan was a LV3 martial emperor when he was at his peak. However, there was a nest of snakes in the mountain and they were all martial emperors. The strongest one was a LV3 martial emperor. It made Lu Ming feel as though time and space were in a mess. It was as though he was still in Yuanlu. Clang, clang. Han Zhong and the others fought against the 11 small purple snakes. Han Zhong fought against the LV3 Martial Emperor snake alone while the others fought against the other small snakes. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also attacked. Of course, they did not use their full strength. They only used a part of their strength. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon killed 2 small snakes in a row. This surprised the others. Autumn Moon and Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than they had imagined. Kill! The 2 burly men and the middle-aged woman unleashed their full strength and used various killing moves. They finally suppressed the small snakes and killed them. Their cultivation level is high, but their combat strength is not high. Lu Ming shook his head inwardly. He realized that although these people's cultivation level had reached the Martial Emperor realm, their combat strength was much weaker than those in the Yuanlu continent. This was because these people lacked domain martial techniques. That's right, Han Zhong and the others were all using brute force. This was normal. Now that the heavens and earth had recovered, the origin chi had increased greatly. Many people's cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. However, domain martial techniques would not appear out of nowhere. For example, the 2 burly men were LV2 martial emperors. However, they could only barely suppress the LV1 martial emperors. It took them a lot of effort to kill the LV1 martial emperors. However, Han Zhong was at a disadvantage in the battle against the LV3 martial emperor snake. The little purple snake was as fast as lightning. Its speed was astonishing, and its body was as hard as iron. It forced Han Zhong into a fluster. Swoosh! At this moment, a purple lightning bolt rushed towards Han Zhong from another direction. It was another small purple snake. Its cultivation level was also LV3 Martial Emperor. Not good. The 2 burly men and the middle-aged woman were shocked. Surprisingly, there was also a small purple snake of the 3rd layer of the Martial Emperor realm hiding nearby. At this moment, it suddenly attacked Han Zhong. Han Zhong was already having a hard time dealing with one snake. Now that there was another one attacking him, he could not avoid it at all. The 2 burly men wanted to save him, but it was too late. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly appeared behind Han Zhong and threw out a palm. The surging palm force directly sent that little snake flying. Of course, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the small purple snake would have died. But with this block, the others finally reacted. Attack! The 2 burly men and the middle-aged woman rushed towards the small snake. The 3 of them joined forces and fought against the small snake. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also joined the battle. They pretended to attack and soon killed the small snake. Then he helped Han Zhong kill the little snake as well. Brother Lu's combat strength is not bad. Why don't you join our treasure hunting group and search for treasures together? Chapter 2168. Han Zhong invited Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming and Chiu Moon would join their group. The others also had hopeful looks on their faces. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed had exceeded their expectations. He was most likely a 3rd-layer martial dominator realm expert, whose strength was even stronger than Han Zhong's. If Lu Ming and Chiu Moon were willing to join them, the strength of their group would increase tremendously. Lu Ming immediately shook his head and rejected the offer. Why would he want to join a group like this? He had only joined Han Zhong's group because he wanted to take a look at the Wuyuan mountain. Seeing Lu Ming's rejection, Han Zhong and the others were disappointed. Brother Lu, I'm old, so I'll give you a word of advice. Although your cultivation is not weak, now that the world is recovering, everyone's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Experts are everywhere, especially when you're searching for sacred herbs and spirit herbs in the vast mountains. You'll encounter even more powerful demonic beasts, and it'll be even more dangerous. Han Zhong did not give up and spoke again. In other words, although Lu Ming's cultivation was not bad, the 2 of them were not enough. He would need to work with others. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Ming let out a smile, but he still did not accept the offer. Young man, you're too full of yourself. I've seen many confident cultivators like you, who thought they were strong, but they all died in the end. A middle-aged bulky man could not help but mock him. Don't talk nonsense. Han Zhong snapped, causing the bulky man to shut his mouth. Brother Lu, Don't mind him. He didn't mean it. Han Zhong explained with a smile. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Given his current realm and standing at such a height, he really did not feel anything about these words. Besides, once they reached the Wuyuan Mountain and obtained the sacred spiritual fruit, he would not have any interaction with Han Zhong and the others in the future. Following this, Han Zhong plucked the 7 stalks of redbud orchids. Brother Lu, thanks for your help. There are 7 stalks in total, and you can take 3. What do you think? Han Zhong handed 3 stalks of redbud orchids to Lu Ming. 7 redbud orchids for the 6 of them. However, this time, Lu Ming had contributed a lot, so he gave Lu Ming an extra redbud orchid. Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 3 redbud orchids. Next, everyone continued to head towards 5 Yuan Mountain. Along the way, they obtained a few more saintly medicines, which they divided equally among themselves. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light shot toward Han Zhong from the mountain peak ahead. Retreat! Han Zhong's expression changed drastically as he retreated at top speed. Boom! The place where he had been standing suddenly exploded, and a large hole appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were a total of 5 or 6 figures rushing towards them from all directions. Their cold, murderous intent sent chills down their spines. Not good, it's his treasure-seeking group. Let's go! Let's go! Han Zhong roared and retreated with the others. Treasure hunting groups would enter various famous mountains and great rivers to search for sacred herbs and spirit herbs. In fact, their greatest danger was not the demonic beasts, but the people of other treasure hunting groups. If they encountered a powerful treasure hunting group in the wild, the other party would most likely kill them and steal their treasures. It was obvious that they had stumbled into such a treasure hunting group. Han Zhong and the others retreated, but their speed was extremely fast. Bang! A terrifying palm print as large as a mountain was thrown in their direction, encapsulating Han Zhong and the others within it. Han Zhong, 2 bulky men, and a middle-aged woman yelled as they tried to resist the palm print. However, Han Zhong was fine as he was only knocked a few steps backward. The others were knocked backward while vomiting blood. 4th layer Martial Dominator Realm. Han Zhong let out a roar. Bang! Bang! 6 figures surrounded them from all directions, each emitting a terrifying aura. 3 3rd-layer Martial Dominators, 2 4th-layer Martial Dominators, and 1 5th-layer Martial Dominator Realm. Lu Ming could easily sense the other party's ability. 5th-layer Martial Dominator Realm. Han Zhong felt despair. Kill! The 5th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert slashed at Han Zhong with a saber in his hand. There was no way Han Zhong could resist the slash. Han Zhong and the others were filled with despair. However, at that instant, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Zhong and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Han Zhong was astounded. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation was quite impressive, there was no way he could resist the slash. He would only be courting death if he tried to stop Han Zhong. However, he was stunned the next moment. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and with a gentle pinch, he caught the saber between his fingers. That saber stopped in Lu Ming's hand, unable to move at all. Han Zhong, the 2 bulky men, and the middle-aged woman stared with their eyes wide open. That was a slash from a 5th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert. A 3rd-layer Martial Dominator would be killed by the slash, and a 4th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert would be severely injured. However, Lu Ming had easily caught the saber with 2 fingers. What kind of cultivation was that? What kind of strength was that? The people on the other side stared with their mouths open wide. The 5th-layer Martial Dominator was even more terrified. He was well aware of the power of his slash, but Lu Ming's fingers were as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move the saber at all. Run, run, leave at once. The 5th-layer Martial Dominator let out a roar. He knew that he had stumbled into a terrifying expert. If he did not leave now, he would die. He immediately let go of the saber and fled from the scene. It's too late to back off now, Lu Ming calmly said as he pinched the saber with his fingers. Clink. The battle saber directly shattered into 6 pieces and shot out explosively. Each piece was aimed at one of the opponents. Blood splattered everywhere. The 6 experts, whether they were in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th LV, were all pierced through by the fragments of the saber and died on the spot. Han Zhong, the 2 bulky men, and the middle-aged woman stared at the scene with their eyes open wide. Among the 6 cultivators, even the weakest one was on par with Han Zhong, but he had just been killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming did not even move from his spot. They could feel a chill running down their spines as they realized that they had stumbled into a terrifying genius. What was Lu Ming's cultivation? 7th layer martial dominator realm, 8th layer martial dominator realm, or even higher. It took them quite a while to collect their thoughts. Lu Ming, it's my fault. Please forgive me. One of the bulky men, in particular, apologized to Lu Ming with a reddened face. Previously, he had mocked Lu Ming for being too full of himself as he was not willing to join them. However, he now realized that Lu Ming was not being full of himself. It was obvious that he had the strength to back it up, and that he was not interested in them at all. Their strength was not helpful to Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not bothered at all. He waved his hand and collected the storage rings of the 6 cultivators, before saying, "Let's go to Wuyuan Mountain." The group continued their journey toward Wuyuan Mountain. However, Han Zhong and his crew's attitude toward Lu Ming and Qiu Moon underwent a great change, as they were now extremely respectful toward them. After passing through a few mountain ranges, a giant mountain appeared before them, piercing through the clouds. Chapter 2169. Even from afar, Lu Ming could see that there was a big tree at the top of Mount Wuyuan. It was glowing like a divine tree. On the branches of the big tree, there were 9 fruits. They were as red as fire jade and had a medicinal fragrance. Those were the Holy Spirit fruits, but they were not ripe yet. Figures could be seen flashing around the mountain from time to time. They were all treasure hunting groups. However, the Holy Spirit fruits were not ripe yet. Unripe Holy Spirit fruits were useless, so everyone was waiting for the Holy Spirit fruits to ripen. Lu Ming and the others also flew forward. Boom! A fierce battle broke out in the forest in front of them. 2 treasure hunting groups were fighting each other, and people were killed from time to time. Not long after, one of the treasure hunting groups was killed. His storage ring was taken away, and his corpse was left there forever. The victorious treasure hunting group also noticed Lu Ming and the others. They glanced at them coldly, then left in a flash. As they approached Mount Wuyuan, more and more treasure hunting groups appeared. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and found at least 100 treasure hunting groups. There were more than 1,000 of them. These people looked at each other coldly and did not make a move. Obviously, they were waiting for the Holy Spirit fruits to ripen. Once the Holy Spirit fruits ripened, there would be a fierce battle. But for the Holy Spirit fruits, everything was worth it. 1 Holy Spirit fruit could create a Saint Realm elite. 9 Holy Spirit fruits were equivalent to 9 Saint Realm experts. Although the world had changed and everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed, the Saint Realm was still very rare. Every Saint Realm elite was a top elite. Of course, this did not include the elites from Yuanlu, but only those from Divine Wilderness Continent. The elites from Yuanlu were too strong and could not be compared at all. Suddenly, a group of people stepped toward Lu Ming and the others. There were more than a dozen of them. Their auras were violent, and every one of them was an elite. This was a very powerful treasure hunting group. You're such a weak treasure hunting group, and you want to fight for the Holy Spirit fruits? You don't know what's good for you. Hand over your storage rings and get lost. A strong man in his 30s scolded. The faces of Han Zhong and the others turned pale. This treasure hunting group was too strong. They were clearly much stronger than the treasure hunting group that had ambushed them before. Faced with such a treasure hunting group, they had no other choice but to agree to the other party's request. They couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. They hoped that Lu Ming could create a miracle because they were unwilling to hand over their storage rings. The loot in the storage ring was exchanged with their lives. What? Hand over your storage rings. Do you want to die? The burly man's voice turned cold. The other members of the treasure-seeking group watched with cold smiles on their faces. Treasure hunting groups were a profession that had only appeared in recent years. They traveled through various dangerous famous mountains and great rivers, and were accustomed to life and death battles. Without strength, only death awaited. Scram. At this moment, an icy cold voice sounded. It was from Lu Ming. The burly man was stunned. He looked at Lu Ming, thinking that he had misheard. This brat actually told him to scram? Could it be that he had gone mad? Boom. A powerful aura erupted from his body. 7th layer martial dominator realm. The burly man possessed a cultivation of the 7th layer martial dominator realm. The terrifying pressure caused the expressions of the other treasure hunting groups to change. Many of them revealed grave expressions. A 7th layer martial dominator realm cultivator was considered one of the top experts in the treasure hunting group. The pressure of the 7th layer martial dominator realm continued to suppress Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu remained calm. Meanwhile, Han Zhong and the others were startled. Their figures began to tremble as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. Kedai. The burly man let out a roar and threw a punch in Lu Ming's direction. "You're the one that's going to die," Lu Ming said calmly. His eyes flickered with a deathly glow. Following this, a deathly aura appeared from the burly man's figure and encapsulated his figure. The burly man let out a deafening roar, before his figure turned into ashes and disappeared under the crowd's astonished gaze. Hiss gasps could be heard. A 7th layer martial dominator realm expert had been killed and turned into ashes. Most importantly, no one had seen how Lu Ming had done it. Gulp. Han Zhong and the others swallowed their saliva in astonishment. It seemed like Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. "Do you want to die too?" Lu Ming looked at the remaining members of the treasure hunting group. Their faces changed drastically as they retreated frantically. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. None of them dared to attack. The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. This was the result that Lu Ming wanted. In this way, the others would not dare to target them and it would save them a lot of trouble. Who is this young man? I've never seen him before. What terrifying strength. Could he be an expert from Yunlu? Impossible. Everyone from Yunlu is extremely terrifying. Ordinary Saint Realm experts are like ants in front of them. There are no weaklings. That's right. However, this young man has such strength despite his young age. Could he be one of the top 10 geniuses of Divine Wilderness Continent? No, I've seen all of the top 10 geniuses. There's no such person. Some people whispered among themselves. Top 10 geniuses. Lu Ming revealed a hint of interest. The crowd continued to wait. Suddenly, the deafening roar of a bull could be heard in the distant sky. Then, the crowd saw 5 or 6 giant bulls as big as mountains running towards them. The void rumbled as they stepped on it. There were only 5 or 6 bulls, but they were like an army of thousands of men and horses. The 5 or 6 giant bulls were unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, they were above Mount Wuyuan. Then, the bodies of the giant bulls changed rapidly, turning into 6 burly men. A terrifying aura erupted from them, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. "It's the experts of Divine Bull Palace," someone exclaimed in fear. At that moment, the roar of a beast could be heard from another direction. The crowd saw a few giant wolves pulling a chariot over. In the blink of an eye, they were above Mount Wuyuan. In the chariot, there were 7 burly men wearing beast skins. "It's the people from Barbarian Dragon Palace," someone exclaimed. "Boundary Emperor, complete Saint Realm." Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He could tell the cultivation of these people at a glance. Half of them were Boundary Emperors, while the rest were complete Saint Realm experts. They were definitely not from Divine Wilderness Continent. Divine Wilderness Continent had only been revived for less than 10 years. It was impossible for such a powerful existence to be born. These people were most likely from Yunlu. What surprised Lu Ming was that these people were not from Tsong State, Emperor State, or Yun State. Could it be that there are other places besides Tsong State, Yun State, and Emperor State that have teleportation formations that lead to Divine Ruins Continent? Chapter 2170. Lu Ming immediately asked Han Zhong how many forces from the Yuan continent there were in the Divine region. Han Zhong told him that there were a total of 3 forces from the Yuan continent. Each of them was very powerful and had terrifying commanders. They were all high and mighty martial emperors. The 3 factions each occupied an area and divided the Divine Wilderness continent. Among them, the Divine Bull Palace occupied the best position and a part of the Eastern Wilderness and Central Continent. The Barbarian Dragon Palace and the Monarch race occupied other regions. The Monarch race occupied most of the Central Continent. For example, the Dragon Alliance's Dragon Emperor city was under the control of the Monarch race. The Monarch race. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Bush. At this moment, in the distant sky, more beams of light shot over, and one figure after another appeared in the sky. A few of them were wearing emperor robes and jade crowns, making them look like emperors. There were also a few who were especially burly. They were covered in a thick layer of iron armor and were surrounded by a black light. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. The Monarch race and the Evil God race. The murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. It was really the Monarch race. It seemed that Di Shi had really come to the divine region. As for those who were covered in iron armor, others could not see through them. However, Lu Ming could see that they were from the Evil God race. It was obvious that Di Shi had brought a group of experts to the divine region and occupied a large area. Even the Dragon Emperor city was occupied by Di Shi. I heard that the Overlord Di came from the Monarch race. Han Zhong said softly. I didn't expect you to come too. A burly man from the Divine Bull Palace said. These 9 Saint Spirit fruits are not bad. The Monarch race wants them. A person from the Monarch race said. You want them? What a joke. These 9 Saint Spirit fruits belong to the Barbarian Dragon Palace. A burly man from the Full Dragon Palace said. Powerful auras burst out from the 3 forces. They each occupied a region and confronted each other. All the people in the treasure hunting group sighed. They knew that they had no hope against the arrival of the experts from the 3 major forces of the Yuan continent. These people were too strong. Any one of them could defeat all of them. What do these Paragon Saints and Boundary Emperors want the Saint Spirit fruits for? Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. The Holy Spirit fruit might be rare, but it wasn't of much use to Paragon Saints or Quasi-Emperors. Unless it was used to nurture the younger generation. These lowly ants are really an eyesore here. Why don't we get rid of them first? At this time, someone from an Emperor clan swept his eyes over everyone from the treasure-seeking group, carrying a trace of arrogance as well as a trace of disgust. The Divine Wilderness continent was just a corner of the barren land. In their eyes, it was as lowly as an ant. That's good too, lest these people get in the way here. Someone from the Divine Ox Palace also said lightly. Not good. The expressions of everyone in the treasure hunting group changed drastically. Senior, we have no intention of fighting over the Holy Spirit fruit with you. We will leave immediately. Senior, we're leaving right away. Many people cried out in fear as they frantically retreated. Fighting with us for the Holy Spirit fruit? Are you ants even qualified? An Emperor clan expert sneered, walking over. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent sword light erupted, hacking towards a certain direction. Help! Don't! Screams came from that direction. There was no way to resist. Regardless of their cultivation base, they were instantly killed. In an instant, more than a dozen people were killed. Ha! The Emperor clan expert laughed loudly. In their eyes, the people of the Divine Wilderness continent were not humans, but ants that could be killed at will. Bang! The Divine Ox Palace expert also stepped out, intending to attack. Let's go, Lu Ming, let's go. Han Zhong's expression changed drastically as he roared. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. At the top of Wuyuan Mountain, the big tree emitted a resplendent light. Among them, the light of the 9 Holy Spirit fruits was even more brilliant. Rays of multicolored light circulated, and an incomparably rich medicinal fragrance spread in all directions. The Holy Spirit fruit was about to ripen. The Emperor clan experts and the Divine Ox Palace experts retracted their steps and looked at the Holy Spirit fruit. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that they were saved. The Yuan continent experts no longer had the intention to deal with them. The Holy Spirit fruit is ours. The Emperor clan experts pounced on the Holy Spirit fruit tree. Get lost. The Divine Ox Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace experts also charged over. Boom, boom. In order to compete for the Holy Spirit fruit, the three forces fell into a chaotic battle. A terrifying battle broke out in the sky above Wuyuan Mountain. How terrifying! Are these the top existences of the Saint Realm? They're too strong. I heard that the Saint Realm is divided into bright saints, supreme saints, absolute saints, and quasi-emperors. Above quasi-emperors are martial emperors. These people are all absolute saints and quasi-emperors. That's right. Quasi-emperors can form a river of laws. The experts of the Yuan continent are too strong. Many people shouted. Back then, no one in the Divine Wilderness continent knew about this. At that time, a first-level martial emperor was an overlord. Third-level martial emperors were legends. Not to mention the Saint Realm. In everyone's impression, the Saint Realm was a legend. No one knew the specific divisions of the Saint Realm. But now, with the recovery of the world, everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed. At the same time, the experts of the Yuan continent had descended. Naturally, news of the higher realms of martial arts had spread. The battle between the three forces was extremely intense. Lu Ming, let's take this opportunity to leave. Han Zhong was kind. He wanted to tell Lu Ming and the others to leave quickly. If the three forces were to emerge victorious, they would be finished. Let's go. We're here for the Holy Spirit fruit. The Holy Spirit fruit has ripened. Wouldn't it be a pity if we leave without plucking a few? Lu Ming smiled. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Han Zhong and the others, he walked toward the Holy Spirit fruit tree. Autumn Moon followed closely behind Lu Ming. Han Zhong and the others were tongue-tied. They were completely stunned. Facing the experts of the three forces, Lu Ming wanted to pluck the Holy Spirit fruit. This was an act of courting death. He was definitely courting death. The three forces were from the Yuan continent. Some of them were quasi-emperors. They were so strong that they could kill them with a single breath. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to be a match for the absolute saints and quasi-emperors. It was impossible. The strongest experts of the Divine Wilderness continent had just broken through to the Bright Saint Realm. They were too far away from the people of the Yuan continent. Even if Lu Ming was from the Yuan continent, how could he compete with quasi-emperors at such a young age? They weren't the only ones. When the other treasure hunters saw Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walking toward the Holy Spirit fruit tree, they were all stunned. What are those two doing? Are they trying to fish in troubled waters and pluck the Holy Spirit fruit? They're courting death. They're courting death. They must be blind. They're crazy. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was courting death. He was dead meat. Plucking the Holy Spirit fruit right under the nose of the absolute saints and quasi-emperors was courting death. Chapter 2171. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the Holy Spirit fruit tree. Lu Ming stretched out a hand. With a grab, a huge hand condensed and grabbed a Holy Spirit fruit, putting it away. Then he reached for the second one. You're courting death. An elite of the monarch race shouted and slashed a sword light at Lu Ming. That was an elite of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. In the eyes of everyone in the Divine Wilderness continent, that sword was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to resist. Even if one was swept by the sword light, one would be smashed to pieces. That kid is dead meat. Someone sneered. Han Zhong and the other three shook their heads and sighed. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming did not even bother to look at it. With a slap, he smashed the sword gleam into smithereens. Then he took the opportunity to grab another Holy Spirit fruit with his palm. He blocked it? No, he didn't block it. He shattered the sword light. Everyone had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Han Zhong and the other three were the same. Not only did Lu Ming block the sword light, but he also shattered it with a palm. It seemed easy. The elite of the monarch race narrowed his eyes and then burst out cold, murderous intent. Kill. He abandoned his opponent and charged at Lu Ming with the emperor sword in his hand. The sword light rushed into the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. "Phantom spirit," Lu Ming whispered. He stepped in the void and endless runes appeared. Then, these runes turned into a black shadow like a grim reaper holding a grim reaper scythe. It was really the law of Array Dao, the Phantom Spirit Scroll. The Phantom Spirit Scroll could transform into any creature. Lu Ming used the Phantom Spirit Scroll to transform into a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper held the Grim Reaper scythe and slashed at the elite of the Monarch race. The first slash made the elite of the Monarch race retreat and vomit blood. The second slash made the elite of the Monarch race lose his head. Gulp, gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed was heard. Everyone was truly stunned. The scene was deathly silent. In the eyes of the people of the divine barren continent, an expert of the complete saint realm was invincible. But now, he had been killed by Lu Ming's Grim Reaper with 2 slashes. What kind of battle prowess was this? Could this young man be a quasi-emperor? This scene caused the people from the other 3 factions of Yuan continent to reveal grave expressions. Lu Ming grabbed the 3rd Holy Spirit fruit after killing one of the D clan members. "Everyone, why don't we join forces and kill this person before fighting for the Holy Spirit fruit?" A quasi-emperor from the Emperor clan spoke. "That's exactly what I was thinking. This person is too arrogant and doesn't put us in his eyes at all. He deserves to die." A person from the Divine Ox Palace said coldly. Soon, the 3 sides reached an agreement and stopped fighting. Then, they suddenly charged towards Lu Ming. "Brat, you dare to kill someone from my Emperor clan? How dare you pluck the Holy Spirit fruit? Kill." The experts from the Emperor clan, the Divine Ox Palace, and the Barbarian Dragon Palace all charged towards Lu Ming, including the quasi-emperors. Their power was terrifying to the extreme. Even if Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he would be instantly killed. However, although Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he was no ordinary quasi-emperor. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his power and slashed out with his palm. This palm strike was like a heavenly blade that could even slice through space. One had to know that the current divine barren continent was no longer the same as before. The space was now incomparably stable and was almost comparable to Yuan continent. Even a quasi-emperor could not break through space. Everyone's attacks were completely destroyed. A terrifying power surged out. Nearly 20 experts trembled violently and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured. A few of the weaker ones' bodies directly exploded. "Phantom." Then, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed. Endless runes appeared and turned into dozens of Grim Reapers. These Grim Reapers were not purely formed from array laws. They also contained other laws. The dozens of Grim Reapers charged towards the people from the 3 factions. Blood splattered everywhere and heads rolled. The people from the 3 factions were already severely injured by Lu Ming's move. How could they withstand the attacks of the Grim Reapers? They were instantly killed one by one. In just a few breaths, all the experts from the 3 factions were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming also plucked the 9 Holy Spirit fruits one by one. It seems that the legend is wrong. A Holy Spirit fruit can't directly create a saint. Lu Ming grabbed the last Holy Spirit fruit and carefully sized it up. With Lu Ming's current insight and his understanding of alchemy laws, he could clearly see the medicinal effects of some sacred medicines. It was impossible for the Holy Spirit fruit to directly create a saint realm expert after consuming it, as the legend had it. However, if a 3rd stage half-saint consumed it, it could indeed increase the chances of becoming a saint and increase the chances of condensing a saint heart. Speaking of which, it was a rare and precious fruit. At this moment, everyone was petrified. Some people rubbed their eyes desperately, thinking that they were dreaming. The experts from the 3 factions from the Yuan continent, including many boundary emperors, were killed by Lu Ming just like that. In particular, Han Zhong and the other 3 were indescribably shocked. After all, Lu Ming had come with them, especially the burly man who had previously mocked Lu Ming. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat and had a lingering fear. If Lu Ming wanted to argue with him, he could kill him with a puff of his breath. "Autumn moon, let's go." Lu Ming smiled and walked away with Autumn Moon. When he passed by Han Zhong and the other three, he waved his hand and a force wrapped around the four of them and brought them away. It took a while for the others to react. Instantly, there was an uproar. They guessed that Lu Ming should be an expert from the Yuan continent. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so strong. However, they did not know Lu Ming's name. Therefore, the name, Black-Faced Death God, spread and shook the entire Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming led Han Zhong and the other three and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. They only stopped when they were out of the mountain range. "All right, it's safe here." Lu Ming left these words behind and left with Autumn Moon. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Han Zhong and the other three were in a daze. Then they sighed. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon headed south. Soon, they left the northern plains and arrived at the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was extremely prosperous. Large cities stood between the heavens and the earth. This was not there in the past. Clearly, it was built in recent years. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon found a large city and walked in. Lu Ming wanted to find out about the current situation of the Dragon Alliance and how the members of the Dragon Alliance were doing. The best place to find out was a restaurant. This was a human characteristic. In a restaurant, one could reveal many secrets while eating, drinking, and chatting. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked into a large restaurant. They ordered some food and wine and started eating. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and eavesdropped on the conversations of others. Chapter 2172. Voices entered Lu Ming's ears one after another. It's really a great era now. The world has changed, precious herbs are everywhere, and experts are emerging in large numbers. My cultivation can also break through to the martial emperor realm. An old man with snow-white hair sighed with a complicated expression. Originally, with his talent, he could only break through to the spirit god realm and didn't have much lifespan left. However, when he was about to die, the world had changed and everything had recovered. His cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even broken through to the martial emperor realm not long ago and his lifespan had increased greatly. How could he not sigh? The world was now rich in origin chi. Not only had the cultivation speed increased greatly, but there were also some sacred fruits that could transform one's bloodline and achieve evolution. It could be said to be terrifying. However, there were only a few of those sacred herbs. Still, many people had obtained them and their talents had increased greatly. Yeah, the cultivation environment now is too good. It was unimaginable in the past. Didn't you see that even the experts of Yuanlu have come to occupy the territory? Speaking of which, there's a big event that will start soon. It's about the three major forces of Yuan. I heard that the three major forces of Yuanlu will have a battle in 3 months to redivide the territory. Is there such a thing? Many people in the restaurant were shocked. I heard it through the grapevine. It's probably going to be made public soon. There's no doubt that the Eastern Wilderness has the best environment. Many people are coveting it. Now, it's occupied by the Divine Bull Palace. The Monarch Clan and the Barbarian Dragon Palace both want to occupy the Eastern Wilderness. There will definitely be a battle. That's right. However, the three major forces of Yuanlu seem to have similar strength. Once the battle starts, there will be heavy casualties. No. I heard that the three major forces will use a special method this time. The three major forces will send out their young geniuses to fight. Moreover, they must be the local geniuses of Divine Wilderness. The division of territory will be decided according to their achievements. There's actually such a thing? A battle between the local geniuses of Divine Wilderness? Looks like there'll be a good show in 3 months. Many people in the restaurant were interested and gathered around the person who knew the grapevine. Being surrounded by so many people, that person enjoyed it very much. He rattled on and on, talking a bunch more. That person said that the battle in 3 months would most likely be held in the former headquarters of the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Emperor City. Currently, the Dragon Emperor City was occupied by Indra. I wonder about Dad and Mom. Are they in Dragon Emperor City? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He was also worried. Speaking of geniuses, the Divine Wilderness is now filled with geniuses. especially the top 10 geniuses. They are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Their cultivations are unfathomable. That's right. It's said that the top 10 prodigies are all disciples of Yuan Lan's experts. How can they not be strong? Especially the number 1 prodigy, Ren Qianxing. He's an unrivaled prodigy that's rarely seen in all of history. His talent is unparalleled, and even Sakrabuddha has personally taken him in as a disciple. Yes, speaking of Ren Qianxing, this child is indeed shocking. No one can compare to him now. In my opinion, only the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, can compare to Ren Qianxing. Indeed. Everyone continued to discuss. Towards the end, the topic actually shifted to Lu Ming. They were completely unaware that the main character was sitting right there. A bunch of ignorant people. What do you know? At this moment, a cold laugh resounded throughout the restaurant. Then, a young man walked out of one of the private rooms. This person was skinny and his eyes were long and narrow. As he blinked, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. "Young master, what do you think?" The old man who had been discussing just now cupped his fists and asked. "A bunch of fools. How dare you talk about the heroes of the world? Who does Lu Ming think he is? How can he be compared to Ren Qianxing? He's not even fit to carry Ren Qianxing's shoes. Let's not talk about Ren Qianxing. Which one of the top 10 prodigies can compare to Lu Ming?" The skinny young man sneered. Everyone else's expression changed. However, when they thought about it, things were different now. Back then, what was Lu Ming's cultivation level? He hadn't even broken through to the martial emperor realm. Now, the top 10 prodigies' cultivation levels were unfathomable. It was said that many of them had reached the sage-to-be realm. The difference was too great. The achievements of these prodigies were indeed far above Lu Ming's. If Lu Ming was still here, any one of the top 10 prodigies would be able to suppress him. The skinny young man said again. "You're boasting shamelessly. The leader of the Dragon Alliance is the best of all time. How can those so-called prodigies be compared to the leader of the Dragon Alliance? What a joke." At that moment, a cold voice was heard. "Who is it? Come out." The skinny young man shouted coldly. Then, footsteps were heard from the stairs of the restaurant. A young man and a young woman walked up. "Jin Xiaorou." Lu Ming's eyes lit up in surprise. The young man and woman were Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou. What a coincidence! He didn't expect to meet them here. After more than 10 years, the two of them had matured a lot. They looked like they were in their 20s and had extraordinary auras. However, the two of them both had angry expressions on their faces. They were furious that Lu Ming had been humiliated. "Who are you?" the skinny young man asked with a cold smile. "Zhuang Xiaoshan." "Zhuang Xiaorou." The two of them reported their names. "So it's you. The two disciples of the legendary Lu Ming. Hee, what's the matter? Are you trying to avenge your master? However, I'm telling the truth. Your master might have been good in the past, but now he's just average. How can he be compared to the current top 10 elites?" The skinny young man sneered and his voice was filled with mockery. "Before the world changed, my master came from a remote place in the eastern wilderness. He went against the flow and fought against the heroes of the world. In the end, he defeated all the overlords of the divine region and created the Dragon Alliance. Such a battle record has never been seen before. Who can compare to him? The so-called 10 great prodigies are merely relying on the good environment and the guidance of Yuan Lu's experts to have some achievements. Compared to my master, they are nothing." Zhuang Xiaoshan said loudly. "How dare you?" The skinny young man shouted and his body emitted a cold, murderous intent. "Kneel down and slap your own mouth. Take back what you just said. Hee, I'm just telling the truth. If my master hadn't left, there wouldn't be any top 10 elites. When my master was still around, Ren Qianxing was nothing. He didn't even have the right to meet my master." Zhuang Xiaoshan sneered and stood straight. He was not afraid of the skinny young man. "You really know how to flatter yourself. Today I, Li Ku, will have a taste of the skills of the Dragon Alliance leader's disciple." The skinny young man's face turned colder and his murderous intent flashed. His cold aura caused the temperature in the restaurant to drop rapidly. What? He's Li Ku, one of the top 10 elites. After the skinny young man said his name, someone exclaimed. This skinny young man was one of the top 10 elites. No wonder he was furious when Zhuang Xiaoshan said that the top 10 elites were not as good as Lu Ming. I heard that Li Ku is Ren Qianxing's loyal supporter and has a good relationship with him. Someone said softly. Chapter 2173. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro knew that the top 10 elites of the Divine Wilderness were all very talented. Most importantly, they were disciples of the elites of Yuan continent and had cultivated powerful realm martial techniques. Their combat strength was unfathomable and they might not be able to defeat them. However, they had no choice but to fight now that Lu Ming's reputation was at stake. Let's go out and fight, Zhuang Xiaoshan said. He then flew out of the window in a flash. Zhuang Xiaoro followed him. Hee. Li Ku's eyes flashed coldly as he flew out as well. Let's go and have a look. The people in the restaurant also flew out one after another, wanting to go and watch the show. Autumn Moon, let's go out as well, Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon nodded and the two of them flew out of the restaurant. Lu Ming knew that Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were no match for Li Ku. Currently, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's cultivation were rank 8 martial royal realm. Compared to back then, he was already many times stronger. Originally, it would have been difficult for them to reach this stage with their talents. However, the world had changed. When the world had changed, the elites of Yuan continent had yet to arrive. The Dragon Alliance was the ruler of the Divine Wilderness and they must have obtained many sacred medicine spiritual roots. As Lu Ming's unofficial disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro must have obtained a lot of benefits. It was not surprising that their cultivation had reached this stage. However, Li Ku was more powerful. He was a rank 1 sage to be and was much stronger than the two of them. Zhuang Xiaoshan, Zhuang Xiaoro and Li Ku stood facing each other in the sky. They were surrounded by people. Many people became interested when they heard that Li Ku was one of the top 10 elites and Lu Ming's disciple was one of the Dragon Alliance's former leader. The two of you attacked together. Let's end this quickly. I'm going to have a drink, Li Ku said confidently. I'll fight you alone. Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped forward and a long spear appeared in his hand. Boom. He pressed the long spear down and the realm of earth spread out toward Li Ku. Insignificant skill. Li Ku sneered. The sword light in his hand exploded and soared into the sky, slashing out. Zhuang Xiaoshan's earth domain was split apart by Li Ku's sword light. Zhuang Xiaoshan retreated quickly, but there was still a sword wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. One move and Zhuang Xiaoshan was injured. What a piece of trash. You can't even block a single move. So this is Lu Ming's disciple. You can see that Lu Ming isn't that great. You guys even bragged about how powerful he is. Li Ku laughed mockingly. You're not allowed to insult my master. My talent is foolish, not even a 10,000th of my master's. Zhuang Xiaoshan shouted as his eyes turned red. You're still bragging. I said, both of you can come at me together. Li Ku looked at Zhuang Xiaoro and said disdainfully. Zhuang Xiaoro stepped forward and stood beside Zhuang Xiaoshan. Boom, boom. The two sides started fighting again. This time, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro joined forces to fight Li Ku. However, they were still no match for him. In just a few moves, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were defeated. What a piece of trash. Even if your master is here, he won't be a match for me. Li Ku laughed maniacally. Shut up, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro shouted. How dare you be so arrogant after being defeated? Today, I'll cripple the both of you and turn you into a real piece of trash. Li Ku's eyes turned cold as he charged towards Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. His sword light was powerful. I'll fight you to the death. Zhuang Xiaoshan roared and swept out with his spear. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Xiaoshan, Xiaoro, your talent is still too weak. In the crowd, Lu Ming shook his head. Then he took a step forward and a surge of energy silently entered Zhuang Xiaoshan's body. Other than Chiu Autumn Moon, no one else noticed this. Child's play break. Li Ku shouted arrogantly as his sword light burst forth. He wanted to break Zhuang Xiaorou's spear attack and cripple Zhuang Xiaoshan. Boom! Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoshan's spear attack increased in power. The spear light became 1,000 meters long and pressed down on Li Ku like a mountain range. Li Ku's sword light was like a candle flame that was extinguished as soon as it appeared. How is this possible? Li Ku screamed in disbelief. Then, Zhuang Xiaorou's spear attack pressed down on Li Ku and he fell to the ground like a dead dog. A huge pit was formed as he lay there and vomited blood. What's going on? Zhuang Xiaoshan was stunned. He suddenly felt a surge of energy entering his body and increasing his strength. Someone is helping me. Zhuang Xiaoshan immediately thought of this. Zhuang Xiaorou, who was beside him, was also stunned. When did Zhuang Xiaoshan become so powerful all of a sudden? Around them, the others were also dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan was completely suppressed by Li Ku. How did Zhuang Xiaoshan become a different person in the blink of an eye? He completely suppressed Li Ku and severely injured him. What's going on? Boom! How could Zhuang Xiaoshan miss such an opportunity? He took a step forward and a terrifying force pressed down on Li Ku. Li Ku screamed and used all his strength to defend himself. However, Zhuang Xiaoshan was now supported by Lu Ming's strength. How could he defend himself? The powerful force was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Li Ku. Li Ku was like a toad with his 4 limbs on the ground. He kept twisting, but it was useless. Under the pressure of the force, he screamed and vomited blood. He was in a terrible state. Who is it? Who is helping him? My master is a boundary emperor from the monarch race. Who are you? Tell me your name. Li Ku screamed. He was not stupid. He immediately realized that there must be an expert secretly helping Zhuang Xiaoshan. Otherwise, Zhuang Xiaoshan's strength would not have increased so much. The spectators around them were also stunned. It was most likely that someone was secretly helping Zhuang Xiaoshan. Who is it? Come out if you have the ability. Those who dare to go against the monarch race will not have a good ending. Li Ku screamed. Hee, you are a person from the divine wilderness continent. When did you become a member of the monarch race? Perhaps, you are just a dog of the monarch race? A faint voice sounded and Lu Ming stepped forward. You are the one who attacked? Li Ku glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was equivalent to admitting it. You dare to go against the monarch race? The monarch race will not let you go. Li Ku screamed. I will visit the monarch race sooner or later. Tell Di Shirtan to wash his neck and wait. Lu Ming said coldly with killing intent. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming was too arrogant. Tell Di Shirtan to wash his neck and wait. Who is Di Shirtan? He was a martial emperor expert, a peerless expert from the Yuan continent. This dark-skinned young man was too arrogant. Also, 3 months later, the two of them will challenge you in the Imperial Dragon City. They will defeat you with their own cultivation. So, I will not kill you today. Get lost. Chapter 2174. Many people turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked very young, but his strength was unfathomable. Previously, he secretly helped Zhuang Xiaoshan and was able to crush Li Ku. How strong was his cultivation? However, his tone was too arrogant. He actually asked Sakura to wash his neck and wait for death. He was too arrogant. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was just spouting nonsense. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou walked over and thanked Lu Ming. At the same time, they were also surprised. They had never seen Lu Ming before, so they didn't know why Lu Ming helped them. Follow me, Lu Ming said. After that, he turned around and walked out of the city. Qiu Yu followed Lu Ming. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou looked at each other and followed Lu Ming obediently. Soon, they were out of the city and came to a remote place. There was no one here. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped and turned around. You two little guys, long time no see, Lu Ming said with a smile. Now, he didn't disguise his voice and returned to his original voice. Hearing this voice, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou's body shook violently. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Then, the disbelief turned into endless joy. Master, is it really you? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao asked in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. His appearance began to change and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, which had not changed much over 10 years ago, the two of them trembled even more violently. Master, you're back. The two spoke incoherently, especially Zhuang Xiao. She was so emotional that she cried. Still crying? How old are you now? Lu Ming smiled and wiped away Zhuang Xiao's tears. After a while, the two siblings finally calmed down. Master, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell us? Zhuang Xiao smiled. I just came back not long ago. When I came back, I discovered that the world had changed greatly. I was afraid that you would be controlled by Yuan continent's experts, so I didn't transmit my voice to you. I wanted to secretly gather information. Lu Ming said and then asked, what's the situation now? Are Xiel Wan and the others okay? And my parents? Senior Xiel Wan and the others have always been controlled by the Emperor clan, forced to work for the Emperor clan. On the other hand, Grand Preceptor Master and Grand Preceptor Madam are fine. They are not far from here. Zhuang Xiaoshan said. The Grand Preceptor and Grand Preceptor Madam he was talking about were Lu Ming's parents. My parents are not far away? Lu Ming was delighted. Great Grand Preceptor Master and Great Grand Preceptor Master's cultivation base is relatively weak. Therefore, the Emperor clan didn't care about it and left Dragon Emperor City long ago. Now, they are together with Senior Mo Tian and Kong Jin. Zhuang Xiao said. Senior Mo Tian, fatty? Let's go, take me there. Lu Ming said. Immediately, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao led Lu Ming and Autumn Moon towards the south. On the way, Autumn Moon also returned to her original appearance. The Zhuang siblings were so surprised that they almost called Autumn Moon Grand Preceptor Madam. Later, they found out about Autumn Moon's true identity. On the way, Lu Ming asked the siblings about what had happened in the past few years. The siblings talked about it in detail, allowing Lu Ming to understand more about the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. Soon, they arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was majestic and magnificent. They kept flying towards a valley. From afar, they could see a few wooden houses in the valley. Grand Preceptor Master, Grand Preceptor Madam, from afar, the Zhuang siblings shouted. From the wooden house, a figure walked out. From afar, Lu Ming saw his parents. It's Xiao Shan. Xiao is back. Li Ping smiled, but in the next moment, Li Ping's voice stopped abruptly. She saw Lu Ming and couldn't take her eyes off him. At the same time, Lu Yuntian also saw Lu Ming. Like Li Ping, he couldn't take his eyes off him. Ming, it's really... Ming, you're back. Old man, help me take a look. Am I seeing things? Am I seeing Ming again? Li Ping muttered to herself. As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. You're not seeing things. Ming is back. Lu Yuntian said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming's nose turned sour. It had been more than 10 years since they had left in a hurry. In the martial world, the concept of time was different from ordinary people. Seclusion could last for a few years. However, after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the two elders must have missed him very much. Moreover, Lu Ming was going to the Yuanlu continent alone. The dangers were unknown. It would be strange if they weren't worried. Father, mother. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and came to the two elders. Li Ping held Lu Ming's hand and looked at him carefully. She was completely speechless as tears flowed down her cheeks. I say, why are you crying? It's a good thing that Ming is back. Why are you crying? You're really a woman, Lu Yuntian said. However, his eyes were also filled with tears. Ming, let your friend take a seat inside, Lu Yuntian said as he looked at Autumn Moon. He was stunned when he saw her. Autumn Moon. Lu Yuntian couldn't believe it. Li Ping also looked at Qiuyu. She was also stunned. Autumn Moon. It's really... You're back too? Li Ping was extremely surprised. Autumn Moon's eyes were already filled with tears. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed into Li Ping's arms and said, Madam Master, Autumn Moon is back. Autumn Moon is back to see you. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Li Ping stroked Autumn Moon's hair and was extremely happy. In their hearts, Autumn Moon was like their daughter. However, it had been almost 20 years since they last saw each other. Naturally, they were excited to see each other again. After a long while, everyone calmed down. Li Ping pulled Xiaoyu aside and asked her a lot of questions. Lu Ming, it's really you. At this moment, two burly figures flew over. Lu Ming smiled when he saw them. Who else could it be if it wasn't Fatty Kong Jin? The other one was the demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Of course, Lu Ming found that the demonic Sky Divine Emperor was no longer an emperor. His cultivation had reached the minor achievement of the bright divine realm. That made sense. When the origin chi was scarce, those who could break through to the martial emperor realm were definitely top-notch in terms of talent, wisdom, and perseverance. Moreover, at the beginning of the world's metamorphosis, those martial emperors had an absolute advantage and could obtain a lot of resources. Therefore, it was not surprising that the demonic Sky Divine Emperor had broken through to the sacred realm. Perhaps those emperors back then had all broken through to the sacred realm. As for Fatty Kong Jin, his cultivation was also different from before. He had reached the third stage of the half-saint realm. However, his body had become even fatter. He looked like a meatball. Fatty, Lu Ming said with a smile. Come, give me a hug. The fatty dashed toward Lu Ming like a physical body. His fats wobbled like waves. Chapter 2175. In the valley, in front of the wooden house, everyone gathered around a stone table. Fatty took out a large amount of wine and delicacies, and everyone chatted while eating. Lu Ming learned that the demonic Sky Divine Emperor was used to living in seclusion in the mountains. When he joined the Dragon Alliance, he did not stay in the Dragon Emperor city but lived in seclusion in the mountains. Later, when the world changed, he brought Kong Jin with him and obtained a large number of sacred herbs and strange fruits. His bloodline evolved and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Because of this, when the Emperor race came, he was not in the Dragon Emperor city, so he was not controlled by the Emperor race. The Emperor race did not care about those with weaker cultivation, such as Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming, what's your realm now? The demonic Sky Divine Emperor looked at Lu Ming, because he found that he could not see through Lu Ming's cultivation at all. At the same time, he could not see through Autumn Moon's cultivation at all. Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming did not hide it and said bluntly. The demonic Sky Divine Emperor, Li Ping, Lu Yuntian, and the others were silent for a moment before they were overjoyed. Lu Ming had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. In their eyes, it was unimaginable. That Li Ku said that Master is not as good as them. They are not even worthy to carry Master's shoes. Zhuang Xiaoshan said. Lu Ming, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Kong Jin said with a bitter face, as if he had suffered a great blow. Autumn Moon has become an emperor. Lu Ming said all of a sudden. Then, she saw Kong Jin's entire body stiffen. His mouth was wide open and his pair of beady eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. The others were not any better. They were staring at Autumn Moon in shock. Autumn Moon had become an emperor. It was simply unimaginable. In their eyes, martial emperors were unsurpassed existences. However, there was a person sitting right beside them at that moment. I don't want to live anymore, Fatty wailed. Autumn Moon really became an emperor? Li Ping held Autumn Moon's hand excitedly. Now that the world had undergone a metamorphosis and all living things had awakened, the cultivation level of the divine wilderness had increased by several levels. Although Li Ping was born unable to cultivate, under the accumulation of countless resources, she had now reached the Spirit Sea realm. On the other hand, Lu Yuntian's cultivation was at the domain enlightened Spirit God realm. So, they naturally knew what the martial emperor realm represented. Autumn Moon's face flushed red. She was a little embarrassed. She whispered, although I've become an emperor, my strength is still far from young masters. Sigh, I'm old, I'm really old. In the future, the world will belong to you young people. The Devil Sky Emperor sighed. Everyone drank and chatted, and a few hours passed quickly. For the next few days, Lu Ming would spend time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, chatting with the two elders. A few days later, Lu Ming called Kong Jin, Zhuang Shaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaoro to a nearby mountain peak. I've heard that the three great factions of the Yuan continent will have a duel in less than 3 months. Shaoshan, Xiaoro, I've told you that you'll be able to defeat Li Ku in 3 months. Are you confident? Lu Ming said. Master, that Li Ku is at the first stage of the half-martial sacred realm. We're only at the 8th layer martial dominator realm. It's quite difficult to catch up to him in 3 months. Zhuang Shaoshan said softly. He was being tactful. His and Zhuang Xiaoro's talents were average. Although their bloodlines had evolved after consuming the rare fruit, their bloodlines were only at the 7th grade divine realm. Over the years, they had refined many elixirs and sacred herbs to improve their cultivation. However, it was impossible for them to defeat Li Ku in 3 months. With me around, do you think you won't be able to catch up to Li Ku? Lu Ming glared at them. He then took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Zhuang Shaoshan. There are top-grade nirvana pills inside. You and Xiaoro can refine them. 1 pill is enough to improve your bloodlines to the 9th grade divine realm. Thank you, Master. The siblings were overjoyed and bowed before Lu Ming. Naturally, they were pleasantly surprised. Lu Ming's first move was a peerless treasure pill. Although there were many mutant fruits in the world and some of them could allow one's bloodline to evolve, there were too few of them. And now, Lu Ming had given them an entire bottle. Lu Ming, do you have any pills that are suitable for me? The fatty rubbed his hands together in envy and stared at Lu Ming. His bloodline was already at the 8th grade divine realm. After consuming the rare fruit, it was now at the 9th grade divine realm. There was no need for him to improve his bloodline. Fatty, I'll help you rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days. Lu Ming let out a smile. Rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days? Are you serious? The fatty's eyes glistened. Of course, but it will be a little painful. Let's see if you can endure it. Lu Ming let out a smile. Of course, who am I? Master Kong Jin. The fatty patted his chest and the fat on his body rippled like water. All right. Lu Ming waved his hand and the great pill derivation furnace appeared on the ground. Go in. Huh? Into the furnace? The fatty was dumbfounded. That's right. Go in and you'll rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days. Lu Ming said. That's amazing. Here I come. The fatty jumped into the furnace. Lu Ming began to activate the furnace. Alchemy fire spread out and enveloped the fatty's body. Then, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered came from the furnace. Ah, it hurt so much. Ah. The fatty screamed non-stop. Lu Ming continued to add sacred herbs and 2 Holy Spirit fruits into the furnace. The Holy Spirit fruit could increase the success rate of becoming a martial sacred and make it easier for one to condense a martial sacred heart. Fatty, stop screaming. Focus on absorbing the energy and prepare for the breakthrough. Lu Ming said. The fatty endured the pain and began to cultivate. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro also ran to the side and swallowed a nirvana elixir each and began to refine the elixir. 3 days later, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's bloodlines successfully evolved under the effects of the nirvana elixir and reached divine level 9. This time, Lu Ming bought a large number of nirvana elixirs, all of which were top-notch. Naturally, their bloodline evolved to the highest level. Nirvana elixir was a very cheap elixir in Yuan continent. However, it was a treasure in the divine wilderness continent. At the same time, the fatty's cultivation had reached a critical moment. Boom! A powerful aura came out from the great pill derivation furnace. The fatty rushed out of the furnace and floated in the air. His aura exploded wildly. Ah, I've broken through. I've finally broken through. I've become a martial sacred. The fatty could not stop laughing. He was so excited that he could die. Isn't that number 1 Sky Pride Ren Qianxing arrogant? The next time I see him, I'll chop him up with my axe. The fatty continued to laugh as if he was invincible. You've become a martial sacred? Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were also shocked. Then, their admiration for Lu Ming grew. After a while, the fatty finally calmed down and retracted his aura. Fatty, here's a divine power that suits your laws. Take it and cultivate. Chapter 2176. When he was in Yuanlu, Lu Ming had killed many strong enemies, especially in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, where he had destroyed the Feng clan and 5 other powerful forces. Each of these forces had been around for countless years, and they had a lot of resources. Lu Ming had obtained a lot of resources: elixirs, treasures, sacred weapons, emperor weapons, divine powers, and many more. There were various kinds of mystical abilities of laws inside. Lu Ming found a mystical ability that was suitable for the fatty and passed it to him. Fatty was overjoyed and took it happily. Then, Lu Ming took out an axe, which was a great sacred weapon, and gave it to Fatty. Fatty was even more overjoyed. Although the world had changed, it was only because the origin chi was more abundant and there were more sacred herbs and spiritual herbs, which made it easier to break through. However, divine powers and weapons were still the same as before. Many people did not have a suitable weapon after their cultivation had increased. After the fatty received it, his eyes narrowed into slits as he grinned. Then, he ran off to the side and started cultivating. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaro looked at Lu Ming eagerly. Both of you have refined a lot of sacred herbs in your bodies, but most of the medicinal effects are still in your bodies. This will be a huge hindrance to your cultivation in the future. Both of you enter the cauldron, and I will help you refine them. At the same time, it will increase the grade of your spirit bodies. Lu Ming said. The siblings were shocked. Even the grade of their spirit bodies could be increased? In the end, Zhuang Xiaoshan entered the cauldron first. Refine. Lu Ming controlled the law of alchemy and used the alchemy fire to refine Zhuang Xiaoshan's body. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had increased and he could control the law of alchemy, it was easier for him to control the cauldron. The effects of the cauldron were many times stronger than before. Soon, the remaining medicinal effects in Zhuang Xiaoshan's body were completely refined by the alchemy fire. Afterward, Lu Ming added in the panacea. He used the medicinal effect of the panacea to temper and raise Zhuang Xiaoshan's spirit body level. The process was very painful, but Zhuang Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and endured it. This was because he could feel that his spiritual body was constantly improving. He was originally an ordinary spirit body, but now he was improving at a crazy speed. A day later, his spiritual body was upgraded to an inferior earth spiritual body. However, it was not over yet. The improvement was still ongoing. After a few more days, his spiritual body had risen to a high-grade spiritual body. At this moment, Lu Ming released Zhuang Xiaoshan. It couldn't be too long, or it would be harmful. My spirit body. Zhuang Xiaoshan sensed carefully and realized that his spirit body's power had increased tremendously. His combat power was several times stronger than before. Xiao Rou, go in. Lu Ming looked at Zhuang Xiaro. Zhuang Xiaro also entered the Great Evolution Pill Furnace and Lu Ming did the same. A few days later, Zhuang Xiao's spirit body also rose to a high-grade spirit body. Then he let Zhuang Xiaoshan in. After more than 20 days, the two spirit bodies rose to an inferior heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming sighed. The siblings' talent was limited. An inferior heaven spiritual body was their limit. It would be difficult for them to improve further unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. However, their cultivation was not over yet. This was because the Great Evolution Pill Furnace had another use. It could refine pills using the laws. It could also refine people using the laws, allowing them to comprehend the laws faster. As for Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaro, they had not reached the martial saint realm and had only comprehended the domain. In the past, Lu Ming could not use the Great Evolution Pill Furnace. However, now that Lu Ming had comprehended the laws of alchemy, he could do it. Then, he let the siblings take turns to enter the Great Evolution Pill Furnace and channel the power of the laws of heaven and earth into the furnace. The siblings' comprehension of the domain increased by leaps and bounds. Their cultivation base also advanced by leaps and bounds. During this time, Lu Ming also let Kong Jin enter the Great Evolution Pill Furnace to refine Kong Jin's spirit body and raise its grade. Kong Jin's talent was very high. His spirit body was raised to a medium heaven spiritual body before reaching its limit. Time flew by. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 months, Kong Jin, Zhuang Shaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaorou's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. Kong Jin's cultivation was at the bright saint realm, but his spirit body had reached the medium earth spiritual body. He also cultivated the divine power technique, and his strength had increased by many times. As for Zhuang Xiaorou and Zhuang Shaoshan, their cultivation had increased from the 8th layer martial royal realm to the peak of the 1st stage half-saint realm. Together with their inferior heaven spiritual bodies, their battle strength was enough to crush a 2nd stage half-saint. They could even defeat a 3rd stage half-saint. The three of them were very confident. At that moment, the competition between the three forces of Yuanlu in order to fight for territory had begun. During this time, the demonic Sky Divine Emperor had gone out to investigate and had obtained a lot of information. The Monarch Race, Divine Bull Palace, and Barbarian Dragon Palace would compete for territory. This time, the competition would mainly be between the local geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent. Among them, the strongest party could occupy the Eastern Wilderness. Now, the Eastern Wilderness was undoubtedly the best place. And this time, the location was the Dragon Emperor City. This news had spread all over the world. During this time, countless people had rushed to the Dragon Emperor City to participate in this grand event. Lu Ming bade farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Then he led Kong Jin, Zhuang Shaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaorou to the Dragon Emperor City. With Lu Ming's speed, they soon arrived at the Dragon Emperor City. The Dragon Emperor City was more majestic than before. Obviously, the Dragon Emperor City had been expanded over the years. Originally, there was a statue of Lu Ming in front of the Dragon Emperor City. However, this statue had long been torn down. The monarch race's people really deserved to die. They actually tore down Master's statue. Zhuang Shaoshan was furious. Zhuang Xiaorou and Kong Jin's eyes were also burning with anger. Lu Ming was calm and he smiled faintly. This time, he would take back the Dragon Emperor City. As for Sakura, it was time to deal with him. Around the Dragon Emperor City, countless figures flew towards the Dragon Emperor City. Lu Ming's group of 4 followed the crowd and entered the Dragon Emperor City. After entering the Dragon Emperor City, they found an inn to stay in. The battle between the 3 major forces of the Yuanlu would begin tomorrow. The 4 of them waited in the inn. At the same time, in a mansion in the depths of the Dragon Emperor City, the 2 words, Hua Mansion, were written on the gate of this mansion. The people living here were Hua Qi and his clansmen. Back then, due to Lu Ming, the Hua family was also considered a big family. Later on, the world changed and many Chinese people rose to prominence. Many powerhouses were born and they had a pivotal position in the Dragon Alliance. However, similarly, when Sakura came, the Hua family was also controlled by the Monarch family. There were many experts guarding the Hua Mansion. They were all from the Monarch race. Now, the Hua Mansion welcomed a guest. It was the #1 genius of the Divine Wilderness continent, Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing was Sakura's disciple. Hua Qi led a group of people to receive him in the main hall of the Hua Mansion. "Young Master Ren, I wonder what brings you to my Hua Mansion?" Hua Qi asked. Hua Qi, you already know the answer. Chapter 2177. Ren Qianxing sat at the head of the hall, lazily playing with the jade cup in his hand. He raised his head slightly, glanced at Hua Qi, and said, "You know very well why I'm here, but I'll say it again now. I like Hua Rou, marry her to me." Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua family were startled. Ren Qianxing was indeed here for Hua Rou. Hua Rou was Hua Qi's youngest daughter. She was a famous beauty in the Dragon Emperor City. Ren Qianxing had always been pursuing Hua Rou. Ren Qianxing was a good match for Hua Rou with his talent and identity. However, Ren Qianxing was a playboy by nature. Now, he had already married a wife and 3 concubines. Moreover, it was said that Ren Qianxing was only interested in something new. After playing with the concubines for a period of time, he no longer cared about them and went on to find his next target. How could Hua Qi let his daughter marry such a person? Furthermore, Ren Qianxing's master was Sakura. He had occupied the Dragon Emperor City and controlled the upper echelons of the Dragon Alliance. Therefore, he would not let his daughter marry Ren Qianxing. Furthermore, Hua Rou hated Ren Qianxing very much. Young Master Ren, marriage is a big matter. It's related to my daughter's happiness. Ro needs to make her own decision. We won't interfere. Hua Qi said. Hua Qi, what do you mean? Ren Qianxing's face turned cold. You mean Hua Ro won't be happy with me? It would be strange if she was happy. Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua family had the same thought, but they would not say it out loud. Young Master Ren, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that Ro needs to make her own decision. Hua Qi explained. Ridiculous. Since ancient times, it's always been the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. As long as you give the order, how would Hua Ro dare to disobey? Wouldn't she still have to marry me? Ren Qianxing's expression turned even colder as he continued. Hua Qi, don't give me all sorts of excuses. Who do you think I am? In the future, I will definitely dominate the divine wilderness and even head to the Yuan continent to become an overlord. It's your daughter's fortune that I fancy her. It's her fortune that she has cultivated for several lifetimes. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? You really know how to flatter yourself. A person like you would probably be slapped to death in Yuanlu. At this moment, a voice sounded out from outside the hall, and then a young and beautiful woman walked in. The girl was 16 years old and was in her prime. She was an outstanding beauty and was Hua Qi's youngest daughter, Hua Ro. Hua Ro, what did you say? Do you know how much trouble you'll bring to the Hua clan? Ren Qianxing said coldly. His cold eyes moved up and down Hua Ro's curvaceous body, flashing with an evil light. What? Are you going to use your master to pressure us again? Hua Ro was very stubborn and fearless. I don't need to marry my master. I, Ren Qianxing, have an unprecedented talent. If I want to marry someone, those women who want to marry me could line up from the North City Gate of Dragon Emperor City to the South City Gate of Dragon Emperor City. Do you understand? It's your fortune that I like you. Am I clear? Ren Qianxing said confidently. Unprecedented? You really know how to flatter yourself. In my heart, only my uncle Lu Ming is unprecedented. Who do you think you are? Hua Ro said. Lu Ming? If he appears, I'll slap him to death. Ren Qianxing said in disdain. He then looked at Hua Qi and said, Hua Qi, do you agree or not? Since Ro doesn't agree, please forgive me. I can't agree. Hua Qi said firmly. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I will take first place in tomorrow's competition. At that time, I will ask my master to grant me a marriage. Even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Ren Qianxing fiercely left behind these words, flicking his sleeves and leaving. Hua Qi, Hua Ro and the others' faces changed. If Di Shitian personally granted them a marriage, what should they do? If they rejected Di Shitian, the Hua family would be annihilated. That despicable man. Hua Ro said with hatred as tears flowed down her cheeks. Ro, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you marry him. Hua Qi gritted his teeth. Everyone in the Hua family was worried. Time flew by, and a day passed by. Early the next morning, Lu Ming and the other three headed to the center of the Dragon Emperor City. In the center of the Dragon Emperor City, there was a huge square that was already crowded with people. Around the square, there were some banquets prepared. Of course, only those with status could take a seat. Ordinary people weren't qualified at all. The emperor race is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Bush, bush. From the depths of the Dragon Emperor City, rays of light flew over. The person in the lead was wearing an emperor's robe. He looked to be in his 40s with a jade crown on his head. He looked like an ancient emperor who had revived, filled with endless majesty. Di Shitian. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that this person was Di Shitian. Beside Di Shitian, there were some people. A few of them were abnormally tall and sturdy. They were covered in thick iron armor and their bodies were covered in black light. Evil God Tribe. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. These people were all from the Evil God Tribe and one of them had reached the martial emperor realm. Beside him, there were a few young men. That is Ren Qianxing, the #1 genius of the divine wilderness. Ren Qianxing's talent is amazing. Some people say that he is more talented than Lu Ming in the past and is the #1 in history. Not necessarily. Around them, a group of people discussed. Zhuang Xiao and Zhuang Shaoshan were indignant. Bright Saint Realm. Lu Ming looked at one of the young men. This person's cultivation had reached the Bright Saint Realm and he should be Ren Qianxing. Beside Ren Qianxing, there was another young man. It was Li Ke. Di Shitian and the others landed at the highest position and sat down. Moo moo. At this moment, a bull's roar shook the sky. In the distance, a group of divine bulls the size of a mountain stepped on the void, causing the sky to rumble. When they got closer, these divine bulls turned into tall and sturdy men. The people of the Divine Bull Palace had arrived. The people of the Divine Bull Palace also brought a few young men and they landed on the east seat. Immediately, the roar of beasts resounded. Ferocious beasts pulled chariots and a few chariots flew over. The people of the Barbarian Dragon Palace had arrived. Similarly, the Barbarian Dragon Palace also brought a few young men. The three major forces of the Yuan continent had arrived. The leaders of the three forces looked at each other in the air and a terrifying aura spread out. An invisible pressure spread out. Everyone present felt as if they were facing several ancient universes. The suffocating pressure almost made them kneel down. Lu Ming released a wisp of aura that enveloped Fatty, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao. The pressure on them lessened and they let out a long breath. Third Martial Emperor Realm? Lu Ming muttered. The leaders of the three forces faced each other and their auras spread out. Others could not see their cultivation but Lu Ming could. Chapter 2178. Sakura, the Divine Bull Palace Master, and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master faced each other. Their auras filled the air as they revealed their rank 3 martial emperors. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. He did not take a level 3 martial emperor seriously. You too want to take over the Eastern Wilderness? No way. The Divine Bull Palace Master was a purple-haired middle-aged man. He smiled coldly. The Divine Bull Palace was the first force to come to the Eastern Wilderness. Therefore, they occupied the place with the densest origin chi. The Monarch tribe and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master had always wanted to take over the Eastern Wilderness, but they had never succeeded. This time, the Monarch tribe and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master had joined forces to put pressure on the Divine Bull Palace. Where did the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master come from? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. These two forces definitely did not come from the Tsang state. They must have come to the Divine Wilderness through other means. You'll know after the competition. Don't go back on your word. Sakura smiled faintly. My Divine Bull Palace won't go back on our word. Tell me, how are we going to compete this time? The Divine Bull Palace Master asked. How are we going to compete? We've already agreed that there's no need for you and me to fight. Both sides will send out their local geniuses to compete. How about this? Each side will send out 3 geniuses to compete in the group battle and individual battle. Sakura said. All right, it's decided then. I agree. The Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master nodded in agreement. Not long after, a battle stage rose in the middle of the square. 3 young men from each of the 3 forces rushed into the stage. Ren Qianxing, Ren Qianxing, Ren Qianxing. The Monarch tribe naturally sent out Ren Qianxing. As soon as he stepped into the battle stage, many people shouted, including some ignorant girls. Ren Qianxing did look like a decent man. Many ignorant girls did not know how to differentiate between good and evil. They mindlessly idolized Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless expert. What a show-off. I can't wait to step on his face. Kong Jin said unhappily. You'll have the chance. Lu Ming smiled. I'm mainly annoyed by those brainless girls. Ren Qianxing doesn't have anything he wants. How can he be compared to me? Those girls really don't have eyes. Kong Jin pursed his lips. Lu Ming was speechless. Brother Niu, why don't we join forces? That Ren Qianxing is not easy to deal with. The Barbarian Dragon Palace Master secretly sent a message to the Divine Bull Palace Master. The eyes of the Master of the Divine Bull Palace flashed as he said, All right, then let's join forces first and defeat the people of the Emperor clan. Then, we'll decide who's better. Alright, that's what I meant. The barbaric dragon palace master nodded. Soon after, the barbarian dragon hall master and divine bull palace master sent voice transmissions to their respective supreme geniuses. At this moment, the three groups of geniuses were facing each other in the fighting ring. Around them, many people were watching nervously. From the discussions of the surrounding people, they knew that the 9 youths on the battle stage were 9 of the top 10 geniuses of the divine wilderness continent. Each of them had a very high cultivation level. On the Emperor clan's side, Ren Qianxing and Li Ku were both there. At this moment, the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace's supreme geniuses looked at each other and suddenly moved. 6 youths from both sides suddenly rushed towards the Emperor clan's supreme geniuses from 2 different directions. Damn it, they want to join forces to deal with us first. Li Ku roared loudly. You're despicable. Another supreme genius from the Emperor clan also roared loudly. However, the supreme geniuses from both sides were extremely fast. In an instant, they closed in and attacked them. Li Ku and another supreme genius roared and charged forward. However, Ren Qianxing still had his hands behind his back, not moving at all. Boom, boom. 2 explosions rang out. How could Li Ku and the other youth block the other party? They were directly blasted back, blood flowing out of their mouths. The 6 youths from the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace surrounded Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing, admit defeat. One of the Divine Bull Palace's supreme geniuses said. This person was ranked 2nd among the top 10 supreme geniuses and had a cultivation level of 3rd stage half-saint. Admit defeat? What a joke. You want to defeat me with trash like you? Ren Qianxing said indifferently. Boasting shamelessly. Then I'll have you get lost now. The supreme genius roared. The 6 supreme geniuses all released their powerful auras. They were all half-saints, and the weakest among them was a 2nd stage half-saint. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Ren Qianxing's body. Vast sage aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, Ren Qianxing's cultivation level of the bright sage realm was revealed. Sage realm, you've broken through to the sage realm. You've actually broken through to the sage realm. The 6 supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces roared in disbelief. This guy has actually broken through to the sage realm. Zhuang Xiaro and Zhuang Xiaro were also a little surprised. The sage realm was a hurdle that was difficult to cross. For example, if Fatty Kong Jin did not have Lu Ming's help, it would probably take a long time for him to cross the sage realm. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. They were shocked by Ren Qianxing's cultivation level. Those ignorant young girls were even more agitated as they screamed and screamed. Now, you're the ones who have lost. Ren Qianxing roared as rays of sword light bloomed from his hand. His master was Sakura, so naturally, he had also cultivated divine powers that were extremely powerful. Bam, bam. The supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces could not resist at all. They were directly sent flying by the sword light and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. A sage-to-be was no match for a sage realm cultivator. The supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces had been defeated in an instant. There was no suspense in the competition. Damn it! The Sacred Bull Palace master roared, his face gloomy. The crowd was also in an uproar as countless people cheered for Ren Qianxing. Too powerful, really too powerful. Ren Qianxing has reached the sage realm at such a young age. This is defying the heavens. Isn't that so? No wonder he's the top supreme genius of the divine wilderness. This is rare since ancient times. Someone actually put Lu Ming and Ren Qianxing on the same level. In my opinion, Lu Ming and Ren Qianxing are not even on the same level. Lu Ming is far from being comparable. Not bad, not bad. A series of discussions could be heard all around the square. Damn it, what do these people know? How do they know how powerful Master is? That's right, a bunch of ignorant people. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaro were very unhappy. These people actually said that Lu Ming was far from being comparable to Ren Qianxing. It was ridiculous. They knew how powerful Lu Ming was. In just 3 months, he was able to make their strength soar. They did not know how many times stronger he was than Ren Qianxing. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not care. With his current cultivation level, why would he care about these people's discussions? Many people sighed. They reckoned that in this competition, there was already no suspense. The emperor clans were definitely going to win. Sakura was full of smiles. In order to help Ren Qianxing break through to the sage realm, he had paid a great price. But it was all worth it. The cultivation environment in the eastern wilderness was too good. As long as he occupied the eastern wilderness, he planned to move the entire D family over and make it their base camp. The D family would definitely continue to grow stronger and rise. Chapter 2179. As expected, the individual battles became Ren Qianxing's show. He defeated everyone in his way and no one was a match for him. He won the first place without exception. Meanwhile, Li Ku won the 8th place. Although the other two from the monarch race didn't have good results, Ren Qianxing's ranking meant that the monarch race's points were still the highest. The entire monarch race laughed their heads off. Those from the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace looked gloomy. This battle had pushed Ren Qianxing's reputation to the top. Many people even said that Ren Qianxing was a prodigy that had never appeared in the Divine Desolate region. They said that Lu Ming wasn't even worthy of carrying Ren Qianxing's shoes. Zhuang Shaoshan and the others gritted their teeth. Ren Qianxing stood on the fighting stage with his hands behind his back, enjoying the envious gazes of many people. There was a smug smile on his face. He was enjoying himself immensely, and his entire being was floating. He felt as if he was invincible since ancient times. After a long time, he restrained his thoughts and cupped his fists towards Sakura as he said, "Master, disciple has a matter to request of Master today. I hope that Master will grant my wish." Qianxing, you have won the first place today. Tell me what you want. Treat it as a reward from me." Sakura laughed out loud. "Thank you, Master. I would like to ask you to marry Hua Rou, the daughter of Hua Qi, to me," Ren Qianxing said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ren Qianxing wanted to marry Hua Qi's daughter. He had left the Divine Desolate region for more than 10 years and Hua Qi already had a few children before he left. Lu Ming remembered that Hua Qi did have a daughter called Hua Rou. Could it be that Hua Rou and Ren Qianxing were in love? Lu Ming frowned. He was about to take action, but he held himself back and wanted to see what was going on. "Oh, that's it. I'll call Hua Qi and the other members of the Dragon Alliance and ask them to get ready to move to the Eastern Desolate region with me." Sakura nodded and then asked someone to pass the message. Not long after, a group of people flew over. Hua Qi, Xiao Wan, Senior Jiang, Brother Yan. At a glance, Lu Ming saw a familiar face in the crowd. Hua Qi, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiang, Yan Kuang, etc. were all high-ranking members of the Dragon Alliance. Of course, there was also Hua Qi's daughter, Hua Rou. Hua Qi's face was somewhat ugly. He had a bad premonition. When he came here and heard that Ren Qianxing had already broken through to the Saint Realm and even obtained first place, his heart sank. "Hua Qi, today, Qianxing told me that he is interested in your daughter, Hua Rou. I will bestow your daughter, Hua Rou, to Qianxing. Today, they will get married. It can be considered a double blessing. What do you say?" Sakura asked smilingly. "No, I won't agree." A crisp voice rang out. It was Hua Rou. Hua Qi said with an unpleasant expression, "Senior Martial Emperor, my daughter Hua Rou is still young. She doesn't want to get married. I hope Senior Martial Emperor will take back the order." "What do you mean?" Ren Qianxing's face darkened as he stared at Hua Qi and Hua Rou. "I, Ren Qianxing, have the greatest talent since the ancient times. Could it be that I'm not worthy of Hua Rou? Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. The #1 talent since ancient times, how shameless." Hua Rou went all out and scolded. Sakura's face also turned gloomy as he said, "I called you guys over, not to ask for your opinions, but to inform you that I have personally spoken. No one can refuse. You guys go and prepare, we'll get married in a while." Hua Qi and Hua Rou's faces turned pale. Ren Qianxing, on the other hand, wore a smug expression. "Senior Martial Emperor, marriage is a big deal. I'm afraid it's not good for you to force a marriage." Xiao Wan stepped forward and cupped his fists. That's right, I hope Senior Martial Emperor will take back the order. Following this, Xia Zhiyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others also stepped forward and spoke. Who do you think you are? Since my master has already spoken, there's no reason for him to take it back. Are you going to disobey him? Ren Qianxing scolded. Around them, everyone just watched. No one said a word. Xie Luan, Xia Zhiyang, Yan Kuangtu, Hua Qi, and the others wore unpleasant expressions. Unfortunately, the monarch tribe was too strong. If they resisted, they would probably be crushed to death by Sakura. There was no hope at all. No, I won't marry him. I won't marry him even if I die. Hua Rou shouted stubbornly. You have to marry him even if you don't want to. If you die, your family will be buried with you. Have you thought it through? Ren Qianxing transmitted his voice to Hua Rou. His voice was cold. Hua Rou's delicate body trembled. A look of despair flashed across her face as tears streamed down her face. Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiao, it's your turn. At this moment, Lu Ming said to Fatty and the others. Ha, it's finally my turn. I can't hold it in any longer. Fatty laughed loudly. He carried his battle axe and rushed out. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao followed Fatty and rushed out. Ren Qianxing, who do you think you are? Hua Rou is an outstanding beauty. How can you be worthy of her? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? A loud roar resounded throughout the entire place. Ren Qianxing's face instantly darkened. He shouted, Who is it? Come out. Your grandfather. Fatty carried his battle axe and walked out. Beside him followed Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao. Hua Qi, Hua Rou, Xie Luan and the others also saw Fatty and Zhuang Xiaoshan. Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiao, why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. Leave now. Hua Qi shouted. Today's matter was a little mysterious. He didn't want to involve Fatty and the others. It's okay. We're here today to beat this sissy up. We'll leave after we're done. Fatty carried his battle axe and looked at Ren Qianxing in disdain. You guys are courting death. Ren Qianxing squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. It was extremely eerie. Courting death? You're not qualified. Also, you're not qualified to marry Hua Rou. Fatty said lazily. What a joke. I'm not qualified. If I'm not qualified, who in the world is qualified? My talent is unparalleled since ancient times. Who can compare to me? Ren Qianxing laughed. What a joke. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you say that your talent is unparalleled? Fatty said in disdain. What did you say? Ren Qianxing's face was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Ever since he became Sakura's disciple, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was sought after by countless people and many people said that his talent was unparalleled since ancient times. Now, Fatty actually said that he was trash. Instantly, he had sentenced Fatty to death in his heart. Saying that he was trash was unforgivable. Are you deaf? I said that you're trash. Unless you can defeat me, only then will you be qualified to be with Hua Rou. Do you understand? Fatty said indifferently. These words made many people speechless. This Fatty wanted to challenge Ren Qianxing? Who is this Fatty? Why is he so arrogant? I recognize him. He seems to be Lu Ming's friend. He's not even 50 years old. He can be considered as someone from the younger generation. Chapter 2180. Discussions broke out around the square. Hua Qi, Xia Zhiyang and the rest had an ugly look on their faces. They didn't understand why Fatty and the rest were here. There was no benefit in provoking Ren Qianxing like this. Instead, they would get themselves into trouble. Also, Fatty actually challenged Ren Qianxing. It was impossible for him to be Ren Qianxing's opponent. They knew about Fatty's cultivation. He wasn't a saint yet. Moreover, even if Fatty became a saint, he wouldn't be Ren Qianxing's opponent. Ren Qianxing was Sakura's disciple and could cultivate divine arts. Divine arts didn't exist in the divine wilderness continent. If they were at the same level, they wouldn't be Ren Qianxing's opponent. Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiao, you guys leave. Hua Qi roared. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were Lu Ming's disciples. If something happened to them because of him, how could he explain it to Lu Ming? Leave. Today, none of them can leave. Ren Qianxing's voice was cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as a powerful aura spread out from his body. Fatty actually dared to provoke him. He must kill Fatty today and let everyone know that his dignity couldn't be offended. No matter, I'll beat this guy up and let everyone know that he's a piece of trash. Then I'll leave. The Fatty grinned at Hua Qi. Previously, Lu Ming had told him to just attack. There was no need to worry about the Sakra and the other powerful figures. Therefore, Fatty wasn't afraid at all. Hua Qi, Xia Zhuyang and the rest were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaorou were so confident today. Were they crazy? Even the spectators felt that Fatty and the rest were crazy. They were going to die today. Courting death. Ren Qianxing took a step forward. His killing intent was even stronger. Young Master Ren, there's no need for young Master Ren to deal with these trash. Wouldn't it dirty your hands? Let me do it for you. At this moment, Li Ku stepped forward and took the opportunity to flatter Ren Qianxing. This flattery made Ren Qianxing feel very comfortable. He nodded and said, "That's good too. A few clowns are indeed not worthy of me taking action. You take action on my behalf. Cripple them first. I want them to regret it." "Rest assured, young Master Ren." Li Ku nodded and bowed. Then he stepped towards Fatty and the others, emitting a cold, murderous intent. "Li Ku, let me fight you." Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped out and faced Li Ku. "Zhuang Xiaoshan, you trash, how dare you fight me? 3 months ago, you couldn't even take a single blow from me. You were really courting death. That's fine. Today, I'll let everyone understand that Lu Ming's disciple is a piece of trash, and he himself is also a piece of trash. He was just bragging too much." Li Ku sneered. These words caused many people's expressions to turn ugly. There were quite a few people here. They were all members of the Dragon Alliance back then. Many of them had personally witnessed Lu Ming's heaven-defying rise to power back then. But now, Li Ku said that Lu Ming was trash. Didn't that mean that they were trash too? "How dare you insult my master? I'll kill you today." Zhuang Xiaoshan was enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A long spear appeared in his hand and a powerful aura burst out. The first stage of half-saint. "You? How could your cultivation level increase so quickly?" Li Ku screamed in disbelief. 3 months ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was only at rank 8 Martial Royal Realm. How could he break through so many levels in just 3 months and reach the first stage of the half-saint realm? In the past 3 months, with the help of the Emperor tribe, he had only broken through 1 level and reached the second stage of the half-saint realm. Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was higher than his. However, he quickly came to his senses and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. He said arrogantly, "You must have had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some powerful sacred medicine. But so what? Your cultivation level is still too weak to withstand a single blow from the powerful medicine. I can defeat you with a single blow." So what if Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was at the first stage of the half-saint realm? He was now at the second stage of the half-saint realm. Moreover, his master was a boundary emperor of the Emperor tribe. He had taught him territorial martial techniques. He was confident that he could defeat Zhuang Xiaoshan with a single blow. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Li Ku's body. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. Sword radiance burst out and with the power of the precepts, he charged towards Zhuang Xiaoshan. In the divine region, those who were at the first stage of the half-saint realm and had not cultivated any territorial martial techniques would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, although Zhuang Xiaoshan had yet to cultivate a domain martial technique, his spiritual body had already reached the low-grade celestial spiritual body. And low-tier heaven spiritual body was considered a genius in the Yuanlu. In the past, there was not a single low-tier heaven spiritual body in the Zhangzhou state. Li Ku's spiritual body was just an ordinary spiritual body. Zhuang Xiaorou's spiritual body's power was enough to crush Li Ku. Boom! Zhuang Xiaorou waved his spear and smashed it down. This spear did not have any technique to speak of. It was just a simple spear strike. Under the infusion of true essence, the long spear rapidly grew in size. It was like a giant pillar that supported the sky as it smashed towards Li Ku. Bam! Bam! Li Ku's sword radiance collapsed under the spear. The giant spear smashed onto Li Ku's body. Li Ku's body was like a broken sandbag as he landed heavily on the fighting ring, causing it to tremble. Li Ku lay on the fighting ring and vomited blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been crushed by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. 3 months ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan was a piece of trash that could not withstand a single blow from him. Now, he had been crushed in a single blow. He could not accept this. Everyone in the surroundings was a little stunned. Li Ku was one of the top 10 elites in the divine region. In other words, other than the top 10 elites, no one else was a match for Li Ku. However, he had been defeated by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. Was this Lu Ming's disciple? If his disciple was so strong, how could his master be weak? Brother Xiaoshan is so powerful. Hua Rou exclaimed. Hua Qi, Xia Zhuyang, and the rest were stunned. They knew Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation and combat strength very well. They had not seen him for a while. How did he become so strong? You cheated. You cheated. There are other experts secretly helping you. Li Ku shouted crazily. He remembered the last time. Last time, someone had secretly helped Zhuang Xiaoshan. Li Ku was defeated by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. It was exactly the same as this time. No one secretly helped. The Divine Bull Palace Master said lightly. His voice reverberated throughout the area. The Divine Bull Palace had lost this time. They had lost to the monarch tribe and had to give up the eastern wilderness. This made him very unhappy. Now that he saw the monarch tribe suffer, he was naturally happy. No one doubted the Divine Bull Palace Master's words. He was a martial emperor realm expert and an expert among the martial emperors. How is this possible? Li Ku could not believe it. You're a piece of trash and you dare to talk about others. Chapter 2181. Li Ku was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Sakura, who was high up in the stands, was displeased. However, with his status, he would not lose his temper just because a junior had been defeated. You have some skills. Let me fight you. Ren Qianxing's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped forward and was about to approach Zhuang Xiaoshan. However, the fatty stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoshan and said, "Trash, your opponent is me. Then I'll kill you first." Ren Qianxing shouted coldly. The fatty had called him trash time and time again, which made him want to kill him. Ren Qianxing's cultivation of the sage realm was fully unleashed. The precepts surged and the sage force surrounded his body. The sage force swirled around and caused a storm to sweep towards the fatty. However, the fatty did not react at all. He was still grinning. What's so great about the sage realm? It's as if no one has seen it before. The fatty said disdainfully. Many people were shouting in their hearts. The sage realm was indeed amazing. Not many people in the divine wilderness could reach it, let alone the younger generation. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. That was because a powerful aura had also erupted from the fatty's body. That was also the aura of the sage realm. It was the aura of the sage realm and was not any weaker than Ren Qianxing's. Sage realm? This fatty has reached the sage realm. Oh my God, I couldn't tell. The heavens are unfair. This fatty is so fat and ugly, but he has reached the sage realm. It's not fair. A group of girls shouted. The fatty had put on the demeanor of a peerless expert. However, when he heard this, he was stunned and furious. He cursed in his heart that these girls had no taste and liked sissies. Therefore, he vented all of his anger on Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing was also stunned. He was very unhappy that there was someone in the younger generation who had reached the sage realm like him. So what if you have reached the sage realm? You are still weak in my hands. I will defeat you in one move. Gale Sword. Ren Qianxing attacked. The first move was a divine skill. Rays of sword light appeared in the air and shot towards the fatty at an alarming speed. Watch me break your divine skill. Fatty roared. He swung his battle axe and swept it out. A beam of axe light shocked the heavens. It was incomparably huge, sweeping away thousands of soldiers, as if it could split open the heavens. This was the divine ability that Lu Ming had given him. Although he had only cultivated it for a short period of time, his mastery was still low. However, Fatty's current spiritual body was a mid-heaven spiritual body. When he unleashed his full power, his power was incomparably shocking. Ren Qianxing's spiritual body was only a mid-tier earth spiritual body. In the divine wilderness, it might have been rare, but compared to Fatty, it was far inferior. As the axe light swept out, all of Ren Qianxing's sword lights were destroyed. However, the axe light didn't stop and continued to slash at Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing was almost scared to death. He roared in fear and frantically retreated. In the end, he was almost cut in half by the axe. Although he avoided it, his chest was still swept by the axe, and a deep wound appeared, with blood flowing out. The terrifying destructive power surged into his body, causing him to vomit blood. The entire place fell silent. Most people looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Ren Qianxing was actually defeated. He was defeated in one move. He was the #1 Sky Pride in the Divine Wilderness, and was even known as the #1 Sky Pride since ancient times. Yet he was defeated by Fatty in one move. How is this possible? How is this possible? No, this can't be real. Many ignorant girls shook their heads in confusion. They couldn't believe that their idol was so weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. Impossible, Ren Qianxing roared in disbelief. Previously, he said that he would defeat Fatty in one move, but now, he was defeated by Fatty in one move. He was known as the #1 Sky Pride since ancient times. He couldn't accept such a blow. His eyes were red, and he couldn't wait to chop Fatty into pieces. Bastard, go to hell. He charged towards Fatty in a frenzy. I'll play with you. Fatty kept his battle axe and rushed towards Ren Qianxing, throwing out a punch. This punch was unstoppable. It directly shattered Ren Qianxing's attack and landed on his face. Ren Qianxing screamed as he flew out, his teeth mixed with blood flying everywhere. Those ignorant girls were dumbfounded, and felt that their faith had collapsed. It turned out that their idol wasn't invincible. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Hua Qi, Xia Zhuyang, Xie Luan and the others were stunned. They were extremely confused. How did Fatty's combat strength suddenly increase to such an astonishing level? Xie Luan, Xia Zhuyang and the others had already broken through to the Bright Sage realm, but they would definitely lose to Ren Qianxing because they didn't have the corresponding divine arts. However, Fatty could easily crush Ren Qianxing. In addition, Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation and combat strength had also increased greatly. What was going on? Could it be that they had a fortuitous encounter? They couldn't figure it out. Ren Qianxing couldn't figure it out either. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fatty. Bam! But in the next moment, Fatty threw another punch on his face, and he flew out again. He couldn't even recognize his own face. It was too horrible to look at. A piece of trash like you dares to call yourself the #1 Sky Pride since ancient times? You're shameless. You're not even fit to lick Lu Ming's shoes. A piece of trash like you dares to marry Hua Rou's niece? You're even more shameless. If I were you, I'd kill myself. Living in this world is shameful. Fatty continued to mock Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing roared. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Skin that Fatty and pull out his tendons. Ren Qianxing roared. Kill. Instantly, an expert from the D clan stepped out from the side of the emperors, rushing towards the Fatty. This person was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His aura was earth-shattering. Sakra's face was gloomy, but he didn't stop him. Wow, how despicable. You can't beat me, so you call for help. I'll run. Fatty scampered off. Let's see how you're going to run in my hands. The absolute saint of the monarch race reached out his hand and tried to grab the Fatty. His hand covered the sky, and Fatty couldn't run away. Oh no. Hua Qi, Xie Luan, Xia Zhuyang, Yan Kuangtu and the others' faces changed drastically. They wanted to help, but their cultivation base was too weak compared to the other party. At this moment, a black light burst out from the crowd. It was thousands of meters long, and it cut off the hand. The black light didn't stop. It was unbelievably fast, and it slashed through the Absolute Saint Realm expert's forehead. Pucci. The Absolute Saint Realm expert's body was cut in half, and his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The Absolute Saint Realm expert was killed just like that. He couldn't resist at all. Chapter 2182. Boom. Boom. At this moment, all the Arch Race experts erupted with shocking auras and cold killing intent. Who is it? The Arch Race expert roared as he looked at the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace. To be able to kill a perfected Absolute Sage, the person's strength was definitely above that. It was very likely that the person was a quasi-emperor. However, the people of the Divine Wilderness did not have such high cultivation. It was very likely that the person was an expert from the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace. They suspected that the people of the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace secretly attacked. Don't look at me like that. I didn't send anyone. I didn't either. The Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master denied it with innocent expressions. Who is it? Get out here. Otherwise, these brats will die. A quasi-emperor from the Arch Race stepped out. Cold killing intent enveloped the fatty and the others. However, an aura erupted from the crowd, crushing the quasi-emperor's killing intent. Then a dark-skinned youth stepped out. This youth was naturally Lu Ming. Before he came here, he had already used his divine breath technique to change his appearance. Brat, was it you who attacked just now? The quasi-emperor asked with a cold gaze. Why are you asking the obvious? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Are you from the Divine Bull Palace or the Barbarian Dragon Palace? The quasi-emperor asked. I'm from the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming continued to smile. Many people were stunned, especially Xiao Wan and the others. They were even more stunned. Lu Ming said that he was from the Dragon Alliance, but they did not have such a strong expert. The quasi-emperor clearly did not believe it. He thought that Lu Ming was playing with him. He asked coldly, You should be from Yunlu, right? You can say so. Lu Ming continued to smile. Are you alone? The quasi-emperor asked again. Nonsense, which eye of yours saw that there were two of me? Lu Ming berated. The quasi-emperor's gaze turned even colder. You killed a member of the Arch Race. Today, you can forget about leaving. Boom. The quasi-emperor of the monarch race made his move. He took a step forward and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. Countless runes appeared and condensed into a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper held the Grim Reaper scythe in his hand and directly slashed at the quasi-emperor of the monarch race. Pucci. The Death God scythe easily chopped the sovereign race quasi-emperor in half. Hiss hiss hiss. A series of gasps could be heard. That was a quasi-emperor, yet he was killed in an instant. He did not even have the chance to fight back. Could it be that he was also a martial emperor? I know who he is. Black-faced Reaper. It's the Black-faced Reaper. Suddenly, someone shouted. What? Black-faced Grim Reaper? That's him. Legend has it that the Black-faced Reaper is a dark-skinned young man who can summon the Reaper to do battle. He's extremely terrifying. There were constant exclamations. Many people looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. 3 months ago, during the battle for the Holy Spirit Fruit at Wuyuan Mountain, the Black-faced Reaper appeared out of nowhere and displayed terrifying combat strength. He killed the experts of the Monarch race, Divine Bull Palace, and Barbarian Dragon Palace in one fell swoop. During this period of time, the news had already spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Most people had heard of the Black-faced Reaper. However, the Black-faced Reaper was very mysterious. Ever since he appeared last time, he had disappeared without a trace. The 3 great forces sent experts to hunt down the Black-faced Reaper, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, the Black-faced Reaper suddenly appeared now. It's him. He's courting death. How dare he kill the people of my Divine Bull Palace? We must eliminate him today. Not only the Monarch race, but the experts of the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace also spoke coldly, their cold gazes sweeping towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled and did not care at all. So, the backer of that fatty and the others is him. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They finally understood why the fatty and the others were so bold to cause trouble. It turned out that their backer was the black-faced reaper. Boom! At this moment, Sakura stood up from his seat. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Many people trembled and almost knelt down. So, the black-faced reaper is you. However, since you dare to show off in my territory today, I think you've come to the wrong place. Sakura said coldly. Your territory? Lu Ming said with a strange expression. This is the Dragon Emperor City, the territory of the Dragon Alliance. It's the territory of the Alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming. When did it become your territory? You're really shameless. Lu Ming? Ridiculous. A little guy who's not even a martial emperor? What qualifications does he have to control the Dragon Emperor City? Sakura said coldly. You're not allowed to insult my master. Zhuang Xiaoro glared at Sakura. Ha, ridiculous, insulting your master? Your master, Lu Ming, is nothing. He's already a thing of the past. If he appears again, I can crush him with a finger. Ren Qianxing mocked at the side. Lu Ming looked at Ren Qianxing with a strange expression and said, I'm right here, come and crush me. After saying this, Lu Ming's appearance changed rapidly and returned to his original appearance. When everyone heard Lu Ming's words, they were stunned. However, when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, many of them were tongue-tied. They were completely dumbfounded. In the Divine Wilderness continent, it could be said that most people had seen Lu Ming's appearance before. In the past, Lu Ming had unified the Divine Wilderness and established the Dragon Alliance, which was supreme. Large and small forces had a portrait of Lu Ming. In the Dragon Emperor City, there was also a huge statue of Lu Ming. Now that they saw Lu Ming's true appearance, they were all stunned. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Xia Zhiyang, Xiao Wan, and the others were the first to react and shouted in disbelief. It's really Lu Ming. The leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, is back. Oh my god, it's true. He's many times stronger than before. He even killed a boundary emperor in an instant. Countless people exclaimed. It turned out that the famous black-faced killing god was Lu Ming, the leader of the Dragon Alliance. Then, someone thought of even more. It turned out that the fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaoro's backer was Lu Ming. Could it be that their battle strength had suddenly increased because of Lu Ming? Ren Qianxing, what right do you have to be compared to my master? What's even more ridiculous is that you said that you're the #1 genius of the Divine Wilderness continent and that you've surpassed my master. Zhuang Xiaoshan looked at Ren Qianxing with disdain and sneered. He's just a piece of trash. What right does he have to be compared to Lu Ming? Lu Ming only taught me for a few months and he couldn't even take one attack from me. What a piece of trash. The fatty mocked. Ren Qianxing's face turned ugly. Lu Ming could even kill a boundary emperor. His battle strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, if what the fatty said was true, it would be even more terrifying. He only taught the fatty for a few months and he could kill him in an instant. He was too far away from Lu Ming. Chapter 2183. When Lu Ming revealed his true form, the scene was in an uproar. There were only a few experts from the Yuan continent present. Most of them were from the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's status in the Divine Wilderness continent was too high. More than 10 years ago, Lu Ming had left the Divine Wilderness to cultivate in the Yuan continent. Now that he had returned, he had indeed displayed shocking combat strength. Greetings, Alliance Leader. At this moment, Xiao Wan, Xia Zhiyang, Yan Kuangtu and the others bowed to Lu Ming. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Then, more people bowed to Lu Ming. When the Dragon Alliance ruled the world, they had countless members. There were a large number of Dragon Alliance members present. When they saw Lu Ming, they were extremely excited. Senior Xie, Senior Jiang, Brother Yen, Hua Qi, let's drink and chat after we deal with these people from the Yuan continent. Lu Ming spoke and nodded to Xiao Wan and the others. His words made the Sakura and the others' faces turn cold. Their bodies emitted a cold aura. Lu Ming, you have cultivated in the Yuan continent for some time and have made some progress. However, you are still far from being able to go against me alone. You must have someone supporting you. Call out the person behind you. The Sakura said coldly. I am dealing with you alone. Why would I need help from others? Lu Ming said faintly. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was really going to deal with the Sakura alone? How was that possible? I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. The Sakura said coldly. His aura became even colder. Don't. Then, the Sakura took a step forward. That step caused the entire sky to explode. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the entire world. His body emitted endless golden light. He was like an invincible emperor overlooking the world. The pressure came in waves. It was too terrifying. Many people with insufficient cultivation immediately knelt down. It was difficult for them to resist. Many people roared. They were unwilling to kneel down and resisted with all their might. At this moment, the Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master released their aura. It rippled out like water and reduced the pressure on the others. Many people let out a long sigh of relief before revealing looks of horror. Too strong. Sakura is too strong, completely unfathomable and unrivaled. Indeed. Just the overflowing aura is enough to make me explode. How can there be such a strong person in this world? Lu Ming is finished. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to be Sakura's opponent. Many people were discussing. After sensing the overflowing aura of the Sakura, many people were alarmed by the Sakura's strength. They believed that Lu Ming was basically unable to contend against the Sakura. Although Lu Ming was a prodigy, he had only cultivated for a few years. How could he possibly fight against such a character? Insolent Sakura, you dare to attack me! At this moment, Lu Ming's loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area, leaving many people dumbfounded. Sakura himself was also taken aback. Why didn't he dare to attack Lu Ming? At this time, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand, flashing with golden light. Sakura, why aren't you greeting me after seeing me? Lu Ming said coldly. Hunyuan Sect's Gold Inheritance Token. So you're the Hunyuan Sect's Gold Inheritor. Sakura's eyes shone with a bright radiance. It's good that you know. Lu Ming looked at Sakura indifferently, his face calm. When he became the Hunyuan Sect's Gold Inheritor, he received a name list. On the name list, Sakura was a Bronze Inheritor. No matter if it was a Bronze Inheritor or a Silver Inheritor, they had all sworn to obey the Gold Inheritor. Lu Ming took out the Gold Inheritance token now to see how Sakura would react. Sakura's face changed and then he laughed. Lu Ming, you're really funny. You actually want to use the Gold Inheritance token to suppress me. Don't you know that after reaching the Martial Emperor realm, you have the ability to resist oaths? Ordinary blood oaths can't do anything to me. Today, I'll kill you and take your Gold Inheritance token. Sakura laughed, full of ridicule. These people really don't follow the oath of that year. Lu Ming shook his head and kept the Gold Inheritance token. He didn't want to rely on the Gold Inheritance token to make Sakura submit. He just wanted to test it out. Boom. Sakura took another step forward, and the terrifying pressure became even stronger. Hua Qi, Xie Wan, Xia Juyang and the others were nervous. Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoro, Zhuang Xiaoshan and the others were also nervous. Although they believed in Lu Ming, the other party was too strong, beyond their imagination. The alliance leader is very calm, he should be confident. Xie Wan said. With their understanding of Lu Ming, they knew that Lu Ming wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. Now that he was so calm, he should have something to rely on. D-clan leader, leave this brat to me. I can feel that this brat's hands are stained with the blood of my clan. At this moment, an unusually burly figure stepped out from behind Sakura. This person was wrapped in heavy iron armor and was 4 meters tall. Lu Ming could see that this was a member of the Evil God tribe. Although the aura emitted by this Evil God tribe member wasn't as strong as Sakura, it was still terrifying. He was a 1-star Void Emperor expert. Sakura stopped in his tracks. Since there was someone to do it for him, he couldn't be bothered to do it. Brat, your hands are stained with the blood of my clan. The Evil God tribe expert held a spiked club in his hand and swept it out. Boom! The space exploded. The mace carried a terrifying power and blasted towards Lu Ming. What a terrifying power! Many people were shocked. Today was different from the past. Now, the space of the divine wilderness continent was incomparably stable. Everyone's flying speed was several times slower, let alone breaking through space. But now, the evil god tribe members' mace had blasted the space. It could be seen how powerful this attack was. Many people's hearts were in their mouths, worried for Lu Ming. But Lu Ming's expression was calm. He reached out a claw and grabbed outwards. A large hand formed and grabbed the mace. Bang! The mace struck the large hand, but the large hand didn't move at all. It grabbed the mace and then shook violently. Buzz! The mace shook violently. A terrifying power followed the mace and blasted out. The evil god tribe member let out a blood-curdling scream. The heavy armor on his body directly exploded. His arm also exploded, sending flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. Then, with a shake of his hand, the huge mace flew back and collided with the evil god tribe member's body. Bang! The evil god tribe member's entire body exploded like a big watermelon. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere and his soul scattered. A one-star Void Emperor Realm evil god tribe member was instantly killed by Lu Ming. The scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Just now, the aura that the evil god tribe member revealed was very strong. Although it couldn't be compared to Sakura, it was still very terrifying. To the people of the divine wilderness continent, it was an unfathomable and unrivaled existence. Chapter 2184. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Huff, huff, tiff. After a long time, many of them heaved a sigh of relief. Ciel Wan and the rest of the Dragon League were overjoyed. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Indra's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Lu Ming, it seems that I have underestimated you. You can actually kill a one-star Void Emperor. Indra said coldly. However, he was still confident and wasn't worried. He was a 3-star Void Emperor. The difference between a 1-star Void Emperor and a 3-star Void Emperor was too big. He could easily kill a 1-star Void Emperor. He didn't think that Lu Ming could fight with him. Moreover, he could also see that Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the Void Emperor realm. He was just a quasi-emperor. How strong could a quasi-emperor be? How could he be a match for a 3-star Void Emperor? Lu Ming, let me end you personally. Indra's body emitted a cold killing intent again. His aura was monstrous. Kill! This time, Lu Ming directly attacked. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Indra and charged forward. Boom, 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 boom. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming's aura was constantly exploding and rising. One law after another erupted. One after another, 5 laws erupted, forming a 5-colored law river. This is the law of primal chaos and the law of death. How is this possible? Impossible, this is impossible. In an instant, Indra's face changed drastically. He roared crazily as if he had discovered something unbelievable. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Heaven and earth roared as it pierced through the space. Emperor's sword. Indra roared. At this moment he was extremely frightened. He erupted with all his strength, hoping to block it. In that instant, Lu Ming erupted with 5 laws. 2 of them were the strongest laws and 3 of them were the Emperor Dao. It almost scared him to death. At this moment, the experts of the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace were almost scared to death. The people of the Divine Desolate Continent did not know how shocking Lu Ming's display of 5 nomological laws was. However, the people from the Yuan continent naturally knew. Waves of shock rose in their hearts. And at this time, Lu Ming and Sakura's attacks collided. Boom! Lu Ming's palm force landed on the Emperor's sword that Sakura had slashed out. The Emperor's sword vibrated crazily as if it couldn't bear the burden and finally exploded. Lu Ming's palms didn't stop. He continued to attack Di Shirtion's chest. Di Shirtion's chest was directly penetrated, and a hole appeared. The terrifying destructive power crazily rushed into Di Shirtion's body, destroying his life force. How is this possible? Blood kept gushing out of Sakra's mouth. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, still in disbelief. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that a person could control 5 nomological laws before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. 2 of them were the strongest laws. This simply broke his understanding of the martial Tao. In the next moment, the terrifying destructive power rushed into Di Shitian's body. Di Shitian's body exploded and turned into ashes. Even his soul was destroyed. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept Di Shitian's storage ring. At this moment, the scene fell into dead silence. Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene with their eyes wide open. In their eyes, the supreme expert of the Yuan continent, the invincible Di Shitian, couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Ming. He was killed in one move. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be like a fairy tale. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. After a long while, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou finally reacted. They were so excited that their bodies trembled as they shouted, "Alliance leader is invincible." Then, the members of the Dragon Alliance also reacted and shouted crazily and excitedly. At this moment, Lu Ming was supreme and invincible in their eyes. Wave after wave of shouts shot up to the sky. Hua Qi, Shuel Yen, Xia Zhuyang and the others were also trembling with excitement. As for the people of the Imperial race, Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace, their faces were pale. Lu Ming waved his hand and the scene quieted down. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Ren Qianxing indifferently. "Didn't you want to crush me with one finger just now? Do it." Lu Ming said indifferently. Plop. Ren Qianxing's body went limp and fell to the ground. His face was pale and he almost cried. Asking him to attack Lu Ming? Was he looking for death? Even Sakura wasn't a match for Lu Ming. In front of Lu Ming, he was simply an ant. Lu Ming could probably kill him with a single blow. Such a person wants to be on par with my master and even brags that he's better than my master. What a joke! Zhuang Xiaorou mocked. Many people also sneered. Indeed, Ren Qianxing wasn't qualified to be compared to Lu Ming. They weren't on the same level at all. Especially those who thought that Ren Qianxing had surpassed Lu Ming and thought that Ren Qianxing was the best in history. Their faces were flushed red and they were too ashamed to show their faces. Ren Qianxing wasn't even worthy to carry Lu Ming's shoes. Legend, he's still a legend. An old man sighed. Everyone immediately nodded. They were touched. Yes, a legend was still a legend. Back then, Lu Ming was the legend of the divine wilderness continent. He rose from the wilderness and in the end, he was able to unify the divine wilderness. He was an unprecedented legend in the divine wilderness continent. Now, after cultivating in the Yuan continent for more than 10 years, his combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even someone as strong as Sakura was killed in a single move. Now Lu Ming was still a legend. Let's go! At this moment, the people from the monarch race and the remaining people from the evil god tribe reacted. They all rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. You want to leave? All of you can stay here. Lu Ming said coldly and punched out. This punch was filled with endless runes. Then, the runes condensed into true dragons that pounced out with a roar. The monarch race's martial emperors had already been killed by Lu Ming. Those below the martial emperor realm couldn't even withstand a single blow. When the true dragons pounced out, regardless of whether they were martial emperors or absolute saints, they were all killed instantly. They couldn't resist. Screams rang out. Not long after, it quieted down. The experts from the monarch race and evil god tribe were all killed. Plop. At this moment, Li Ke directly knelt down and screamed, "Lu Ming, no, 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 Alliance leader Lu, spare my life." Just now, his master had also been killed by Lu Ming. He was scared to death now. "Alliance leader Lu, spare me." Ren Qianxing also begged. "Fatty, Shaoshan, Xiaorou, I'll leave these people to you." Lu Ming said. "Okay." Fatty carried his battle axe and rushed out. "No, I don't want to die." Ren Qianxing roared and turned to run. Li Ke was the same. Chapter 2185. Now, everyone knew why the fatties, Zhuang Xiaoshan's, and the rest's combat abilities had skyrocketed. It was all because of Lu Ming. At the same time, everyone's respect for Lu Ming increased. In just a few months' time, Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the others' cultivation had increased so much that they could easily crush Ren Qianxing and the others. It was unbelievable. They thought of that sentence again. Legend, he was still a legend. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master. Greetings, Alliance Master Lu. The Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master felt a chill run down their spines. They had an ugly smile on their faces as they came over to greet Lu Ming. Just now, they wanted to run away, but Lu Ming was too terrifying. Where could they run to? Lu Ming would probably catch up and kill them. Therefore, they decided to stay and show their goodwill to Lu Ming. I'm curious, which part of Yuan continent are you from? Lu Ming looked at the two palace masters. Alliance Master Lu, I'm from the land of divine beasts. The Divine Bull Palace Master said. I'm from Sky Barbarian Land. The Barbarian Dragon Palace Master said. How did you get here? Why did you suddenly come to a remote place like the Divine Wilderness? Lu Ming asked again. He was curious about this and wanted to find out. If they could come, others could come too. Lu Ming was worried about this. It would be troublesome if stronger existences, such as high-level void emperors or true emperors, came. I once found an ancient map by accident. The ancient map recorded that there was a paradise in the barren land. The cultivation environment there was better than many sacred grounds in Yuan continent. I followed the map and found an ancient teleportation formation. That's how I came to the Divine Wilderness. The Divine Bull Palace Master said. Me too. The Full Dragon Palace Master nodded, similar to the Divine Bull Palace Master. Where's your map? Let me have a look. Lu Ming said. The Divine Bull Palace Master and Full Dragon Palace Master looked at each other, then each took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. The others sighed. They were the two overlords from Yuan land. Previously, they had occupied an area and were basically the rulers of the divine region. But now, they were like two servants who were trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. The difference between before and after was simply too great. This made countless people sigh with emotion. Lu Ming took the two jade talismans and scanned them with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, they were two ancient maps. Apart from you, no one else knows? Lu Ming asked. No, I didn't tell anyone. He only brought some of his subordinates to the Divine Wilderness. Both of them shook their heads. The two of them were ordinary Emperor-class forces in the Yuan continent. They were similar to the Emperor clans. Lu Ming pondered. Alliance Leader Lu, since you're back, how about we split the Divine Wilderness equally with the Dragon Alliance? The Master of the Divine Bull Palace cautiously glanced at Lu Ming and suggested. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, You still want to divide the Divine Wilderness? The Master of the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace Masters' faces turned ugly. In the end, the Master of the Divine Bull Palace gritted his teeth and said, Alliance Leader Lu, I'm willing to join the Dragon Alliance and work for you. I'm willing too. They had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Now, they could only do so. Oh, join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming touched his chin and pondered. That's fine too. After a while, Lu Ming nodded. The Master of the Divine Bull Palace and Full Dragon Palace Master were delighted. A cold light flashed in the depths of their eyes. As long as they could keep Lu Ming calm, they would send people back to Yuan land and invite more experts. At that time, they did not believe that they could not kill Lu Ming. But at this moment, Lu Ming made his move. It was very sudden. The Masters of the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace were not prepared at all. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming threw out two palm strikes, bombarding the two of them. Their bodies were directly penetrated. A terrifying destructive force crazily rushed into their bodies. The two of them opened their eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. I still believe in dead people. At the Martial Emperor realm, the power of odes is already too weak. If you secretly return to Yuan land and find even stronger experts, wouldn't I be putting myself in danger? Therefore, you'd better be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. After saying that, his palm strike exploded and the masters of the two forces turned into ashes. Let's go! The remaining people of the two forces were shocked. Some of them reacted and wanted to run away. Kill! After killing the masters of the two forces, Lu Ming did not stop and directly attacked the masters of the two forces. These two forces had martial Emperor realm experts, but they could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and were instantly killed. Then, those below the martial Emperor realm did not escape and were all killed in the blink of an eye. This was a shocking scene. The three forces of Yuan land that had been dominating the divine wilderness for many years were turned into ashes because of Lu Ming's return. Greetings, Alliance Master. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Alliance knelt down and paid their respects to Lu Ming. They understood that the Dragon Alliance was going to unify the divine wilderness again. No one could rival them. Those who were not part of the Dragon Alliance or those who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance were trembling in fear. From today onwards, the Dragon Alliance will be rebuilt and reorganized. Lu Ming's voice echoed throughout the place. Leave all of this to Xiao Wan, Xia Zhuyang and the others. I will go and eliminate the remaining members of the three forces. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the Dragon Emperor city. He spread out his spiritual consciousness to search for the remaining members of the Emperor race and Evil God race. Once he found them, he would kill them on the spot. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the eastern wilderness to kill the remaining members of the Divine Bull Palace. Then, he went to the southern underworld to kill the remaining members of the Barbarian Dragon Palace. After that, Lu Ming rushed out of the sea. The ancient teleportation array that was connected to the Yuanlu continent was not the only one in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. There were also teleportation arrays in other continents. Lu Ming wanted to find all of them and destroy them to prevent more experts from the Yuanlu continent from coming. In the following month, Lu Ming traveled through the Divine Ruins and found more than 10 teleportation altars. All of them were destroyed by Lu Ming, leaving only the teleportation arrays that led to the Tsang continent, Cloud continent and Emperor continent. At this time, the Dragon Alliance had been reorganized. Some of the people who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance because of the arrival of the Yuanlu continent's forces were killed. However, more people joined the Dragon Alliance. Now that Lu Ming had returned and killed the three forces of the Yuanlu continent, everyone was shocked. It could be said that the Dragon Alliance with Lu Ming was the true overlord. No one could shake them. Many experts joined the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Emperor city was rebuilt again. When Lu Ming returned to the Dragon Emperor city, another huge statue of Lu Ming was erected. Compared to before, it was bigger and more majestic. After Lu Ming returned, he held a banquet and brought Li Ping, Lu Yuntian and the others back to the Dragon Emperor city. After that, Lu Ming stayed in the Dragon Emperor city and took out a large amount of resources to give to Xiao Wan and the others. Chapter 2186. After that, Lu Ming had Xiao Wan, Hua Qi, Xia Zhuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others enter the Great Pill Development Furnace to refine their spiritual bodies. The spiritual bodies of the Dragon Alliance's upper echelons were greatly strengthened and their cultivation speed increased rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming also tempered Li Ping's and Lu Yuntian's bodies and upgraded their bloodline level. Their cultivation levels were also skyrocketing. The resources that Lu Ming brought back were too abundant, especially the Nirvana pills. Lu Ming bought a lot of them. The bloodlines of the Dragon Alliance's disciples increased rapidly and they evolved continuously. In addition to the excellent cultivation environment, the strength of the entire Dragon Alliance was increasing rapidly. In the past, when the Divine Wilderness continent underwent a metamorphosis, the cultivation environment had changed drastically. However, they did not have any cultivation techniques or divine abilities, so it was difficult for them to increase their strength. But now, it was the real explosion. In order to obtain domain martial techniques, divine abilities, and various pills, more people joined the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Alliance's influence expanded rapidly and covered every corner. Not only that, but Xiao Wan and the others also sent out armies to conquer the other continents. The Divine Ruins continent was completely under the Dragon Alliance's control. Time flew and half a year passed. In this half a year, other than helping others refine their spiritual bodies, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He focused on comprehending the law of alchemy, and his understanding of the law of alchemy became deeper and deeper. Let's go to Nine Dragon City to take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After returning for so long, Lu Ming had not been to Nine Dragon City. He was very curious about what had happened there. Lu Ming tore through the air at an astonishing speed. Soon, he entered Eastern Wasteland and flew toward Nine Dragon City. The origin chi in Eastern Wasteland was even denser. Countless people were cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Wasteland. The closer he got to Nine Dragon City, the denser the origin chi became. What a strong killing intent. When he arrived outside Nine Dragon City, Lu Ming frowned. He could feel the killing intent in Nine Dragon City. In this kind of murderous aura, those who did not have a high enough cultivation base would not be able to survive in Nine Dragon City. Their minds would be affected by the murderous aura, and they might even go mad and die. Lu Ming felt that even a bright saint expert would find it difficult to gain a foothold in Nine Dragon City. One would need to be at least a great saint to gain a foothold. Currently, there was no one in the Nine Dragon City. The original residents of Nine Dragon City had long since moved out. I heard that the killing intent fluctuates. Every once in a while, it will disappear for a period of time. At that time, countless people will rush to Nine Dragon City to cultivate. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of this long ago. No one knows why. However, this murderous aura did not affect Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming stepped out, entering the Nine Dragon City. In the past, there were 9 enormous dragon veins entrenched in the Nine Dragon City, and at the head of each dragon vein, there was a divine 9-dragon cauldron. 9 dragon veins, 6 on the outside and 3 in the middle. But now, there were only 3 dragon veins left in the Nine Dragon City. The 6 on the outside had already flown away. It was said that they flew into the middle of the 3 dragon veins in the middle and disappeared. Lu Ming went all the way to the center of Nine Dragon City. In the center of Nine Dragon City, there were 3 enormous dragon veins entrenched. The 3 dragon heads faced each other, and there was a large open space in the middle. Back then, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace was built in this location. But now, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace had long disappeared, and in its place was a huge cave. Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the cave and looked in. Inside the cave, there was a vast expanse of white mist. This was the result of Yuan Qi reaching a certain level of concentration. Extremely rich Yuan Qi continuously seeped out of the cave. Lu Ming looked carefully and realized that this should be a passageway, but he did not know where it led to. The rich origin Qi was surging from the opposite side. Moreover, the fluctuations of the laws were also coming from the opposite side, stabilizing the divine wilderness continent. At the same time, the rich killing intent was also emanating from the passageway. At this moment, a dragon roar resounded, shaking heaven and earth. Lu Ming was alarmed because this dragon roar came from one of the dragon veins. Then, the dragon roar continued, resounding through the sky. Then the earth rumbled and shook. Lu Ming realized that one of the dragon veins was moving. Rumble. One of the dragon veins kept shaking, and in the end, it moved like a real dragon. The dragon vein, which was thousands of miles long, twisted and turned like a huge real dragon. In the end, it soared into the sky, and its roar resounded through the sky, spreading far and wide. At this moment, people outside Nine Dragon City could hear the commotion even though they were thousands of miles away. Nine Dragon City's dragon veins are acting strangely again. I guess another dragon vein is flying away. Every time a dragon vein flies away, the killing intent in Nine Dragon City will weaken rapidly. Let's go, we can enter Nine Dragon City to cultivate for a while and look for spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. At this moment, countless people rush towards Nine Dragon City. Roar! In Nine Dragon City, the dragon vein shrank rapidly, and one could clearly see the 9 dragons cauldron above the dragon vein. In the end, the dragon vein roared and rushed into the passage, disappearing from sight. Another dragon vein flew away. What is on the other side of the passage? Lu Ming was extremely curious and wanted to rush in to find out, but he held back in the end. What if he couldn't return after entering? He had just returned to the divine wilderness and didn't want to leave yet. Lu Ming planned to wait for a period of time until the divine wilderness's situation stabilized, then he would leave and enter the passage to investigate. Right, let's take a look at the blood pool. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. Not long after, he arrived at the blood pool. The blood pool was located on a cliff on a mountain. On one of the cliffs, there were 3 words, blood pool. Beside the 3 words, there was a platform that protruded from the cliff. Behind it was a cave, which was the entrance to the blood pool. Looking at the entrance of the blood pool, Lu Ming reminisced. Back then, not long after they arrived at Nine Dragon City, they were hunted down. Kenfei Ryu's cultivation was crippled and he was seriously injured. They brought Kenfei Ryu to the blood pool, but later, a wisp of remnant soul in the blood pool took away Kenfei Ryu and there was no trace of him until now. Today, Lu Ming was going to explore the blood pool. The blood pool contained a strong murderous aura and killing intent. Back then, Lu Ming couldn't go deep at all. Before Lu Ming went to the Yuanlu, he was able to kill a martial emperor with his cultivation. Lu Ming had also been to the blood pool once, but the blood pool was unfathomable. The deeper he went, the stronger the killing intent. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation back then, it was difficult for him to explore the bottom. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation was many times stronger than before, so Lu Ming wanted to explore it again. Lu Ming moved and entered the entrance. But once he entered, Lu Ming was stunned. Chapter 2187. There was not a single drop of blood in the blood pool. It had completely dried up, leaving behind only a pitch-black cave. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Could this be related to the change in heaven and earth? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Then, Lu Ming rushed into the cave and flew down. The cave was very deep. Lu Ming kept going down. After 100 miles, the cave slanted in one direction. That direction was clearly leading to the center of Nine Dragon City. Lu Ming kept flying. In the end, he saw a huge passageway. It was filled with dense white fog. Isn't this the passage in the center of Nine Dragon City? The blood pool is connected to the passage in Nine Dragon City. Could it be that Kenfei Ryu is in the depths of the passage, in another world on the other side of the passage? Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and did not go in. He went back the way he came. Not long after Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragon City, he realized that the murderous aura in Nine Dragon City was getting weaker. He believed that soon, many people would rush into Nine Dragon City to cultivate. Lu Ming did not stay. He left Nine Dragon City and returned to the Imperial Dragon City. In the following days, Lu Ming would occasionally give public lectures. Countless people from the Dragon Alliance would come to listen to his lectures to improve their cultivation. At the same time, Autumn Moon would also give lectures occasionally. When everyone knew that Autumn Moon was also a martial emperor, the divine wilderness continent was shocked again. With the help of many resources, the Dragon Alliance had more and more experts. Everyone's cultivation was also getting stronger. There were constantly people breaking through to the Martial Royal Realm and the Saint Realm. The main reason was that Lu Ming's resources were too abundant. In addition, Lu Ming also took out a large number of Golden Crow corpses and Divine Wolf corpses. These were the corpses of the Golden Crow clan and Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's experts. Many of them were absolute saints, empty emperors, and true emperors. The corpses of such experts would not deteriorate even after thousands of years. They would remain fresh. Of course, the spiritual essence of a god emperor's body was too strong. Everyone used the Golden Crow meat and Divine Wolf meat to make meat soup. Even so, it was still very nutritious. As long as they drank a bowl of it, they would be filled with spiritual essence. At the same time, Lu Ming would select some people to enter the mountain and river diagram and cultivate under the Enlightenment ancient tree. They would comprehend concepts and laws. In this way, his cultivation would increase very quickly. For example, the siblings Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro quickly reached the Saint Realm. Lu Ming's father was Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming had spent a lot of resources to make Lu Yuntian's cultivation skyrocket to the Martial Emperor realm. He was constantly moving towards the Saint realm. Li Ping didn't possess any natural talent in cultivation, and she'd forcefully attained the domain enlightened spirit god realm with the help of Lu Ming's resources. So, even if she attained the martial monarch realm, she wouldn't be far away. The cultivation of Hua Qi and the others also skyrocketed. As for Xie Luan, Xia Zhuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others, their talents were very high to begin with. The fact that they were able to achieve so much in such an environment was enough to explain everything. Now, with the help of various conditions, their cultivation had also improved rapidly. As for Lu Ming himself, he didn't stop either. He had been comprehending the laws of alchemy. However, the further one cultivated the laws of alchemy, the slower the speed of improvement. Therefore, Lu Ming had comprehended a new kind of law. The law of tools. The three kinds of laws that had evolved from the path of inscription were the laws of formations, the laws of alchemy, and the laws of tools. Now, Lu Ming had comprehended all three kinds of laws. As for the other laws that had reached perfection, Lu Ming didn't bother about them for now. He focused on comprehending the laws of alchemy and the laws of tools. In the blink of an eye, it had been 2 years since Lu Ming returned to the divine desolate continent. In the past 2 years, the Dragon Alliance had been thriving and growing stronger. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved significantly. The laws of alchemy had reached 90% mastery. The laws of tools had also reached 80% mastery. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly compared to 2 years ago. It's time to make a trip to the eastern wilderness. I haven't seen senior sister Mulin's for many years. I wonder how she is now? On a mountain peak, Lu Ming looked at the eastern wilderness and muttered. Actually, he had wanted to see Mulin's for a long time. However, he had been hesitating previously. How could he not know Mulin's thoughts? Back then, Mulin's had avoided him. As for him, he didn't know how to face Mulin's, so he had never gone to see her. However, Mulin's had helped him a lot back then. If not for Mulin's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Tian Divine Guards back then, and he might not have been able to achieve what he had today. Now, he had made up his mind. Since he had returned, what was the harm in meeting him? Taking a step forward, Lu Ming headed towards the eastern wilderness. Soon, he arrived at the Mu family's residence. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. When he arrived at the Mu family's residence, he saw Mu Zheng and Mu Shiyun. The two of them smiled and greeted Lu Ming. Then he saw Mulin's father, Mu Tian, and Mulin's grandfather, Yan Lan. Senior Yan, Senior Mu. Lu Ming greeted them with a smile. Now, the eastern wilderness's earth qi was extremely rich. Even though they weren't very talented, their cultivation had skyrocketed. When they saw that Lu Ming didn't put on airs as the leader of the Dragon Alliance, they relaxed. They set up a banquet and chatted with Lu Ming. Senior Mu, is senior sister Mulin's here? Lu Ming asked. These words caused Mu Tian, Yan Lan, Mu Jing, and Mu Shuyuan to fall silent. Lu Ming had a bad feeling. What happened to senior sister Mulin's? Lu Ming asked again. Sigh. That girl is too stubborn. Yan Lan suddenly sighed. Senior, what happened? Lu Ming asked. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. That girl is too stubborn. She has always wanted to catch up to you and not be too far behind. But with her talent, how could she catch up to you? But this time, the change of the world gave her hope. Lu Ming, you should have been to Nine Dragon City, right? Yan Lan sighed and asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. After a while, the murderous aura in Nine Dragon City would weaken and people could enter. Whether it's origin qi or killing qi, they're all gushing out from that passage. Therefore, some people speculate that the other end of the passage must be a supreme holy land for cultivation. Some even say that anyone who can pass through the passage to the other side will be able to obtain a supreme opportunity. Yan Lan explained. Could it be? Lu Ming thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. That's right. That girl entered the passage alone and didn't come back. That was before you came back. Yan Lan sighed. Mu Tian and the others also sighed. Saying that there was a supreme opportunity on the other side of the passage was just a legend. But Mulin's wanted to seize this opportunity. She wanted to take a gamble. Otherwise, She knew that she would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming. She has been gone for almost 6 years. Mu Tian sighed. His eyes were filled with longing and worry. Senior Sister Mullins, why did you do this? Chapter 2188. Mullins had first met Lu Ming in Firestorm City. At that time, Lu Ming had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. In the early stages of Lu Ming's cultivation, Mullins had given him a lot of help. However, as time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation continued to improve. The gap between the two grew larger and their relationship seemed to be drifting apart. Senior Mu Tian, Senior Yanlan, don't worry. I will definitely find Senior Mullins. Lu Ming said firmly. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Do you also want to enter that passage? Don't act rashly. We don't know where that passage leads to and what dangers there are. If you rashly enter, I'm afraid you will put yourself in danger. Yanlan advised. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Lu Ming said. In fact, he had long wanted to explore that passage. However, when he had just returned to the Divine Wilderness, he wanted to spend more time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping because he didn't know where that passage led to. What if he took a long time to return? Moreover, during this period of time, he had used the Origin Stone to let the Heavenly Emperor's body absorb. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had already exceeded 10%. Now that he could control the Heavenly Emperor's body, he was much more confident. Especially now that he heard that Mullins had entered that passage 6 years ago, Lu Ming was even more determined to explore it. The few of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming bade farewell. Before he left, Lu Ming left behind a storage ring. Lu Ming stored a lot of cultivation resources. Lu Ming didn't enter that passage immediately. Before he left, he had to make some arrangements. First, he went to the Divine Ruins continent and returned to the Tsang state through the teleportation array. He told the Cloud Dragon Valley Master about the Divine Wilderness continent and allowed some talented geniuses of the Dragon God Valley to cultivate in the Divine Wilderness. At the same time, both sides could take care of each other. After that, Lu Ming returned to Dragon Emperor City and told Xie Luan about what happened in Dragon God Valley in Sangzhou Province. Then he left his remaining puppets, 1 Martial Emperor Realm puppet and 18 Quasi-Emperor Realm puppets, in the Dragon Emperor City to guard it. After that, he bid farewell to his parents on Autumn Moon, saying that he would be away for a while. After making all the necessary arrangements, Lu Ming once again went to 9 Dragon City. Now, there was only 1 dragon vein left here. Half a year ago, another dragon vein rushed into the passageway and disappeared. No one knew when the last dragon vein would charge in. Senior Sister Mullins, don't let anything happen to you. Lu Ming muttered, then took a step forward and rushed into the tunnel. The passageway was filled with white mist, greatly obstructing one's vision. Even Lu Ming could only see a few dozen kilometers ahead. This passageway was very large, at least a few thousand miles wide. Lu Ming figured out the direction and flew toward the passageway. The surroundings were silent. Lu Ming flew for 3 full days, but he still had not reached the end of the passageway. Suddenly, after Lu Ming flew for a distance, his vision suddenly widened. The origin chi here was no longer in the form of mist, but in the form of liquid. Strands of liquid origin chi drifted about like ribbons. Without the origin chi mist obstructing his vision, Lu Ming could see the surroundings clearly. Looking at the surroundings, Lu Ming was shocked. The passageway was no longer surrounded by stone-like walls, but pitch black. Moreover, spatial energy storms were constantly surging. However, there seemed to be a layer of barrier on the walls of the passageway, blocking the spatial energy outside the passageway. This was a void passageway. Lu Ming was shocked. This place was definitely not in the Divine Wilderness continent, but in the chaotic void. Where did it lead to? Lu Ming observed with rapt attention before continuing forward. He seemed to be traversing the void. In the void passageway, although he had only walked a mile, in reality, he had already traveled an unknown distance. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled for another 7 days. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from ahead, as if someone was fighting. He was almost at the end. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he increased his speed. Boom, boom. As Lu Ming moved forward, the explosions in front of him became more and more intense, terrifying and astonishing. Waves of terrifying auras surged from ahead, making Lu Ming tremble with fear. He did not know how far away they were, but Lu Ming already had such a feeling. What kind of cultivation level were the people fighting? Lu Ming's eyes were somewhat solemn. But since he was already here, there was no reason to turn back. No matter what, he had to go forward and see what was ahead. Lu Ming continued to move forward. There were continuous booming sounds ahead. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't that the direction of the divine wilderness continent? The roars of dragons echoed in the air. Soon, a massive true dragon flew over. It's indeed the dragon vein. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Behind him was the last dragon vein of Nine Dragon City. On top of the dragon vein's head was a huge divine nine-dragon cauldron. It was flying over at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming hurriedly moved aside, otherwise he would be hit by the dragon vein. The dragon vein whizzed past. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and leaped onto the dragon vein. The dragon vein was originally a huge dragon-shaped mountain range. It was extremely huge and spanned tens of millions of miles. But now, it had shrunk by many times. Lu Ming landed on the dragon vein and followed it forward. Not long after, he saw light in front of him. He had reached the exit. But here, an even more shocking explosion came, shaking heaven and earth. The dragon vein let out a long roar as it charged out of the cave. The moment he rushed out of the cave, Lu Ming jumped down from the dragon vein. He found that outside the cave was a pitch-black land. Lu Ming landed on the ground and looked ahead. His pupils dilated rapidly. In the void in front of him, there were 8 huge true dragons. He didn't know how big they were as they traversed between heaven and earth. On top of each of the 8 true dragons, there was a huge cauldron that emitted a bright light. At this moment, the 9th dragon vein rushed over and also turned into a huge true dragon. Buzz! The divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrated and the 9 cauldrons emitted a bright light, resonating with each other. In front of the 9 true dragons, there were 2 huge demonic shadows. Their bodies were as tall as the heavens, standing between the heavens and the earth, all the way above the clouds. The aura that these 2 demonic shadows exuded was earth-shattering. Although Lu Ming did not know how far away they were, Lu Ming still felt a great sense of horror. He felt that it was hard to resist and that he could not resist them. Lu Ming didn't feel this feeling even from Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. This is the evil god race. Lu Ming stared. Although they were very far away, judging from their appearance, those 2 demonic shadows belonged to the evil god race. Such a terrifying evil god race. Could this be the heaven realm? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Boom, boom. The 9 huge true dragons gathered. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shone and fought with the 2 demonic shadows. The scene was world-shaking. Chapter 2189. A heaven-shaking dragon roar was heard. This heaven-shaking dragon roar actually came from the depths of the firmament. Lu Ming looked up and his eyes widened involuntarily. High in the sky, there was a true dragon. It was unknown how big it was, but its body circled and covered the sky. The true dragon's aura was even more astonishing and unpredictable. The true dragon, on the other hand, had encountered a powerful foe. It was fighting with a gigantic demonic shadow. You can't guard this passage. In the near future, our army will enter the primordial realm en masse. A rumbling voice came from the demonic shadow in the sky. Don't even think about it. The true dragon roared and fought with the demonic shadow. That aura was too terrifying. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming still felt immense pressure, as if he was about to kneel down. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and gritted his teeth to withstand it. Boom, boom. The battle became more and more intense. You want to stop me with just a drop of blood? Kill. The demonic shadow in the sky roared and attacked wildly, forcing the true dragon to retreat. In the distance, the 9 dragons' dragon vein carried the divine 9-dragon cauldron and fought with the 2 demonic shadows. It was also very intense. A bunch of losers want to stop us? Kill them all. A voice came from afar. Afterward, Lu Ming saw another demonic figure. It stood tall and upright as it walked over. Its vast and terrifying aura caused the entire world to tremble. As soon as this figure arrived, it attacked the true dragon in the sky. Facing the two demonic shadows, the true dragon was no match and retreated. And the direction it retreated in was Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming's expression was ugly. He turned and ran, wanting to rush into the void passage and escape back to the divine wilderness continent. He did not expect to encounter a great battle the moment he arrived. Every living being that attacked just now was terrifying to the extreme. Their combat strength was unbelievably powerful, even stronger than Heavenly Emperor Kong In that he had seen. They were definitely peerless powerhouses. He did not run. As long as a wisp of energy hit him, he would die. "Little guy, don't run there. This passage can't be left. I'll send you away." At this moment, an old voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then, a beam of energy shrouded Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming's body was thrown out. Lu Ming was speechless. He wanted to return to the divine wilderness. Why was he thrown out? Then, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. The huge true dragon suddenly turned its head and slammed its claws into the tunnel. The tunnel violently trembled, then collapsed and caved in. Then, the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons smashed into the passage. Rumble. The passage was constantly collapsing and the space was exploding. Don't even think about destroying the passage. Those demonic shadows roared and suddenly attacked. Heaven and earth trembled, and endless crazy winds blew. The terrifying destructive force swept in all directions and Lu Ming was instantly engulfed in it. Poof! Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy that enveloped his body was radiating. 2 small true dragons were swimming around and blocking the energy outside. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming had a feeling that even if he used his Heavenly Emperor body, it would be useless and he would not be able to block it. Even so, there was a trace of vibrating energy that passed through the energy shield and acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body almost exploded. Crack. Lu Ming's bones made cracking sounds. Some of his bones were broken and some of his muscles were torn apart. Lu Ming was seriously injured and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom. At the passage, there were continuous rumbles and dragon roars. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The space was torn apart like paper and exploded into pieces. Lu Ming was swept away by the void energy storm. His body was involuntarily pulled away from this place. Slowly, the intense rumbling could no longer be heard. Lu Ming did not know how far he was swept away. Then he fell heavily to the ground. The energy on his body had also disappeared. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood and looked around. This was a desolate land. There were potholes everywhere. There was no vegetation at all. It was dead silent and there were no living creatures. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no sound. Senior Sister Mulin's. Lu Ming was worried. The moment he arrived, he encountered such a thing. A few supreme existences were fighting. If not for that energy enveloping him, he would have been turned into ashes. He wondered what the situation was like when Mulin's came here. Then Lu Ming thought of those supreme existences. It was obvious that those huge demonic shadows belonged to the evil god race. The evil god race must have discovered the void passage and wanted to snatch it. However, they were stopped by the 9 dragon veins and the huge true dragon. In the end, seeing that they could not stop them, the true dragon and the 9 dragon veins destroyed the passage, not allowing them to pass. It seems that the divine wilderness continent is connected to this place because of that passage. The origin chi here is poured into the divine wilderness, causing the origin chi of the divine wilderness continent to be extremely rich. Lu Ming pondered because he realized that the origin chi here was extremely rich. It was even richer than the ancient Moon Holy Land. Moreover, the space was filled with powerful killing intent. It was similar to the killing intent he felt in 9 Dragon City. It seems that the good days of the divine wilderness continent are coming to an end. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The passage exploded and the 2 places could not be connected. Without the origin chi here flowing into the divine wilderness, the origin chi of the divine wilderness would soon dry up and return to its original state. However, it was 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than the evil god race invading the primordial realm through the passage. Once the evil god race invaded through this passage, the divine wilderness would be the first to bear the brunt. Existences like those from before were too terrifying. They could probably destroy the divine wilderness continent with a single slap. No one would be able to escape. Now, the cultivation conditions would at most worsen. Moreover, the Dragon Alliance had a large amount of resources and origin stones left by Lu Ming. It was enough for them to cultivate for a long time. Moreover, Song State's Dragon God Valley would send people to the divine wilderness. When the cultivation conditions of the divine wilderness continent worsened, some people from the Dragon Alliance could also go to Song State to cultivate. Compared to before, it was much better. Where is this? Is it not in the Grand Pure Sky domain? Lu Ming thought of another problem. Lu Ming had heard Uncle Kong, Emperor Wu Xiang, and the others mention it before. Now, only the Grand Pure Sky domain was left in the 9 heavens domain of the Heaven Realm. The other 8 heavens domains were occupied by the outsiders. The Heaven Realm guarded the passage to the Grand Pure Sky domain and fought with the outsiders for countless years. The outsiders did not invade the Grand Pure Sky domain. This was because only the Grand Pure Sky domain was connected to the primordial realm. However, if this was the Grand Pure Sky domain, how did the outsiders get in? They would definitely be blocked by the Heaven Realm's experts, right? Chapter 2190. This is troublesome. Lu Ming sighed. If this was not the Taiching heavenly domain but another heavenly domain, it would be troublesome. The other heavenly domains were completely occupied by the evil god tribe. How could he break out, head to the Taiching heavenly domain, or return to the primordial realm? Lu Ming furrowed his brows deeply. Forget it, let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head, sat down cross-legged, and began to heal his injuries. His body's recovery ability was amazing. In less than half a day, his injuries were healed, and his cultivation was restored to its peak. Let's observe the surroundings first. Lu Ming intended to observe for a while to see where this place was. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Looking around, all he could see was desolation. Ravines and pits covered the entire ground. There were no living creatures, nor were there any plants. There was only the howling wind. Could this be an ancient battlefield? Looking at the ravines and pits on the ground, it looked like they were left behind by a great battle. I wonder if that passage has been destroyed? Lu Ming could not help but think of that passage. Now, he hoped that the passage had been destroyed. If it was not, it would be over if the alien race rushed in. However, before Lu Ming was swept away, he saw that the entire passage had exploded and collapsed. It should have been destroyed. Kill! Suddenly, a roar sounded, and a shocking murderous intent spread between heaven and earth. Lu Ming was shocked, and his hair stood on end. The sacred power in his body involuntarily circulated, and his body turned into a beam of light, retreating rapidly. However, no one chased after him. Kill! That voice sounded from high up in the sky. Lu Ming could not help but look in that direction. In the sky, light spread, and a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was clad in iron armor, holding a long spear, exuding a shocking murderous intent as he roared. This is not a physical body? Lu Ming was a little stunned. He realized that this figure was not a physical body, nor was it formed by any energy. It was just a shadow. That figure shouted several times in succession. Terrifying killing intent rushed into the heavens. Then, the light distorted and that figure disappeared like a phantom. What is this? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. This figure was filled with terrifying killing intent. It gave people the feeling that it was a terrifying expert. However, it didn't have any hostility towards Lu Ming. It also acted as if it didn't see Lu Ming. After roaring a few times, it disappeared. Could it be that the experts who died in battle back then left behind an indestructible mark? Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming observed for a while and did not find anything unusual, so he continued to move forward. This time, Not long after Lu Ming moved forward, 2 streaks of light flew towards him. 2 humans. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The 2 streaks of light were actually 2 humans and not from the evil god tribe. This made Lu Ming overjoyed. The fact that the humans could come here meant that Lu Ming's previous speculation was wrong. This was not the 8 heavens domain that was occupied by the evil god tribe. The 2 of them obviously saw Lu Ming and flew towards Lu Ming. When they got close, the streaks of light disappeared, revealing 2 figures. One of them was a young man in a blue robe. He was tall and straight and exuded a powerful aura. The other was a middle-aged man in battle armor. The aura he exuded was also extremely powerful. A 3-star illusionary emperor and a 4-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. That young man was a 3-star illusionary emperor. He was so young and had reached this level. He was definitely a genius. As for the middle-aged man, he was a 4-star illusionary emperor. The 2 of them carefully sized up Lu Ming. The young man was surprised. "Brother, how should I address you? I have never seen you in the military camp before." The blue-robed young man cupped his fists. Military camp? Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. He then cupped his fists and said, "I am Lu Ming. I am not from the military camp. I was adventuring in a secret place and accidentally got swept into a spatial storm. I was swept here." Lu Ming lied. The young man and middle-aged man exchanged a look. It was unknown whether they believed him or not. "May I ask where this place is?" Lu Ming asked. "You really don't know?" The blue-robed young man asked. "I really don't know." Lu Ming nodded. "It seems that Brother Lu really doesn't know. Then I will tell Brother Lu. This is a battlefield between the Taiching Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain." The blue-robed young man said. "A battlefield between the Taiching Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain?" Lu Ming's heart shook. A puzzled look flashed across his eyes. "Brother Lu, don't tell me you don't know about the battlefield between the 2 heavens?" The puzzled look in the blue-robed young man's eyes grew even stronger. "To be honest, I have been training on an island overseas and adventuring. Although I have heard about the battlefield with the foreign races, I am not very clear about it. Please enlighten me." Lu Ming cupped his fists together politely. "So you are from overseas? No wonder. Then I will tell you." The blue-robed young man immediately began to explain. As everyone knows, the heavens are divided into 9 heavens. The 9 heavens are like 9 worlds that are connected by a passage. However, the passage between the heavens isn't a spatial passage, but the earth. The earth connects the heavens like an astonishingly long and wide road. This is the passage between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Taiching Heaven Domain. Due to the invasion of the foreign races, the passage between the 2 heavens has become a battlefield. The blue-robed young man explained. Now that the Hunyuan Heavenly Domain had been occupied by the foreign races, this was the battlefield between the Taiching Heavenly Domain and the Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. If the foreign races wanted to invade the Taiching Heavenly Domain, they would have to attack from here. It was no wonder that he could see both the foreign races and humans here. Lu Ming breathed a long sigh of relief, his heart relaxing a little. Coming to the battlefield between 2 heavens was better than going to the other heavens that had already been occupied by the foreign races. The hell we're in right now is even more special. It's an ancient battlefield. Countless years ago, a terrifying battle took place here. Legend has it that the people who participated in that battle were the most terrifying experts in the world. After that battle, this ancient battlefield fell into eternal silence, and outsiders were unable to enter. The blue-robed young man continued. "Outsiders can't enter?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "The reason why we couldn't enter before was because of the terrible war between the heavens and the foreign races. No one knows how many peerless experts died in the war. This place is filled with endless killing intent, and many peerless experts have left behind immortal marks after their deaths. Those imprints can sense the people who come in here. Once they sense a powerful existence, those imprints will attack and kill that powerful existence." However, a huge change occurred in this battlefield not long ago, and things took a turn for the better. As long as one's cultivation isn't too high, one can enter. Brother Lu, you are in luck. This is the battlefield of ancient peerless experts. Although countless years have passed, there may still be peerless treasures left behind. Many people have come to explore this place. Chapter 2191. He finally understood the gist of the situation after listening to the youth's explanation. They were currently in the middle of the battlefield between the two heavens. It was an ancient battlefield. In the past, there had been many battles between peerless experts. This place was filled with terrifying killing intent, and there were also inextinguishable marks left behind by peerless experts that would take the initiative to kill anyone who entered. So in the past, it was impossible to enter this hell. However, something strange happened not long ago and this place was now accessible. Lu Ming could not help but think of the figure that he had seen previously who was wearing iron armor and holding a long spear. Was he the one who had died in the battle and left behind an inextinguishable mark? His cultivation was too weak so the imprint didn't attack him. Compared to the peerless experts of the world, his cultivation was indeed too weak. Could the changes in this area be related to the previous battle? Lu Ming thought about it and felt that there was a high possibility. However, there are still imprints left behind by the masters. Those below the true Emperor realm will be fine since the imprints won't attack them. However, it's hard to say what will happen to those above the true Emperor realm. The higher the cultivation, the more dangerous it will be. That's why this is our chance. A fiery light flashed in the youth's eyes. Then, the blue-robed young man looked at Lu Ming and a strange smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Brother Lu, since you came here by accident, why don't we travel together? If we encounter any opportunities, we can share equally. Alright. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. He had many questions to ask since he was new to Heaven World. It was best to team up. The three of them moved forward together. However, the three of them did not dare to go too fast. That was because no one had ever entered the ancient battlefield since ancient times. No one knew what kind of dangers there would be. Not long after, the three of them encountered another indestructible imprint. This time, it wasn't a human, but rather an enormous bird. Its aura was crazy, and its killing intent rushed into the heavens. The bird glanced at them coldly but didn't attack. After a while, it disappeared. The three heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't strong enough. Otherwise, they would have been attacked by these imprints. These imprints were extremely powerful when they were alive. Legend had it that this battlefield was one of the battlefields between Heaven World and the foreign races. Those who were able to participate were all unimaginably strong. Therefore, the imprints left behind by these masters were extremely terrifying. Great emperors who entered this place were killed by the imprints. Even heavenly emperors died after entering this place. From this, one could see how terrifying these imprints were when they were alive. Along the way, Lu Ming made indirect inquiries and found out a lot of information. The youth in blue was called Blue Cloud. The middle-aged man was called Lan Songshi. They were training outside the battlefield and fighting against the foreign races in Grand Pure Heaven's camp. This time, many people knew about the changes that had occurred in the ancient battlefield. Apart from them, many people from the Celestial Realm's military camp had also rushed over. After all, the people who participated in the battle back then were too powerful. Even though countless years had passed and many things might have decayed, if there were any treasures left behind that hadn't decayed, as long as one could obtain one, it would be a great opportunity. It was not surprising that many people came to explore. I'm afraid the outsiders will also send people here. The three of them continued forward, searching the area. However, there was only a deathly stillness everywhere. It was completely empty. There was nothing. 2 hours later, suddenly, their eyes lit up. There was a pile of messy stones in front of them. There was a skeleton sitting on the ground in the middle of the stones. He was holding a broken sword in his hand. When a martial artist reached the Saint Realm, their physical body would be extremely difficult to corrode. In the Martial Emperor realm, their physical body was known to be immortal. However, everything was relative. It could be immortal for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. But what about 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer? Everything would eventually corrode in the passage of time. The skeleton in front of them was very likely to be a peerless master when he was alive. They glanced at the master's finger. Unfortunately, they didn't see a storage ring. Storage rings would also corrode over the years and disintegrate. The things inside could be swept into the turbulence of the void. Obviously, the master's storage ring had been corroded. Then, their eyes fell on the broken sword in the skeleton's hand. The broken sword was covered in rust. However, after such a long period of time, even the flesh of this peerless expert had corroded. Even his interspatial ring was corroded. However, the broken sword was still preserved. It was definitely an amazing treasure. In particular, Blue Cloud and Lan Songsher's eyes shone with a fiery light. "Brother Lu, why don't you go and get the broken sword?" Blue Cloud asked and looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. "I go?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but it disappeared in a flash. Blue Cloud asked him to go and get the broken sword. He definitely didn't want to give the broken sword to Lu Ming out of kindness. Instead, he wanted Lu Ming to test it out. After such a peerless master died, no one knew what dangers he would face even though countless years had passed. What if he left behind a trace of qi or some other means? Going to take the broken sword would be courting death. "Hurry up and go and get the broken sword," Lan Songsher also said in a cold voice. Lu Ming sneered. He finally understood why Blue Cloud was so kind to answer his question and invite him to go with him. His purpose was to use him as a testing stone. If there was any danger, he would ask him to go first. "Brother Lu, hurry up," Blue Cloud urged. At the same time, he moved and formed a triangle with Lan Songsher, blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Okay, I'll go and get it." Lu Ming spoke and smiled faintly. He stepped forward and walked toward the skeleton. Lu Ming obviously didn't dare to be careless. He was highly focused and constantly scanned the skeleton and the broken sword with his spiritual consciousness. However, he didn't find anything unusual or dangerous. However, Lu Ming still didn't dare to be careless. He held the sword of the Celestial Emperor in his hand. Now that the energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body was more than 10%, the sword of the Celestial Emperor could erupt with great power. If anything went wrong, he could use the sword of the Celestial Emperor to block it. He slowly approached the skeleton but still didn't find any danger. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness was mainly focused on the broken sword. The broken sword was immortal. The most likely danger was on the broken sword. However, when he sensed it at close range, the broken sword seemed to have lost its spirituality. It was no different from a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A palm condensed from Saint Power grabbed at the broken sword. Saint Power? He hasn't become an emperor yet? Chapter 2192. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming was at least a martial emperor expert. Now that they saw that Lu Ming was using saint energy and not the power of the heavens, they immediately looked at him with disdain. At that moment, Lu Ming's hand, which was formed by saint energy, had already grabbed the broken sword. There was nothing wrong with it. The saint energy retracted and Lu Ming held the broken sword in his hand. It was cold to the touch and there was nothing special about it. Lu Ming kept the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming would not use the Heavenly Emperor's sword. After all, once the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's body was depleted, it was too troublesome to replenish it. The amount of resources needed was also shocking. After such a long time, the spirituality in the broken sword has already dissipated and it has become a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming scanned the broken sword with his spiritual consciousness and found that it was useless. Seeing that Lu Ming had successfully obtained the broken sword, Blue Cloud and Lan Songsher smiled. "Brother Lu, quickly hand the broken sword to me," Blue Cloud said impatiently. "Brother Lan, I was the one who obtained this broken sword." Lu Ming turned around and looked at Blue Cloud. "Brother Lu, hand it to me first. When we get more treasures in the future, we'll split it equally," Blue Cloud said impatiently. If not for the fact that he still needed to use Lu Ming, he would have turned hostile. Lan Songsher was even more direct and said, "It's a waste for a peerless expert to leave such a treasure in the hands of a saint like you. Hand it to us first and we'll compensate you later. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. On the surface, he deliberately pondered and said, "All right then." Then, he tossed the broken sword to Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud was overjoyed and quickly took a look at it. He was disappointed after taking a look. It has no spirituality. It's like a piece of scrap metal. Blue Cloud shook his head but still kept the broken sword. "Both of you, I still have something to do. Let's part ways here." Right then, Lu Ming said, "You want to leave?" Blue Cloud's face darkened. "That's right. I still have matters to attend to in my hometown. I have to find the exit and return first. I won't accompany you too in your treasure hunt." Lu Ming casually found an excuse. "Lu Ming, I've explained so many things to you. How can it be so easy for you to leave just like that? Come with us." Blue Cloud said coldly, "Kid, come with us to search for treasures. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place." Lan Songshur appeared behind Lu Ming, emitting a cold killing intent. They wanted to forcefully drag Lu Ming along as their pathfinder. Lu Ming sneered. The other party had indeed explained some problems for him, but he had already taken a risk for them and obtained the broken sword. Furthermore, the reason why the other party explained the problem to him was that he didn't have good intentions from the start. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. "All right, since that's the case, I'll accompany you. However, we must split the treasures equally." "Of course," Blue Cloud said. However, he sneered in his heart. Lu Ming was really naive to think that they could split the treasures equally. Even if Lu Ming didn't die during the pathfinding process, they wouldn't leave Lu Ming behind. Boom. At that moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming erupted. He instantly raised his battle strength to the peak and threw a palm strike at Lan Songshur. This move was too sudden. Lan Songshur was very strong. He was a 4-star illusionary emperor. Facing danger, he roared and several types of laws spread out from his body. However, he was still a step too late. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming was just a person below the martial emperor realm. They could kill anyone below the martial emperor realm with a flip of their hand. Thus, they were not so cautious. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly attacked. Lan Songshur could only control his laws in time to block in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's palm landed on Lan Songshur's body. The nomological laws that covered Lan Songshur's body vibrated violently. In the end, they were penetrated by Lu Ming's palm. The terrifying palm force surged into Lan Songshur's body, creating a huge hole that penetrated his body. Lan Songshur let out a cry of agony and backed away rapidly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. At that instant, he had sensed 7 types of laws from Lu Ming's body. 2 types of supreme laws and 5 types of emperor laws. Lan Songshur was almost scared to death. This guy's strength is very strong. Lu Ming frowned too. Lu Ming's 5 types of laws had reached the perfection stage. However, the laws of alchemy and the laws of weapon arts had yet to reach the perfection stage. His body had yet to be refined, but his strength was significantly stronger than during the Battle of 10 Earths. With his current strength, he could easily kill a 5-star illusionary monarch with his full strength. However, Lu Ming had failed to kill Lan Songshur with a sneak attack. He had only severely injured him. Lan Songshur was only a 4-star illusionary monarch. He had sensed 3 types of laws from Lan Songshur's body. 1 type of emperor law and 2 types of ordinary laws. Moreover, the 2 types of ordinary laws had both reached the 2nd realm. Lan Songshur's strength was much stronger than ordinary 4-star illusionary monarchs. At this moment, Blue Cloud also reacted. "Bastard, how dare you attack? You're courting death." Blue Cloud roared and unleashed his strength, charging towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged towards Lan Songshur. He would deal with one first before dealing with the other. The other party wanted to use him as a testing stone. How could that be possible? Boom! Lu Ming's palms slashed out continuously. In an instant he had slashed out dozens of palms. Each palm contained 7 types of laws. Its power was extremely shocking. Lan Songshur was severely injured by Lu Ming. He spat out blood continuously. His strength was not even 20% of his peak state. How could he resist? After a few moves, his protective laws were shattered. The surging palm force landed on his body. Lan Songshi did not even let out a scream before his body exploded. Boom! After killing Lan Songshi, Lu Ming's figure did not stop. Taking advantage of the momentum, he turned around and blasted a palm behind him. Because behind him, Blue Cloud's attack had also arrived. Lu Ming's palm slammed onto Blue Cloud's fist, erupting with a violent boom. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surge towards him. His figure retreated repeatedly. Blue Cloud was not much better. His figure also drifted backward. His strongest law has already reached the second realm. There's still another type of Emperor Law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Blue Cloud was undoubtedly a top-notch prodigy. He was not weaker than some of the prodigies who came to Destiny Mountain with Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin back then. A 3-star illusionary monarch controlled one type of strongest law, one type of Emperor Law. His strength was not weaker than that gray rogue youth who had fought with Lu Ming back then. At this moment, Blue Cloud was even more shocked. He also sensed the laws that Lu Ming controlled. He was extremely shocked. It's you. I remember now. You're that trash from the Yuan realm. A peerless trash. Blue Cloud suddenly roared. He was also a top-notch prodigy in the Heaven Domain. Back then, some people went to the Yuan realm. After returning, they said that a peerless trash had appeared in the Yuan realm. Below the Martial Emperor realm, he had mastered many types of laws. He had even mastered 2 types of strongest laws. However, he could not become an emperor. Back then, it had caused a stir in the Heaven Domain. Now that he had fought with Lu Ming, he immediately remembered. You're just a trash. How dare you kill someone from the Lan family? You're courting death.